endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself, with friends old and new. Explore with us, there's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, gain best value at sea.
Fresh wicket.
Excellent. Tom, I wish you all the best. Go well today. Kieran, I'll borrow you. Welcome back to Chelmsford. Not winning the toss, does that make a great deal of change for you?
We had no idea what to do anyway, so pretty happy we lost it, to be honest.
And for you guys, obviously, coming into this one, 4 from 4 has got to be a lot of confidence with you at the moment.
Yeah, we're playing some really nice cricket, and a couple of guys are resting today, so it's a nice opportunity for a couple of younger guys to have a go and stake their claim for the rest of the competition.
And on that front, in terms of team news for you guys, what's the latest for today?
Yeah, so Tim van der Gutten and Colin Ingram are both resting. Sam Northeast comes back, and then Ben Morris plays his first game this year, and then Asa Tribe comes in for Ben Kellaway.
Excellent. Well, Kieran, I wish you all the very best. Have a great game. Thank you. That concludes the toss out in the middle. Essex have won the toss. They will bowl first. And I'm also joined by one of our star guests today, and that is our mascot, Harry. Harry, good to meet you. Harry, where are you from, first of all?
Halstead in Essex.
Okay, so not too far. A cricket fan yourself, quite clearly. You're a batsman, you're a bowler, bit of an all-rounder. What do you get up to?
Usually a bowl with not a new ball and a bat middle order. Excellent,
a handy man, should we say. Favourite Essex player? Who's your standout?
The captain, Tom Wesley.
Good choice, good choice. And today, you confident going into this one as an Essex fan? Confident for a win?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Excellent, love to hear that. Well, Harry, have a fantastic day. We have not got long until the start of play. A reminder, Essex have won the toss and will bowl first.
scored for the last 2 games, but maybe there's not much change.
The young all-rounder Asa Tribe playing only his 2nd game in the first team.
A couple of changes for Essex. Nick Brown comes in the side for Matt Critchley, who's been called away to his 100 side, and Aaron Beard comes in for the injured Charlie Allison. He's got a tight hamstring, apparently. Essex won the toss and elected to bowl. They're coming onto the field now in their purple shirts, dark navy trousers. Closely followed, or soon to be followed, by the Glamorgan batsmen, just in the little huddle now. coming out from underneath us. Here come the Glamorgan batsmen, Small and Byram, in their mainly yellow shirts with blue sleeves and blue trousers. The umpires are out in the middle as well. Slightly green top to start with, but as you probably expect here, it should be a pretty decent pitch for Essex. Bit of a surprise they picked another bowler, given the fact they've lost a batsman in Charlie Allison, but 7 bowlers in the Essex side, so plenty of ammunition for Tom Wesley, the captain, to run through today. So Essex win the toss and elect to bowl, try and get this one-day cup up and running for themselves. Glamorgan, they're sitting handsomely at the top of the table, 4 wins from 4.
Yes, good form. They may only need one more win to take them through to the knockout stages, but of course in this competition, with the top ranked side going directly to a home semi-final, there is a distinct advantage in keeping going and not just qualifying. And it will be Eddie Byram and Will Smale to open up for Glamorgan.
What's been Glamorgan's strongest suit in the competition so far?
They've done reasonably well with both facets, really. Just about scrambled home to the closest thing was against Sussex on Friday, where chasing 200 they made a bit of a mess of it after a flying start and scrambled home by just the 1 wicket. But apart from that, convincing performances against Notts, won by 8 wickets with centuries from Byram and Ingram, and romped home to victory at Surrey very quickly indeed after bowling them out for 121, and won a rain-restricted match first up against Gloucestershire with a decent bowling performance as well. So although it's not been the strongest attack on paper, it's performed well, but there are 2 changes, of course, with Van der Hoogten and Callaway missing.
So it'll be Byram to opening batting for Glamorgan, Shane Snater opening the bowling for Essex, bowling from the Alistair Cook end. He'll go right arm round to left-handed Byram, 2 slips in, and he bowls now, and this one's defended into the leg side, fielded at square leg for no run. Essex desperate to get their competition going, really. It's just the 1 win so far, 2 defeats, fairly big defeats as well in the scheme of things. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us today as well. Snater with those mullet style haircuts, short round the sides, long at the back, kicks his heels up now, coming in up the slope round the wicket, bowls, and that one's defended down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, Byram's really kicked into life in the last couple of games after not exactly struggling in the Championship, but not exactly pulling up any trees. He admitted he'd been struggling. He said he'd found it difficult in the limited overs forms, got dropped from the T20 Blast side, but he seems to be back in some good nick at the moment, which is probably the curse of the commentator.
Snater, 29 on his back in now, bowls again, Fuller this time, skews off the outside edge down towards third man for a single. So Glamorgan underway, 1 for no loss, 1 to Byram.
Yeah, Will Smale, who's taken over the wicket-keeping gloves, has just had really the 1 contribution, top score of 37 so far in this competition, but can hit the ball pretty hard given half a chance. Took part in that record stand with Kieran Carlson at the end of the T20 Blast.
2 slips in for Smale as well, the right-hander. Snater coming right arm over to him. Bowls full again. Oh, it's on the pads, that's close. Umpire says no straight away. Oh, that looked pretty adjacent to me. Everyone went up for it. Pretty straight, that one. We don't have a replay, though, unfortunately.
No, the screen is a bit Sunday morning-ish. It hasn't had all its allocation of coffee poured into it as yet. But thankfully, we do have a camera focused on the scoreboard, which is quite difficult to see from our angle.
So Snater back at the top of his mark again. 3 men in on the offside and a third man as well. Here comes Snater, bowls. That's kept away in the leg side, and that's a dive at mid-wicket. Just beats the man to the right-hand side again. Just offered up a half chance there. Couldn't stretch himself far enough. Got enough bat on it to get it past the fielder and away to the boundary for 4 runs. Bit of luck there for Smale.
Yes, that flew past at head height, but luckily for Smale, just far enough to mid-wicket's right-hand side to prevent him from getting a single for it. So first boundary, but a rather fortunate one.
Snater in again. Bowls. Oh, that one lifts off a length. Oh, a bit of all sorts there to finish the over. An LBW appeal, and almost caught in the leg side, and one that flew up reared up off a length, and Smale actually did well to not get anything on that. Through to the wicketkeeper, and the end of the over. 5 for no loss. 4 to Smale, 1 to Byram.
Yeah, Smale slightly fortunate to survive those 3 balls, and be grateful for a little bit of calm, if at all possible, in the overs to come. As Ben Allison will open up from the Hayes close end. Running towards us then, we're looking basically over deep fine leg as far as the left-handed Byram is concerned, and now that'll become third man when Smale is on strike. The little stand in front of us is not as packed as it often is.
No, it's around about just under half full, I think, today. Maybe just over a third, something like that.
Should be enough to make some noise if the home side are in the ascendancy, but not quite the bear pit atmosphere of a T20 game here on a Friday night, for example, as Allison tears in, bowls to Byram, who lofts him over mid-wicket, and that one will run away for 4 to the boundary near the pavilion, away to our right, to just a smattering of applause. That one was lifted rather more deliberately than Smale's effort through mid-wicket in the first over, and cleared his man. So Glamorgan move on to 9 without loss. As Smale comes in from the edge of the 30-metre circle and bowls to Byram, and he defends that one out on the offside. Boundary scored off the first ball of the over, so no particular reason to take risks, as thankfully the feed is back with us, which is always good to see, and we can have an even better idea of what we're talking about. As Allison is on his way again. Tall young man, 6'5", and Byram dotting that one down just wide of gully, just wide enough for Smale to call him through confidently, as Robin Das does the fielding. Essex may well be pleased not to see Colin Ingram in the lineup, because he's scored a couple of hundreds here over the years. Ingram rested, but northeast available again, so that is a pretty reasonable change. Less experience in the bowling attack without Van der Hoogten. And young Morris plays his first team game of the season, as over the wicket to Smale comes Allison, and he's defended that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So we just had a light sprinkle of rain as the 2 captains were preparing to toss up. They kept the covers on until the last moment, but if you believe the Met Office, we should be set fair for the rest of the day. The clouds are fairly high. The temperature's quite pleasant at the moment. As Allison, with the one slip for the right-handed Smale, is in to bowl, and Smale defends to cover, and there is no run. So outfielders are at fine leg, and do we assume the other one's at third man? We can't actually see him because of the way this stand's constructed. Can't see anyone else out on the boundary anyway. 2 permitted outside the fielding circle in the first 10 overs. It's a mid-on and a mid-wicket on the leg side. As Allison is in to bowl, and Smale pushes that one on the leg side. Thinks about a single, but it was too close to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Kushi. Dot ball, and 10 without loss at the end of 2 overs here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sport Wales.
Yeah, fairly subdued start. Not so for a couple of the supporters down to our right-hand side. Absolutely demolished a pack of sausage rolls just before the start of play. It's quite strong going at 10:55 in the morning.
Late breakfast or early lunch, do you think?
Just come in from a night out, I think. Here comes Snater, continuing from the Alistair Cook end. Right arm round the wicket. Bowls, and that's off the pads into the leg side from Smale. Left-hander. Sorry, Byram, the left-hander. And there is no run. 10 for no loss in the 3rd over. Remember, Essex won the toss and elected to bowl. Snater certainly to the right-hander Smale. Created a couple of chances in the previous over. Snater in again, up to the stumps. Bowls full this time. Driven down the pitch, and that's fielded by Benkenstein at mid-off. And there's no run. As Nick was saying, just a bit subdued at the moment in the county ground. Early days in this competition, well, in this match and this competition as well, where Essex really do need to get a win on the board. Otherwise, they really are staring an early exit.
Yeah, 1 game behind Glamorgan, so they must have a fairly intense schedule to come over the next 10 days.
Snater in again, round the wicket, bowls, and Byram covers up again, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. Again, just a smattering of applause. Just have a look, see what the schedule is for Essex over the coming 10 days.
The word Scarborough is being muttered around at the back of the box. Tuesday.
Lovely venue. Here comes Snater. Oh, that beats the outside edge. He's bowling well here, Snater. Flew through to the wicketkeeper, Fernandez, and there's no run. Yeah, so it's Scarborough on Tuesday. On Friday, Essex welcomes Surrey to the county ground. And then on Sunday, up at Nottinghamshire. And then the Wednesday after at Sussex. And then a county championship starts on Thursday, the 22nd. So that's at Hampshire.
Yeah, it's a bit of a break for the, well, the knockout stages will take place.
Snater bowls again. Is he edged? Yes, he's got. He must have gloved that through to the wicketkeeper. Snater's been bowling superbly this morning. And Byram goes. They couldn't resist a nibble at that one. The Essex team went up. The umpire's finger went up. And Byram goes. Glamorgan are 10 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Yeah, Snater bowling with a good bit of hostility and a little bit of lift on that one. And Eddie Byram, as well, he had to play it really. That really was a good delivery. It was probably too close to him to leave, and didn't quite play down the right line. And I think be a few qualms about that decision, as Byram has gone for 6, 10 for 1 in the 3rd, as the skipper Kieran Carlson comes out at 3. He's not been particularly in the runs in this competition. A score of 32 in the opener against Gloucestershire is the young skipper's best so far. He's been captaining the side for the last few years in the One-Day Cup, and this year added the T20 Blast as well.
Snater's get a bit of bounce off a length from that Alistair Cook end. 3 or 4 of those balls have leapt. So New batsman Carlson just taking his mark, the right-hander. Snater will switch to over the wicket, but he's been getting bounced from over the wicket as well. Both sides of the wicket, he's got 2 slips in. Essex on the offensive at the moment. Snater up to the stumps, bowls, and again beats the outside edge. Maybe a little bit of movement there as well. He's bowling really well this morning. And Glamorgan will do well to see him off. 10 for 1 after 3 overs, and a successful one for Essex with the wicket of Byram.
A wicket maiden then for the Netherlands international, Shane Snater. And Kieran Carlson, seeing that one fizzing past his outside edge, will be grateful to have survived, because he got a first ball job against Sussex on Friday down at Neath, where Dan Ibrahim rattled one through his defences. His bowled first ball. Applause then for Snater as he retreats to the boundary underneath us at third man, and Allison starts a new over, and Smale is forward, playing it gently up to mid-off. And there's no run, so no official overseas players involved in this match, with no Colin Ingram, who's the only one actually with Glamorgan at the moment. Labuschagne having returned to Australia, and Glamorgan, well, Glamorgan's supporters will be hoping for the signing of a fast bowler for the championship. As Smale sees that one go past the outside edge as he pushes forward, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Looked to be a bit of wear in this particular surface. And Tom Westley sounded fairly confident about the decision to bowl first, and his bowlers are backing him up so far, causing Glamorgan quite a few problems. Allenson on his way in towards us. Bowls to Smale, who takes a pace down the pitch, but then defends when he gets there. Ball trickling up to mid-off, and there's no run. Rather over-enthusiastic throw sends Fernandez backpedalling. The Glamorgan side only officially -1 to the 100 at the moment. It was 2, but Chris Cook picked up a calf strain before he'd played a game for Welsh Fire, and was replaced by Ross Whiteley. As Allison is in to bowl, and Smale will get runs here through square leg. The man from fine leg chases round but doesn't get there, and the ball trickles away to that slightly longer boundary, away to our left towards the flats. Just kept on running over the square, that one, which is the practice wickets away to our left, looking very worn, as you'd expect at this time of year. A little bit on the dry side, though. We haven't been short of rain overall this summer, I guess. 14 for 1 Glamorgan in this 4th over here on BBC Sport Online. Allison in again. Bowls, and Smale is beaten by a ball with a good deal of lift, taken by Fernandez, chest high. And Allenson, with his considerable height, getting a bit of bounce, as is Snater from this Alistair Cook end. The Graham Gooch end is officially these days where Allenson is operating from, which is quite a nice touch, I think, to name the ends after 2 county giants. As Smale turns this one through the leg side again, he'll pick up at least a couple of runs. It's a big chase for Cushy back towards the mid-wicket boundary. They turn and think about a third, but Cushy has done enough to put them off and gets a good arm on that one. So 2 runs to Smale, who moves into double figures on 10, and the total to 16 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah. Even Stevens, I think, after the first 4 overs. Essex with the wicket, but accruing the runs at the moment. The Glamorgan, Snater bowling really well from this Alistair Cook end. Get some movement, get some nice lift as well. It'll be Carlson on strike. Start the 5th over of the morning. Keeping their 2 slips in for the new batsman. Snater in bowls, and that's played defensively back down the pitch. Cover coming into field. It's Wesley doing the fielding, and there's no run. Plenty of sport we've had over the summer. Obviously had the football championships, we've had some rugby, got the Olympics on at the moment, got the 100, got some test matches going on. Football season starts in about a week's time, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Non-stop. Snater. Moving in now. Past the umpire. Right arm over to the right-handed bat. Bowls. Oh, that lifts as well. There's certainly something going on from that Alistair Cook end. That's about the 4th or 5th delivery that's reared up on the batsman. He actually played it well in the end, but it's wrapped him on the gloves. He's taken the glove off. It's going to smart a bit for the batsman, Carlson, who just comes down to have a word with Smale. He's gripping the bat okay, because he's doing some gardening. Just taking a little bit of a breather before he puts his glove back on. Yep, he seems fine. As Snater comes in again. Bowls, and that one is dropped right at the feet of the batsman. In fact, a bit of backspin on that. Batsman had to be alive to it. Keep the ball away from the stumps. And there's no run. Plenty of cloud cover here today, so I don't know whether that's having an effect on the ball. Maybe a bit of movement in the air early on.
Note from Glenn Byram. It says that Eddie and Snater are in the same school first team in Harare. And Luke Benkenstein providing another Zimbabwean link.
Snater in again. Bowls full. Oh, that's driven, not cleanly, right out the screws of the bat. Stopped by the bowler anyway. And there's a dot ball.
Thank you, Glenn. Unfortunately, Eddie's contribution with the bat was not as prolific as the last 2 games.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us today. Keeping one eye on the Olympics on the TV, but you can listen to us on the radio and on the go as well if you download the BBC app and on your smart speaker. Snater in bowls full. That's cracked away through the offside. That's a lovely drive. It was there to be hit, and it beats the man at backward point and flies away for 4 runs. So Carlson off the mark and Glamorgan 20 for 1.
Very Carlson-esque that. He's at times still batting in T20 mode, going really hard at the ball, and a square drive is a typical Carlson favourite. He won't be put off by the 2 slips lurking there. He'll take things on.
No, it was offered up as an incentive. Maybe slightly overpitched from Snater. Cracked away by Carlson. 20 for 1 in the 5th here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales. Here comes Snater again. Bowls that slightly straighter. Turned away into the leg side. Jamal Richards fields just in front of the square. And there's no run. And that is the end of the 5th over. Glamorgan are 20 for 1.
So the one scoring shot was that boundary in the over.
I hear your trip was slightly delayed up yesterday, so you could finish. Did you have a game of cricket on yesterday?
Yes, thankfully I managed too much exertion and not required to contribute on the scoreboard.
Did you win?
Sadly, no, but we had a very, very depleted side, so to be honest, we didn't really expect to. Most of our batting lineup was either on holiday or promoted to the first team. As Allinson bowls and Smale turns it on the leg side, and they'll go through for a single. 21 without loss.
Not playing for the 100 then.
We'd considered it a major triumph that we managed to bat out the 40 overs allocated.
I take it wasn't Bazball then?
No, absolutely not. with that batting lineup, with the batting lineup they had, which was very short of experience, and a couple of youngsters did well. It just told them to survive and not worry too much about the run rate.
Very much boycott ball.
As Allenson is in to bowl, and that one was clipped off his legs by Carlson, but stopped at fine leg, and there's no run. Yes, we worked out that we'd scored 290 the previous week, and of the players who'd scored those runs, we only had about half a dozen runs left because everyone else had been changed round. Such is the life of cricketers in Division 11.
Amateur sport, eh?
Allenson is in to bowl outside off stump, and Carlson has nothing to do with that one. 21 for 1. Yes, at my age, I just stick to not making too much of a fool of myself, hopefully. Adding a bit of enthusiasm and chat to the side, yeah. Trying to keep the youngsters going. 21 for 1. I haven't actually batted this season in 3 matches. Kept wickets once. As Allenson runs towards us and bowls, and that's cut away nicely by Carlson down towards wide third man, and that has beaten the fielder down there, Shane Snater, as we check on the screen to see that, because we can't actually see Shane Snater with the naked eye. He is hidden by the stand away to our right. But a nice shot, just angled away. 25 for 1. Allenson to Carlson again, who fiddles at that one outside off stump, and not sure whether he was trying to uppercut or what, but it was somewhat of a risky shot, and Carlson, I think, knew that he hadn't executed that one very well, up on his toes and playing cross-bat shot that really was not executed. 25 for 1. There's Allenson in the purple tops of Essex. He's into bowl. Carlson just dots that one down on the leg side. Takes a single.
I said purple as well, but then I lost confidence. I thought, is it mauve?
Lightish, well, you could argue either way. Lightish purple, quite liking it actually. It's a bit more unusual than some of the combinations that we get. Glamorgan in the bright yellow tops with blue sleeves and dark blue trousers. There's quite a lot of blue around, but yeah, I like Essex's top. It's a little easier on the eye than the Romanian football tops they have been known to wear in past campaigns. Bright red, yellow and blue at one point.
Snater, start the 7th over, 26 for 1 Glamorgan, bowls, and that's inside edge into the leg side. Richards comes in from mid-wicket to field, and they'll go through for a single. 27 for 1, Smale on 11, Carlson on 10. The man out, Byram, edging behind. There's been a few good deliveries from both Essex's opening bowlers this morning, and Glamorgan have actually done well not to nick a couple more. 27 for 1. As Snater turns to run in again, and he's up to the stumps, bowls right arm over to the right-handed bat. Lifts a little bit, but batsman forward and defends into the offside. Smale on strike, and as a dot ball. Remember, Glamorgan 4 wins from 4 in the competition so far. Essex just 1 win from 3. A victory for the home side, very, very much desired this morning, just to keep themselves in the hunt. 27 for 1. It's gone a tiny bit darker out there, isn't it? I think we're okay though. Clouds are fairly high. It's cooler today, as this delivery is just defended into the leg side. Still 2 slips in for Smale, so Captain Wesley sensing there's a bit of movement off the pitch through the air maybe. Certainly he's doing something off a length from Snater's delivery from the Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end.
Yeah, it's not the fizz-bang start that used to be the norm in List A games, with sides sometimes employing pinch hitters. It is very much a normal batting order.
Snater, 29 on his back, up to the stumps, bowls again. That one lifts as well, but that's wide outside of off stump. That's an easy leave for the batsman. Nice take from Fernandez.
Yes, a bit of an unexpected chance for Fernandez, I guess, in the first team, with the departure of several wicket-keeping options to the franchise mobs.
Yeah, we're not short of wicket keepers. They just seem to, yeah, go off all over the place. Pepper's been in fine form, was in fine form in the T20 as well this season. Here comes Snater again, past the umpire, bowls the batsman forward and defends that nicely back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, so Glamorgan lacking a little bit short of experience with no Ingram and Van der Hoogten. Cook injured. Hopefully he will be back for the start of the championship, or the resumption of the championship in probably about 18 days' time.
Snater, should be the last ball of the over, I think. Bowls, and that's again outside the off stump. And that's an easy leave for the batsman. And a dot ball to finish with. 27 for 1 after 7 here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales. Myself, David Brett, Nick Webb. Kenneth Davis due to join us shortly, as is Nick Gledhill. And is there a change of gloves going on already, or what's going down here?
Carlson maybe has jarred a hand or something.
Yes, he took that nasty little whack on his hand, didn't he, a couple of overs ago from Snater.
So he's having his arm taped up at the moment by one of the Glamorgan physio team, and points higher on it. Higher, he says, and that strapping is now going over his left elbow, which
interesting,
might impede his stroke play slightly. So he's satisfied anyway. He's got a load of tape on it.
Well, if it was that delivery that whacked him on the hand that caused him a little bit of trouble, it seems to have travelled up his arm.
He's definitely pointing to the elbow area. That's where he wanted it applied. As Allinson is in and bowls, and Carlson plays that one reasonably comfortably down into the gully where Robin Das is the fielder. But it's an Essex side that has got a bit of an eye to the future, isn't it? A couple of teenagers in Benkenstein and Noah Thine and Jamal Richards.
What I do enjoy about it, I know lots of people complain about the competition because it's sort of relegated into the nether regions whilst the 100 is going on, but I quite like the fact that Essex have pretty much stuck to their guns and played quite a few of their youngsters, given them some experience.
Allinson is in to bowl, and that is a superb ball that gets up on Carlson and goes steepling through to the wicket-keeper. Thankfully for Carlson, it was wide of the edge, but he is going down for a prod at the wicket, and Glamorgan will be very grateful to get through these stages when the two white balls are hard and bouncy, and at the moment might be grateful just not to lose any further wickets in the first 10. As Allinson is into bowl, edged by Carlson. I think that carried to slip and it's been put down. It was a difficult half chance, low to Thane's right.
It would have been a wonderful catch, wouldn't it? It went quickly. He got a hand on it. He'll be disappointed because he thought he should have caught that. Tough chance, low to his right-hand side. And, yeah, I mean, it certainly explains why Glamorgan haven't got away to a fly this morning. They've been dealing with, I think, difficult wicket conditions rather than perhaps overhead conditions.
It was very wide of Noah Thane, but he did get a hand to it. As Allinson bowls, it's a no ball, and it's beaten Smale. So I presume that was a no ball on front foot. So this will be a free hit for Will Smale, who can try and deposit it into the crowd without fear of dismissal. 30 for 1 then in this 8th over. On BBC Sport Online. What will Allinson come up with as Smale tries to whack it into the crowd somewhere? And he comes, bowls, and Smale went across his stumps and tried to ramp it, but it was a short delivery. Oh, that's called no ball as well on height this time, and because therefore that wasn't a fair delivery for his free hit, it's another free hit.
Guess another optical illusion, because I thought we'd actually nicked that. Not that it would have been out, but I actually thought we got bat on it.
It's a no ball anyway. And 32 for 1. Allinson bowls again. Smale runs it down to third man and will get 4 runs for it. I think he was shaping up for the ramp shot again. Allinson saw him coming and bowled it on or outside off stump, and Smale managed to somehow just angle the bat and run it down wide of slip for 4 runs. There was an awful lot going on in that delivery.
Just goes to show how good their hand-eye coordination is, because he had to adjust really late to play that shot. Excellent shot.
36 for 1. Allinson in again to bowl to Smale, who drives uppishly towards cover, and its first bounce to Richards at cover. And there is no run, so Glamorgan have got their runs for this over. 9 of them, including 2 lots of no balls, and 5 off the bat. In comes Allinson. Bowls to Smale, who tries to run it down towards Gully as well again, and there's a half stop, but Carlson's called him through for a single by the time Snater completes the fielding. So 37 for 1 after 8 overs, a productive over for Glamorgan, and Allinson will be rather disappointed with himself, I guess, on that occasion. 37 for 1. Glamorgan have lost Byram. Caught Fernandez, bowled Snater, his former schoolmate, for 6. That's 10 for 1. It's now 37 for 1 after 8, with Smale on 16 not out, and Carlson on 11, and Nick Gledhill into commentary, and he'll shortly be joined by Kenneth Davis.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning. It's a pleasant day. We had a little bit of rain actually about half an hour before the start. Quite overcast, getting a little bit warmer, and Snater bowls, and this is just played down on the move, just back of the square on the offside by Smale. He's batted very nicely for a 16 from 24. Carlson 11 from 16. Pretty even at the moment, I would have thought. As Nick was saying, Glamorgan looking just to see off this early threat with a little bit of green in the pitch and the ball doing a bit, and looking for the ball to get a bit softer. 2 white balls, and see if they can prosper just by keeping wickets in hand. They only lost 1, and they've done quite well to just lose the 1 wicket, I think, at this stage, particularly given how well Snater in particular has bowled. In his 5th over, 1 for 10. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. That's another beautiful delivery which beats the right-handed Smale outside the off stump, and a bit of lift as well. Good morning, Kenneth.
Good morning, Nick. Great to be at the county ground once more, and a bit of sun piercing through the clouds here.
Yeah, I mean,
Chelmsford.
We've got a bit of a surprise actually with the just a light drizzle really for just a few minutes on the drive in towards Chelmsford. Certainly I hadn't seen it in the forecast. There's a bit of weather around potentially later on elsewhere in the country, but it did come as a bit of a surprise. The forecast today is generally, it has been downgraded. It was meant to be a gloriously sunny day, but it's just now to be a partly cloudy with some sunshine around about 21 degrees. Here's another very good delivery from Snater, and again that bounces, and I think Smale there just about say that he got out of the way of that one, but he prods the pitch. He could sense, having seen the previous ball, what it was going to do, and he just kept the bat out of harm's way. But my word, Snater is bowling well, and what's really impressive is his economy rate. Just not only of a threat, but I think I checked, he's going at about 3.5 and over in this competition, which, given it's a limited overs, and we've only had, obviously, this is only his third match, but that's pretty impressive. Here he comes again from the Sir Alistair Cook end. That's another good shot. That's a lovely stroke away wide of mid-on. That really was impressive, because there Snater just over-pitched and Smell spotted it, used his feet, and just with the angled bat sent it wide of mid-on, away for 4 down to the bottom of the Tom Pearce stand. That was a lovely stroke, and 41 for 1 it is in the 41 for 1 in the 9th over.
Yeah, just slightly over pitch, lost his line because he's really been in the groove as Snater early on, really hitting the spot.
Yeah, we're just saying about his great economy rate, and he goes for a boundary, but this is a better delivery, much more on the right line, round about middle and off, and it brings Smell forward, and he plays up into the covers, and there is no run. But certainly he was missed in the opening game, was Shane Snater, and then he got those early breakthroughs against Gloucestershire, which effectively set up the victory for Essex in what to date is their only away game, which means that 3 of the last 4 will be away from home. And so he's been very economical, and having him around has certainly made a difference to the bowling attack, but a threat as well as he comes up running away from us, bowls, and that's just played with no great pace into the offside, and they set up for a run. Benkenstein picks up at mid-off and throws up the stumps with 1 to aim at and misses, but that was well judged, because Smell there to ensure there wasn't enough pace on the stroke, but he was going to get the single, even though it went more or less straight to mid-off, and that was well judged. Sharp single, but I think he would have been okay anyway. And he gets the run to go to 21 from 29, and Carson 11 from 16. Glamorgan 42 for 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, and they've consolidated after losing the only wicket to fall this morning, that of Eddie Byram, who's been in the runs, 123 against Notts, another 50 against Sussex on Friday. Both those games in the outground at the Knoll in Neath, and Byram, as Nick Webb alluded to, needed a bit of a fillip in terms of a few profitable innings after being in and out of the side in the T20, but he went for 6, and since then they've had to negotiate Snater from the other end. Change of bowling, right arm over, and it is Smale who strikes firmly. Yeah, Jamal Richards comes into the attack, right arm over.
Yes, and this is his competition, Richards, to really try to make an impression. Hasn't quite been able to force his way into the first team in other formats, but still a very, very good prospect. He's taken 5 wickets in the competition this term. Economy rate round about 5.
Richards coming in, right arm over, and Smale gets everything behind it. Forward offensive to mid-off, and there's no run in the 10th over. The first change then coming.
Yes, Snater really has made a difference, because they lacked Snater in the first game against Warwickshire, where one big innings basically made sure that Warwickshire, who've won all their games so far, got to their target. But certainly Snater's made a big difference. And say, just going at 3.5 and over, that's a very impressive economy rate in limited overs cricket, isn't it? Even from a small sample size, it just shows that he's made quite a big difference.
Smale, who hasn't had a big knock in this competition yet, is wrapped on the pads, but just straying down. They come through for a leg by, and they are there comfortably. And Glamorgan move on to 42 for 1. Smale just coming down the track. They will have a bit of a conflab, both these. Kieran Carlson coming in, who has a higher score of 32. That came in the first match of this competition against Gloucestershire. The unlikely win, 5 wickets falling for the loss of 3 runs, which turned everything around. And Glamorgan haven't looked back since, as Richards starts his run-up past the umpire, right arm over, and that climbs on to Carlson, taken by Fernandez. We've seen a few of those just hitting the spot.
Plenty of lift from both ends.
Yes.
Yes, Glamorgan 4 from 4, and I was just looking actually at the past tables in this competition, Kenneth, and there was one season in 2022 when 10 points wasn't enough. Notts, Middlesex and Gloucestershire all got to 10 points in one of the groups, and only Notts qualified. But in all the other groups, in all the other seasons, 10 points has been enough. So if Glamorgan can win this game, they'd be pretty confident of at least being in the knockout phase.
Richards in, bowls to Carson, who firmly drives, and the man feels at point. That is Das.
And the reason we had that slightly odd situation in 2022 was in that particular group, Somerset and Durham won 2 games between them. And if you've got 2 sides stranded at the bottom, then it could be that you need more points towards the top. So, of course, in this group, we do have a couple of sides who are stuck in the starting grid. 2 sides have been very good in Championship cricket this season, in Sussex and Surrey.
Indeed. And Glamorgan hoping to replicate their win of 2021. Richards in. Wideish that time, and it's a slash and a miss from captain Kieran Carson. That is the end of the 10th over. Glamorgan 43 for 1. Smail is 21. Carson unbeaten on 11.
So overcast, but there's just signs of blue sky starting to break through, particularly away to our right over the pavilion. Top temperature around about 21, so cooler than it certainly was during the week, and it's going to be a warm day tomorrow. And yeah, the forecast for the whole of August still looks a little bit mixed, mind you, but we'll see how it pans out. If you'd like to get in touch with us, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com is our address. And Michael's been in touch, Michael Biswell, saying, what's the probability of Ben Allison departing to Worcestershire at the end of the season? He seems very popular there and has taken some notable scalps in his time. And I can also add, Michael, he's actually done, I think, pretty well with the bat there. Certainly, I think he made a very good impression, and he was very much involved in the action, of course, when Worcestershire sealed their promotion, when Essex were playing at Northants in that last game of last season. Snater up to the wicket, bowls, and that's driven away. Nice looking stroke, got to the pitch of it and has driven it away between the bowler and mid-on for 4. That's a good shot there from Smail. And he played a similar one in the previous over, just sensing when Snater's over pitching, getting to the pitch, and this time he hit it slightly straighter, away for 4, and this is turning into a pretty decent start now for Glamorgan. The key thing is they haven't lost a bundle of wickets on a slightly greenish looking strip, with the ball nipping around and lifting. I think they'll be fairly pleased with 47 for 1 in the 11th.
Yeah, contender for shot of the day.
Here's Snater up to the wicket from the Alistair Cook end. Bowls, that's a beauty. Now, just after bowling the over pitch ball, he gets it right in the slot. It's just back of a length. It lifts, and it actually almost cuts the batsman in half there. Look, fascinating to see the replay of that, because certainly Smell, he was caught in no man's land a bit there at the point where the ball was passing the bat. It'd be fascinating to see a replay and see exactly what that one did. But again, Snater causing a problem. Yeah, nipped back into the right-hander and almost went over the top of off stump, effectively cut him in 2.
Still plenty there for the bowlers, as Snater's shown.
47 for 1 in the 11th. So I think Glamorgan will be pretty pleased with this. Slip in. Oh, that's another very good delivery. Brings the batter forward, Smail, but he's playing at that, and just eludes the edge. Slip backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fairly short. See if potentially just goes back a little bit. Kushi, yeah, he is, but not sort of as far back as he might be. But we've got a fine leg on the boundary, and we've got a deep square leg, who at the moment is just outside of the boundary rope, but I think about to walk back over the rope now. Yes, indeed. Here is Snater up to the wicket, bowls. Oh, again, that ball again just nips back into the right-hander. And he, again, does pretty well. Smell adjusts and just plays the ball down. Quite happy to play that defensively. Glamorgan knowing it's all about getting a partnership here, seeing off this threat, and then looking to try and build their way to somewhere, well, up around 280 plus. This will be their target, I think. 47 for 1.
Yeah, kind of wicket Timmy van der Hoogten would have enjoyed. He's not playing, he's rested, so Glamorgan slightly light in the bowling department.
And Essex, of course, without Charlie Allison, who's got a hamstring strain, a bit light perhaps on the batting side, as that's just played off a length by Smell, just down to backward point, and there is no run. Is it me, or is Carlson not getting a lot of a strike? I did see a T20, not T20, 100 game yesterday. I haven't watched too many of them, but did end up watching the one yesterday, which is quite remarkable because Ben Duckett was winning the game and then just could not get the strike, and the Southern Brave were just knocking everybody over at the other end. It was quite extraordinary. But the good thing here for Glamorgan is that at the moment they're keeping the partnership going, even though one batter's getting rather more of the strike. Yes, 37 balls, Smell, and just 19 for Carlson at this stage. Here is Snater, bowls. Again, that lifts and I think takes the glove and goes down towards fine leg. And Richards is there. And it will mean that the strike is retained by Smell.
Just been passed.
Oh, yeah, I'm not imagining things. It's always great to know
exactly.
that. Yeah. 7 balls in 5 overs. I think Ben Duckett, of course, they're sets rather than overs in the 100, aren't they? I think that was about what he was facing, and it was actually brilliant tactics just to deprive the guy who was knocking the ball around the park, deprive him of the strike, get the others out, and of course when he did finally get back on strike, he'd lost momentum, and it was quite remarkable. Very rare you see something really interesting in the 100, but that was Carlson 11, Smale 26, 48 for 1, 11 overs have gone, and a decent start for Glamorgan.
Yeah, but Smale will keep the strike here to Jamal Richards. Interesting what you say about Carlson. Nick Webb alluded to it. He does want to score.
Yeah.
He's probably still in T20 mode.
Yeah, just had 7 balls in 5 overs, yeah.
After the overspill from that competition, after his remarkable innings against Somerset. Richards starting his run-up. Right arm over past the umpire, and Smale gets a good forward offensive strike to mid-off, and there's no run. He is a fantastic player. We were talking on the way down. I'm surprised he's not been picked up by one of the franchises.
Well, I tell you what, after that knock, I mean, what, how many balls was it?
135 and 64.
Because
incredible.
You know, I was down in Southampton with the Hampshire-Essex game and just saw this scoreline. So I'm going to have to announce this. I think it was 191 for 1 at that point with about 5 overs left.
Richards in, and that's full that time, and that's been called a wide. Just strays down leg, taken by Fernandez behind the stumps, and 1 added to the tally, 48 for 1. Well, all the records tumbled on that evening in terms of the highest Glamorgan score, the highest partnership. Even Barnes Labuschagne couldn't be kept out of the headlines.
He was bowling, wasn't he?
He was bowling
yes,
that evening. Took Pfeiffer, and it was the biggest margin, and it just, yes, incredible. And Somerset had something on the game.
Well, that's the key for me. That was the thing that I was thinking about.
Richards in, bowls, and a good length delivery, and Smale gets everything behind it, prods it to short cover. There's no run. 49 for 1 here at the county ground, with the sun coming through the clouds now.
Because although Somerset's, you know, some supporters might feel Northampton away is, you know, no more difficult than Lancashire at home. Home advantage is a big thing in that knockout stage of the T20, and particularly Taunton, which creates its, you know, has a very special atmosphere of itself. And so they really did have something to play for.
Unfortunately, a case of too little, too late from a Glamorgan point of view. Richards in, bowls, and that's straight down leg as well. And that, yes, it has been called a wide by the umpire. So just hasn't got his radar in as Jamal Richards during this over, because another win for Glamorgan in that competition, they would have been in the mix. They ended up with 6 from 14, so it was a similar mixed bag of a campaign to last year.
It was a fascinating group stage. I think, you know, at the start of it, you think, right, the usual suspects, Essex, Hampshire, Somerset and Surrey.
Yeah, but Sussex came into the equation.
That's right. Sussex were tremendous, weren't they? And I think Daniel Hughes probably the man of the group, I think, in terms of the significance of his performance.
And the irony was Glamorgan beat Sussex twice in the competition.
Incredible.
Richards starts his run-up, bowls, good length delivery, but yes, that's the 3rd wide. Just straying down leg here. He's just a slight problem as Richards. He'll need to address this.
Absolutely, doesn't want to give away.
And that's
runs.
Obviously, in the meantime, that's brought up the 50 in subdued fashion here. That's the county ground, not the boisterous T20 crowd in yet on a Sunday morning. Smale is unbeaten, 26, Carlson 11. Here comes Richards, bowls foolish delivery, that's whipped off the legs by Smale towards mid-on. There's no run. So Glamorgan have coped since the early departure of Eddie Byram, who fell for 6, caught Fernandez, bowled Snater, where Snater really was on song in terms of his line and length, and peppered the batters. And we've had one drop chance. It has to be said, a difficult chance dropped by Noah Tain at first slip. As Richards steams in, bowls, good length delivery, but a better shot through the covers for 4. Classic drive, off drive by Smail. And he's getting into the groove. That's 30 not out for him now. Glamorgan moves to 55 for 1.
Yes, there are 1 or 2 players certainly around the county still playing in this competition that it was surprised haven't been snapped up. I think Carson would be, after that innings, would be quite near the top of the list. But yes, it was a fascinating group stage, and in the end, the fact that Essex's first game they lost away at Gloucestershire, and it proved to be critical, absolutely critical.
Richards coming in from an expensive over. He's taken a tumble, and dramatic tumble at that. That was outside off stump, and Smail did flirt with it, and it went through to the keeper. Just to reiterate the changes in Glamorgan's lineup for this game today. Morris in for Timmy van der Hoogten, North East, who hasn't played since the dramatic championship game at Gloucestershire at the start of July because of a hamstring injury instead of Ingram. And Asa Tribe, a late change for Ben Kellaway, who pulled up in the warm-up. Richards in, that's driven to the offside, but there is a man sweeping at the time. Nick Webb was out in the middle. What was Callaway's? Do we know Callaway's injury? Yeah.
Vague about it.
Bit unfortunate that the youngster, the promising youngster, had to pull out. So that is the end of an expensive over by Jamal Richards. Glamorgan 56 for 1. Smail is 31. Captain Kieran Carlson unbeaten on 11.
Yeah, and I think Glamorgan pretty happy with this start. Essex having to make an enforced change. They've had Matt Critchley in the last game, but he wasn't available for this one. Obviously,
so he's gone back.
Yeah, he's gone back now. Charlie Allison hamstring strain in the Leicestershire game, so that's an enforced change there, and it means Aaron Beard's come in. So the batting slightly lighter than it would be otherwise, I think it's fair to say, without Critchley and Allison. But Nick Brown is playing in place of Critchley. That first ball of the new over sent just backward a square on the offside by Smail, and still this remarkable monopolising of the strike continues. 31 from 45, 56 for 1.
Persevering with Snater. He might have a breather after this one.
Yes, this is going to be his 7th over. Carlson patiently waiting to have a hit as Snater bowls. And now there, Smail was thinking about playing the stroke he played a couple of times to the onside of the boundary, but it wasn't quite there. Wasn't quite there for him. He was getting into line with it, getting inside the line of the ball, looking to work it away into the onside, and he just checked the shot at the last minute and decided against it. 56 for 1 in the 13th over, with Essex having finally won a toss, and to the surprise of nobody at all choosing to bowl, because that surely is their better route here at Chelmsford. On the evidence of the first 2 games, as Snater bowls a full-length delivery, and here's Smail just flicks it away deep mid-wicket, and the strike will be with Carlson. The man out, Eddie Byram, caught behind off Snater for 6 in the 3rd over when the score was on 10. It's now up to 57 for
that was
1.
Called a no ball. Yeah.
No ball.
Well, interestingly, Kieran Carlson in his interview said he didn't have a clue what he would have done. I think he would have bowled, given what Glamorgan have done in the last couple of games.
Well, now, isn't that a nice thing for a guy who hasn't had to strike for about half an hour, and he's got a no-ball free hit the first, but he hasn't had a chance to sort of play himself in, if you like. 59 for 1. Essex conceding a few too many extras here. 59 for 1 in the 13th over on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Wales, and online via the BBC Sport website and app. And here is Snater, and that free hit is a slower ball. It's quite a good, clever piece of bowling, that, particularly to a batter who's not had a lot of a strike, and he just sort of swats it away is the best description, really. Just through a gap on the onside and collects a single out towards deep mid-wicket. And that will take the score up to 50 partnership, and the score to 60 for 1. 650 partnership and pretty good time. And, just on the 13th over, Glamorgan laying a platform for a win that will certainly give them 1 foot in the knockout stage at the very least. 1.5 feet, I would say, as that's just run down off the back foot this time by Carlson, down towards deep backward point, and they get a single. So 61 for 1 is the score. And that was Smell, wasn't it? So Carlson now back on strike at 61 for 1. A slip in, and then we've got a straight cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket, saving the 1. This is hit into a gap on the onside, away down towards a deep square leg. There's going to be the 1 run there for Carlson, and takes it along to 62 for 1. So Carlson with that single goes along to 13 from 21. So he had a lot less of a strike than Smale. 33 from 48. 62 for 1, and we're in the 13th over. So now it is Smale on strike to Snater. That's a shorter ball and pulled away. Executed very well, that shot, but there is a man in front of the pavilion at deep mid-wicket, and Allison there got to that and kept it down to 1 run, but he'd be frustrated there because he hit that pretty well. And once more, Smale, it's going to be Smale on strike, I think. 34 from 49, Carlson 13 from 21, 63 for 1. And Snater's figures 1 for 27 in 7 overs. So his economy rate again under 4s, and that's with including the no ball free hit there in that over, which he got out of fairly well with a nicely executed slower ball.
So Jamal Richards, who was expensive in his last over, will continue. Ben Allison, the other bowler used, who's come in place of his brother. So yeah, Glamorgan have ticked along nicely. They've reacted well to the early departure of Eddie Byram as Richards storms in full. Oh, that's an inside edge, and that's gone down fine, and they'll come through for a single, so slightly fortuitous there off the bat of Will Smale, who moves on to 35. Carlson, the supporting act in this partnership, just 13, but he's barely been on strike, as we've alluded to. He does take guard now, the captain, Kieran Carlson. But nothing untoward in the wicket. Yes, a few have climbed. Glamorgan have coped well. Richards, a flash, and it's caught in the covers.
Das.
It's Das flying to his left. Sharp catch by Robin Das, and Kieran Carlson tried to put everything behind that, but it was caught. Good catch by Robin Das, and he falls for 13. Glamorgan 64 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at that, that really was a splendid diving effort away to his left. Judged it very well. He took it two-handed in the end. A sliced cover drive, I think not quite what was intended, but probably feel a bit unlucky to fall victim to a catch as good as that. That's just really what Essex wanted, because just felt things were just drifting a little bit. And Carlson, of course, we've just been talking about that great innings that he played at Cardiff against Somerset in the T20, so clearly he's somebody capable of going through the gears and being very explosive, so a good wicket to take. But Sam Northeast, of course, all the experience in the world. I think he sort of had a bit of an injury layoff, but he's now in the Glamorgan side in this game with Colin Ingram not available, and you know, not a bad man to have instead of Colin Ingram. So Sam Northeast, who has plenty of experience in all forms of the game, really, and say certainly no weakening of the Glamorgan batting lineup with Northeast around. So he'll be looking to play a major innings here, but that's really just what Essex and Jamal Richards in particular wanted. 1 for 9 Richards now in his 3rd over.
Yeah, North East probably not a natural, certainly T20 player,
No.
so he'll be adept to sticking around. Richards in, and that's worked through mid-wicket, and there might be a couple here for North East, and they'll come back for an easy second. Yes, a hamstring injury he's struggled with since the start of July. He's been out of action. So yeah, Carlson will be frustrated. Didn't get the full meat of the bat behind the cover drive and was brilliantly caught by Robin Das, flying to his left. And as you said, Nick, Essex needed a breakthrough, because not that the game was going away from them, but Glamorgan looked comfortable. Richards in, bowls, and that's driven by North East towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, 162 T20 games actually for Sam North East, so he has clocked up a fair number, even though it's perhaps not his strongest suit, as you were saying there. But list A games 118, and I think this format I think does suit him. Top score 177 not out, and of course a very famous top score in the championship of 410 not out.
Well, and the one against Middlesex.
Yes, almost
335 at the start of the season.
Well, I don't think even Essex fans fearing the worst. I think he won't get that many today.
Richards in. And there's a good length delivery, and North East gets everything behind it. He has beat the 3-3-3 by someone from this parish, a certain Graham Gooch.
Yes, and
who scored that game in the first test against India in 1990.
Did North East come straight from Hampshire to Glamorgan? Because if he did, then he's one of 2 very useful.
Knots and Yorks.
Yes.
Because he's been a few counties, but as I say, given the success of Mason Crane, of course, from Hampshire to...
yeah, well, he's been a valuable acquisition, and he's just signed a 3-year extended contract. Richards coming in, bowls fullish, and that's whiffed off the legs by North East. They might come back for a second, they think otherwise, as the ball is hauled into Fernandez. And Glamorgan lose their 2nd wicket in the 14th. Plodding along, 67 for 2. Smale is there, playing the prominent part in the Glamorgan innings on 35. North East, who's just come in, is on 3.
Yes, looking around games that are going on in the competition today. This is Group B. Well, Gloucestershire have got problems against Warwickshire. Warwickshire have got this fantastic record in limited overs cricket at the moment, of course, winning the group as the Bears in the T20, as ever, and winning their first 4 games in this competition. And they've got Gloucestershire 47 for 4 at Bristol in that one. So I think Warwickshire very much on course for qualification in both limited overs formats this year. Aaron Beard comes into bowl. That's overpitched and driven away just in front of point. They're going to come back for a 2nd run. North East, that's to scamper through for the 2nd fairly quickly, but he's home easily enough, and it goes to 69 for 2 and North East to 5 in as many deliveries, and Smale is there on 35 from 50. We've got also in Group B, Leicestershire, who beat Essex the other day, of course, here at Chelmsford. They've got 4 points from 3 games, and they're 92 without loss against Sussex. That's just played from the crease, just gently by North East, just back of the square into the onside, into a gap. Cushy runs round the field, and there's 1 run, and North East will go to 6 from 6, and it's 70 for 2. So Leicestershire 98 for no wicket there, and yeah, Sol Budinger is doing well again, 53 from 47. Ian Holland, formerly, I think he might be a loan signing, not sure, from Hampshire, but I think he might be a season-long loan signing for Leicestershire, 42 from 51. So Sussex may have to wait for their first success, as this is driven away. Nice looking stroke. That's going away through extra cover, and it's well stopped out in the outfield in front of the apartments there, because that was travelling, and I think it's Benkenstein out there who saved 2 runs. It was crisply struck by Smale. He had to get across, had quite a lot of ground to cover, and saved 2 runs. It was a crisp stroke and a good bit of fielding, but Glamorgan moving along nicely, 72 for 2 in the 15th.
Yeah, that was flying. Good fielding by Benkenstein out there.
His Beard again up to the wicket and played with an open face through a gap on the offside, again out towards Benkenstein, and there's one run. Crowd pretty good. There's not too many sort of major counter attractions, I think, today. Obviously the Olympics are continuing, but yeah, still a few seats around if anybody wants to come along. Members area not totally packed, but pretty full, just away to our right. And I'd say certainly I would say the sort of the seats in front of the apartments, the public seats, probably about 65-70% full, as here North East gets a delivery which is nicely executed by Beard, just holds it back a little bit and defeats the intended stroke from North East, who tries to run it away, I think, down to third man. 73 for 2, North East stays on 6, and Smale 38, Glamorgan sent in after Essex finally won a toss.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had a few clashes with their franchise team, the Welsh Fire, the last Sunday, and there is one Thursday as well.
Here's Beard again from the Alistair Cook or River End, up to the wicket, bowls well pitched up and played on the bounce out towards Das, who took that good catch a few moments ago. No run this time to North East, who stays on 6, Smale on 38, and Glamorgan, who were sent in by, I think, probably quite a pleased Tom Westley, who had not much hesitation, I think is the phrase, in terms of making a decision to field first after a couple of unsuccessful defences of scores. Essex have got Glamorgan 73 for 2 after 15 overs, so it's pretty even at this stage, I would have thought.
Yeah, the Southern Brave coming to Cardiff tomorrow, and then it will be, I believe, the Superchargers coming Thursday. Glamorgan, of course, are in one-day cup action away at Edgbaston on Thursdays. Jamal Richards continues past the umpire, bowls, and that's whipped over mid-wicket. It was very uppish from Smale, but evaded Cushy at mid-wicket and went sped all the way to the boundary.
I think the 100's a bit more of a congested schedule, slightly more congested schedule this year, because the final, I think, comes up, I think it's 2 weeks today. And also the knockout stage of this competition is very congested. There'll be group games on the Wednesday. Then there'll be the eliminator, or quarter-final if you want to call it, seconds vs thirds, on the Friday, and at least the semi-finals are on a Sunday, which is a good thing.
In the 16th, Jamal Richards down, that's nicked, and then dreaded finger goes out. The shout came from Richards, and it's the third. Smale falls, and that is a big blow for Glamorgan. Crucial wicket for Essex. Smale departs when he was looking good for 42, and he trudges back to the shed. Glamorgan 3 down then, and Smale the man to go.
Good double breakthrough there for Richards. Maybe he touched fortunate with the first one, but that one is all his own work. Yeah, lovely piece of bowling. Looked a pretty good shout. Didn't go too far forward there.
I think he was just stuck in
no
man's
if there was
land.
no edge, I think that was a pretty good shout. So yeah, Richards got the first wicket with the excellent catch from Das, but now he's followed it up with all his own work. Lovely piece of bowling, and beating the defensive shot of Smale, and that's a very, very useful third wicket for Essex and a second for Jamal Richards. It could just be his day.
Yeah, his back leg just planted in the popping crease then, and
stuck on the back leg.
I don't think you can argue with that. That was going to hit middle and off, and the dreaded finger went up. And unfortunately for Smale, he was looking good for his 42. He departs as Billy Root joins Sam North East. Root in the runs at the Knoll in Neath on Friday, although it was very twitchy stuff at the end with Gorvin and Jamie McElroy seeing it home. Glamorgan winning by 1 wicket, 201 the target in that game. So Billy Root, who hasn't been on T20 duty this year, as Jamal Richards comes around to the left-handed batter. Jamal Richards, and oh gosh, there's a flash outside off stump by Billy Root through to Fernandez. There's no run, so Jamal Richards really holding in here. He's taken 2 wickets in 2 overs. The Second coming in the 14th, the third coming in this one, the 16th over.
Yep, and the confidence up for Richards. I mean, although it was, Das was the main contributor to that first dismissal, it obviously was a delivery that forced the fourth shot, then the one that's got the LBW, and now almost getting past, getting an edge there for the first delivery to a new batter.
Jamal Richards steaming in, right arm around the wicket. That was a bit too close to comfort. It was expertly left by Billy Root, whichever way you want to look at this.
This is a cracking over, and it's just what Essex want to see from Jamal Richards. To say, I'm slightly surprised he hasn't sort of forced his way into the first team in other formats, but this is very, very encouraging. And so he bats as well. Not quite seen the best of him with the bat, but this is a very encouraging over, certainly. And he's got the wides out of his system as well.
2 balls to go, 1 slip in. Tain is there. Richards, and that's just chopped down towards the backward-ish point, and that is fielded by Crushi. There's no run.
Just before I go, the scores in the other group. Hampshire 50 for 4 against winless Lancashire in Southampton. Kent are 92 for 3 against Middlesex, and Northants 104 for no wicket against Worcestershire, who are sitting at the top of the table. So that's a very good start for winless Northants in that one. I'm going to bring David Brett back in.
Just a ball to go for Jamal Richards. And Root drives forcefully, but short cover is there. That is the end of an excellent over for Jamal Richards. A wicket taking over for the paceman, and it's the third to fall. As Dave comes in to my left, I will closely be vacating the seat as well. Another Nick will come in.
Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks, Nick. Essex just starting to turn the tide here. 77 for 3. The start of the 17th over. Aaron Beard from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's coming up the slope now, right arm over to Sam Northeast, and that's defended out into the offside, and there'll be no run. But Jamal Richards looking lively as a second change bowler, which from an Essex perspective is good news. Nick Webb, welcome back.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, 50 overs is a long time to bat, isn't it? So Glamorgan have to rebuild really after that double blow in the what was it, 14th and 16th.
Beard, number 14 on his back. Right arm over to the right-handed Northeast, clipped away into the leg side. That should be just a single. 2 sweepers coming in from the boundary will prevent a second. 78 for 3. Northeast on 7. Root yet to score. But Glamorgan looked as if they'd just gone top of Essex's bowling around about the 9th, 10th, 11th over. But Jamal Richards has helped pull that one back a little bit. 78 for 3. Did well actually, Glamorgan, to get the 10th over without losing any more than 1 wicket, because some of the bowling was very good from Essex. Right arm round to the left-handed. Root drives towards Wesley, shy at the stumps, but missed, and batsman was home as well. Root off the mark, back up is complete. 1 run to the total. 79 for 3. Root on 1.
Yes, Billy Root seems to be fairly enjoying of this form of cricket.
Beard up to the stumps, right arm round to Northeast, carves that down towards backward point for a single. 80 for 3.
Did have a 1-day century at Worcester a couple of seasons ago, the day when Sam Northeast beat the club List A limited overs record, and Billy Root joined in the fun by hitting 5 successive sixes at New Road.
Beard round the wicket to the left-handed Root, just the 1 slip in, and he bowls full on the pads. That's away on the leg side. Should just be leg byes, I think, here. Waiting for the umpire's signal. Yep, just a single leg by. score moves on to 80 for 3. I think that should be 81 for 3. Yes, it is 81 for 3.
Yeah, Root rather held Glamorgan's middle order together against Sussex with a battling 48. And he was 8th out, 20 runs still needed. Seemed the visitors' game at Neath.
No slips in for North East. That's well wide of off stump. In fact, it's going to be called a wide by the umpire.
Something of a rarity, off stump wide.
Yeah. Let's just give up a few extras here today.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the wickets, but they could have done with a little bit more discipline, couldn't they? A couple of no balls in a row from Ben Allison at the moment.
11 extras so far. In the 17th over. Here comes Beard. That's driven into the offside. It can't be stopped by the man at cover. Runs down towards Luke Benkenstein, running round from a deep cover. That's Das with the forlorn dive away to his left-hand side, but it's only a single to the total, 82 for 3. And North East moves to 8. That's the end of the over. 17 overs gone here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales.
Yeah, the next 3 really could bat in any order, you feel. Tom Bevan, Dan Douthwaite and Asa Tribe. If you are just joining us, Tribe, a late addition to the Glamorgan team, and to show exactly how late he was scribbled onto the team sheet, Ben Kellaway's name having been initially written down, but Kellaway suffering some sort of leg problem, presumably the warm-up, as Richards will run in from the Graham Gooch or Hayes close end, and bowls, and forward comes North East and defends back to the bowler. Yes, it was surprised to see Sam North East's absence last quite so long, unless he pulled a hamstring in training, because he completed his innings without visible sign of injury at Chelmsford in that memorable tied game when Glamorgan were bowled out for 592 off the last ball, one short of setting a world record in terms of run trace. North East driving, getting a thick inside edge down to fine leg. Single is taken. Glamorgan will hope for a degree of stability from these 2 experienced players out in the middle over the next, well, as long as they can really, but at least over the next hour or so. Essex will have other ideas, and Richards in particular with 2 for 17 next to his name at the moment. He's in his 5th over, comes bustling in, bowls, Root drives into the offside, but we'll pick up just the single out towards deep cover away to our left. So Smale has been the man responsible for most of the boundaries so far, 7 out of the 10 scored, which is not very high boundary count really in the 18th over. Glamorgan finding well, survival really at a premium in those opening overs with the new balls, as Richards is in to bowl, and North East will get runs fine again down towards fine leg. Didn't get as much bat as he would have hoped on that. Well fielded by Benkenstein, running round the man who spanned Glamorgan to defeat a couple of seasons ago here. When he was so fresh-faced at the time, and presumably still is, that at 19, that you thought, who's this kid who's wandered in from a school match? 85 for 3. Richards to Root, who defends out on the offside, and there is no run. So we've seen 4 seamers so far. Do you expect Benkenstein to be next into the attack, maybe?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Obviously, it would depend on whether one of these seamers takes a wicket or not. If they do, it suggests the ball's still doing a little bit out there.
As Richards is on his way. bowls, and he's just beaten the outside edge, and Billy Root holds up almost a hand of acknowledgement to Jamal Richards, who nearly had me there. 86 for 3 at the end of 18 overs here on BBC Sport Online. North East has 11, and Root has made a quiet start, 2 off 9 deliveries so far.
Yeah, I think that last delivery probably answers your question. I think they'll stick with the pace bowlers for the time being. This pitch is definitely doing something.
It's quite lively, isn't it? Good bit of bounce. Van der Hoogten will be maybe regretting that he's probably viewing or listening from home.
So, Beard continuing from the Alistair Cook end. Sun's trying to break through. A few clouds are starting to part of others as Beard moves in. Bowls full. Forward comes the batsman, North East. He's on 11 and there's no run. Start the 19th over. Beard makes his way back to the top of the mark. I had a little walk round actually during our break. There's a fair few more supporters than I thought in here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think more than half full. Hopefully a few more will creep in during the day. As Beard comes in, number 14 on his back, bowls. That's shorter this time. That's cut away into the offside. That's down towards deep backward point for a single. One to the total, 87 for 3. North East goes to 12.
Yeah, Glamorgan have been for the last couple of games at Neath. They're only outground for the first team, where they've been crowds of about 1,200 or so for Wednesdays and Fridays games, but on a club ground, of course, that gives you quite a good atmosphere.
Beard round the wicket to the left-handed Root. Again, bowls full, driven straight to Das on the bounce at extra cover.
The only home game played at Cardiff was it wasn't a bad crowd in, more than the Championship certainly, but it was affected by the fact that we didn't start for I think it was 2 3/4 hours after the scheduled time, because of some very light rain around, really annoying levels of rain that were barely perceptible.
Beard in again to Root. Tries to late cut that. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Lucky not to nick something through there.
Too close to him really, wasn't it, to play the cut shot?
Yeah. There's no slip in, so the shot was on had it been maybe a foot wider outside of off stump. Certainly a few inches wider. Beard. Tinge of blonde in his hair, just to wipe some sweat from his brow. And he moves in again. Bowls again full, and it's driven down the ground to mid-on. Quick single take, a nice running shy at the stumps, but batsman comfortably in his crease. Root moves to 3, and Glamorgan are 88 for 3.
Yes, it's a bit of floppiness on top from Aaron Beard, isn't it? Sort of just bouncing gently as he runs in. I wish I had that much hair left.
Curtains, I think they were called in the old days. Beard in, bowls edged. That was a genuine edge, and it's gone for 4 because there was no slip in. Was pushing at that one. It'd been a wideish first slip that would have been snaffled straight away. It's gone for 4 instead. North East goes to 16. End of the over. Glamorgan are 92 for 3.
Yes, this though a fairly conventional one-day field, went flying away. Probably would have been a catching height, as you suggested. In Glamorgan's last match against Sussex, we actually saw attacking fields mid-innings. At one point, Glamorgan had, I think, a couple of slips and a leg slip and a short leg. Which was good reactive captaincy from, or proactive captaincy, I suppose, from Kieran Carlson. Now this is a bit of a surprise. It is Benkenstein, but Richards might be feeling slightly aggrieved at getting the hook, unless he's going to swap ends in an over or two. Richards 5 overs, 2 for 19.
Yeah, interesting. Keeping him back for maybe, I don't know, 30th? Mid-30 overs.
So Snater's bowled 7, Ben Allison 4, Richards 5 and Beard 3 so far. Allison and Beard relatively expensive. And so Benkenstein, with fond memories of 2 years ago and his mastery over Glamorgan on that occasion, will be bowling his leg breaks and googlies from the Graham Gooch end, and initially bowling to the left-handed Billy Root, who's forward, squeezing it away on the offside, but straight to backward point, and there's no run. 92 for 3 Glamorgan, having lost the wickets of Byram for 6, Carlson for 13, Smale for 42. Full toss from Benkenstein, fenced away through the leg side. Oh, there should have been 2 runs there. Out to wide, long on. Billy Root was slightly surprised by a high-ish full toss, and I think probably should have dispatched it, but was wary of holding out too short mid-wicket. Punched it up to wide, long on, and then the batters got in a bit of a tangle, almost bumped into each other in mid-wicket, and what should have been 2 ended up being just a single. 93 for 3 as we come up to the 20 over mark here on BBC Sport Online. It was 43 for 1 after 10. So accelerating gently with the scoring rate, but losing wickets as well, as Benkenstein bowls and North East back on his stumps, just knocks it into the fairly unguarded leg side, and they take a single out to where the umpire wasn't at square leg, because he's decided he's done enough steps for the day and is not swapping back and forth. Benkenstein bowls, Roots drives into the covers, and it's well fielded.
Yeah, it was a lovely pick-up from Das, that. Past him, and that was 4 all the way. Lovely one-handed pick-up.
Fired down into the ground by Billy Root, bounced up and caught by Das on the first bounce as Root drives down to long on. Wanders through for the single. 95 for 3 as we come to the last ball of the first 20. And North East checks his guard. That away a bit, says the umpire, or takes a new guard maybe against the leg spinner. Benkenstein bowls and North East pushes forward. There's enough of an appeal to distract the batters from running as Fernandez trotting out from behind the stumps to do the fielding. 95 for 3 after 20. 2 wickets to Richards, 1 to Snater.
Yeah, not bad start from Benkenstein. Always shows a bit of control with the ball. No real threat of the wicket there, though. Let's see if he sticks with Beard or goes spin both ends. He's going to stick with Beard for the moment, Tom Wesley. Let's go pace from one end, spin from the other. At 95 for 3. Glamorgan, remember, Essex having won the toss and elected to bowl. Ball doing a fair amount in this early part of the game. But here comes Beard, right arm round the wicket to Root. No slips in, and that one's just tapped down into the leg side, and there's no run. 95 for 3. People starting to mill about. Maybe think about getting a bit of lunch. Heading towards that time.
Yeah, it's the trouble with One Day Cup, isn't it? Lunch is very late, the interval. So you maybe have to go early.
Beard coming in again as a Root raises his bat. That's cut away nicely down towards third man. That's the shot he was trying to play in the previous over and almost got himself out to, but maybe a tiny bit wider that one. He certainly got the full face of the bat on it. Down to third man for a single. 96 for 3. Root goes to 6. of a breeze. It's certainly a lot cooler than it has been over the last few days. Beard. Elbows jutting out. To the stumps and he bowls short. Punched away, sorry, into the offside. That's down towards deep backward point for a single. 97 for 3. Played golf late yesterday afternoon. It was absolutely beautiful.
All right.
Yeah. Started off the round and it was overcast and the sun just came out and it was absolutely lovely.
Yeah, we had a bit of sunshine in Cardiff, but it was not too hot. I fielded actually in a sleeveless sweater. It's unusual for the time of year.
Beard in. Oh, that's a Yorker length. Dug out by Root. Sent back by North East. He tried to scramble a single. And that was a good judgment from North East because Robin Das had picked it up at short extra cover. One of them would have been well short of their crease had they gone for a single. And there's no run. 97 for 3. We're in the 21st over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales. Myself, David Brett and Nick Webb. Beard striving for another wicket for Essex. Dearly love another one. Just put Glamorgan back on their heels. That's clipped away to the leg side. There's a man at a long leg there to field. Just a single to the total. 98 for 3. Can only think taking off Jamal Richards was just to try and preserve 2, maybe 3 overs in case Glamorgan get another partnership together.
It's a little bit defensive, isn't it? Because you give them the chance maybe to recover.
Yeah. Beard. Right arm over to North East. And he defends into the offside. And there's no run to short extra cover. Das does the fielding. And that is the end of the over. 98 for 3. 21 overs gone. And this Glamorgan innings. You know, a roar of a motorbike down the dual carriageway behind us. 2 Essex players deep in conversation. I think it's Kushi and Snater. Don't know what that was about.
So it'll be Benkenstein and 2 teenagers in this Essex side, along with Noah Thane, to continue into his second over from the Graham Gooch end. Off half a dozen steps, floats it up, Root sweeps it around, but he's picked out the man at backward square. It is fielded by Snater, and Root might think he missed out there because that was overpitched.
Yeah, he's missed out on a couple of full tosses there.
Maybe not too willing to take risks with 3 wickets down relatively early as North East glances one to fine leg for a single. Das is the fielder there, recognising the need as the applause rings round Chelmsford for the 100 up. 100 in the 22nd over for the loss of 3 wickets as Root square drives on the offside, but will pick up just the single out to deep cover. Man sweeping out in front of the flats away to our left. 101 for 3. Morgan ticking along as Benkenstein bowls. North East glances down to fine leg. Root has called that one early, and Das had a little bit of ground to make there. Interesting to see that Benkenstein for the left-hander has 2 men fairly close to each other at backward point and deep gully or wide third man. Benkenstein bowls outside off stump, and Root steps across, plays it firmly out to deep cover again. So Glamorgan milking at the moment the bowling of Luke Benkenstein. So out of the 5 players up in the ring, 2 are quite close to each other in the backward point area. As North East drives up to wide long off, they will settle for a single though, because they've just jogged the first one quite easily. And well, that was cricket by numbers really,
yeah,
in that over, wasn't it? 104 for 3.
very much slipping into those middle over issues for 50 over cricket where all goes a little bit quiet. We're going to see a bit of Noah Thane now. So Wesley trying to ring the changes, searching for another wicket. Still think he could have got Jamal one more over out of Jamal Richards, who was looking dangerous at the time he took him off. He's made the decision. And we'll see Thane coming in from the Alistair Cook end. Let's see what the youngster's got. Well, he's got North East on strike for one.
Yeah, not many more experienced players in the county game than Sam North East these days. Former Hampshire and Kent.
Thane, number 8 on his back, kicking his heels up, and he's past the umpire now. Right arm over to North East, who props forward and defends into the offside. And short extra cover is Robin Das, and there's no run.
Strange old arrival at Glamorgan, really, from Hampshire, because he left Hampshire quite early one summer and then had a couple of games at Notts and a couple of games at Yorkshire and sort of bounced around looking for a home, and Glamorgan offered him a 3-year deal, and he's really made the most of it.
Thane in again, bowls, and that's again defended into the offside, this time slightly off the back foot. Certainly didn't prop forward. And there's no run. We're in the 23rd over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales. Nick Ledhill and Kenneth Davis will join us very shortly. I just noticed Noah Thane's got the mullet look going as well.
Oh dear.
Not a fan. Thane in, bowls, and that's off the back foot, punched away down towards deep point for a single. 105 for 3. Is that a Peaky Blinders thing? Is that where it all came from?
I'm not sure. I mean, being a man of a certain age, it was rubbish in the 80s and it's rubbish now. You expect them to start playing air guitar along with an Aerosmith record or something.
You're short back and sides, man.
And whatever I can take these days. Whatever's left.
Thane right arm round to Roots. That's full, driven. I don't think it was a catching chance. It was a bump ball down towards deep extra cover. Has that gone for 4?
Yes.
I think it has, yeah. It's out of our sight line. 109 for 3. Floated up by Thane. Punched through the offside. And 4 to the total. Thane in again. Bowls. Root steps across, drives away on the ground this time. Nice stop by Das. He's a useful fielder in that short extra cover position.
He's been flinging himself around, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have a few grazes on his elbows, isn't he?
Well, at least he's got a long sleeve shirt on.
I suspect that's one of the reasons why he wears it down there.
I can't actually understand fielders wearing short sleeve shirts, because in the one-day game you're bound to have to dive around at some point.
I suspect there'll come a time when they'll start to, because they're so athletic, they'll start wearing elbow and knee pads as well, as that one's clipped into the leg side. And there's no run to finish the over. 109 for 3. You know, they tend to do stuff that, you know, puts themselves in harm's way without any thought of their own personal safety half the time, flinging themselves around the boundary.
Yeah, the standard of fielding has just gone up so much over the decades, really, particularly with the introduction of T20 blast cricket, and you see catches that are expected to be taken these days that when T20 came in 2003 in the UK, you'd have said, well, that's an absolute blinder, and these days it hardly draws an extra comment. It is Benkenstein to twirl and whirl away from the Graham Gooch end. He's got rid of one of his backward points, and North East drives but straight to cover. There's no run, so the field is in the circle. One at backward point and one at cover. One at deep mid on, just about in the circle as North East doesn't get hold of that one, stretching to drive and hits it down into the ground to cover again. Short-ish mid wicket, who's saving the single well inside the circle. Fine leg is just about saving the single as well, as North East has a heave at that one as it goes down leg side and it is signalled wide. Fernandez shows that he is still awake and alive and whips off the bails just in case. North East was falling backwards rather than forwards. Benkenstein bowls North East, drives this one. Time he has got it past extra cover and it's up to long off for the single. Brings the left-handed Billy Root onto strike. 110 for 3 Glamorgan, approaching the halfway mark of the innings at 25 overs, and the balance of this game still pretty even as Root square drives through cover. In fact, he's hit that one a little bit straighter and he has eluded the fielder in the deep, and it's run away for 4 runs. Good ripple of applause around Chelmsford. Maybe the one-day cup crowd is slightly less partisan than the T20 attendance.
Certainly it's not a Friday night.
Root again square drives and gets this one down into the ground, I think off the bottom of the bat. It's flown away for 4 to third man anyway for another boundary. It wasn't quite where he intended, but Glamorgan will take them any which way they can, and the score moves on to, I think it's 119.
Yes.
It's disappeared temporarily from our screen. There it is, 119 for 3. As Root deflects one on the leg side, but fairly close to mid-wicket. And they decide against taking the run, so 119 for 3 Glamorgan. We are through 24 overs. The figures on our screen, as the direct sunlight hit it, will be unreadable for the next while, I guess. Yes, 119 for 3 and 24 overs gone. Nick Gledhill will be describing this over, and Kenneth Davis the one after.
Thank you very much, Nick. 119 for 3, 24 overs, so Glamorgan on course for something over 260, you would have thought, unless Essex can take a couple of wickets quickly to restrict them. But this is a useful 4th wicket partnership after a double strike by Jamal Richards. Noah Thane is going to bowl from the Alistair Cook end. This is his first delivery. He comes in and bowls, and that's played by North East comfortably up towards Kushi, but not past him at mid-wicket. Didn't really time the drive. North East stays on 23, and Thane in his second over, none for 5. 5 off the first over, and a drop ball to start the second. One game we didn't mention actually earlier, Somerset playing Derbyshire at Taunton, and Somerset 132 for 2, 27 overs. Somerset noticeably a little bit stronger. They were complaining about how weak they were, of course, in recent seasons in this competition, but notably a slightly stronger looking lineup now as Thane bowls, and that's driven nicely away down the ground for 4 to the long off boundary. Beautiful stroke just to the offside of straight from North East, and as I say, even with Ingram not in the side, North East in this sort of format I think is a pretty good sort of like for like in terms of how much effect they can be with the bat for Glamorgan, and that was a fine stroke down the ground. 123 for 3 in the 25th.
Yeah, just slightly over pitching by Thane from the Sir Alistair Cook end.
In that Somerset score, Andy Umeed, it's his third 50+ score in the competition, 54 not out, and James Rue, who struggled early season, finding his form, he's on 58. That's just played defensively, ball just wobbling a little bit. North East having to check his shot as he played it out to Das at cover. So Somerset 133 for 2. Somerset with 3 wins out of 4 so far against Derbyshire, who have an identical record. Those two sides meeting at Taunton. I think it'll be a more even game, and I remember a T20 quarter-final between the two sides there. I think it might have been last year or the year before, which was a horrible mismatch. Here's Thane, up to the wicket, bowls, and that's it's hit the pad, and nicely carried in actually by Fernandez, just going across to his left. Had to move quickly there to make sure it didn't go through for leg byes. 123 for 3 in the 25th. 260 plus, I was saying, depending on how they keep wickets in hand here. Kieran?
That would be the target if these two can remain.
Here's Thane again. Up to the wicket he bowls, and this time northeast gets the ball, which just lifts slightly, and he plays an angle bat down to third man for a single. So takes the score to 124 for 3. And Glamorgan recovering after those 2 quick wickets for Jamal Richards. One a splendid catch by Robin Das. The other one LBW, which looked pretty adjacent. And a fairly straightforward decision for the umpire. Is Thane up to the wicket bowls and just played by Billy Root up towards mid-on. No aggressive intent with that one. Eddie Byron went early, caught behind off Snater for 6, and as I say, the 2 Richards wickets, the fine catch by Das to remove Carlson for 13. Carlson had been the start of a strike throughout the innings, certainly in the partnership with Will Smale, who went to 42 from 54 balls. And off that last delivery was LBW to Richards, trapped on the back foot. We're going to have a bit of a drinks break at the 25 over mark. 124 for 3. Northeast has gone to 28 from 36 deliveries, and Root 22 from 30. So these two have taken the score from 77 on to 124. So partnership worth 47 at the moment. So that's proving to be quite useful from a Glamorgan point of view, and I think the game altogether is fairly nicely poised.
It is, and you mentioned 260. That would probably be, obviously Dealey love to be north of that. All depends on the partnership out there. But if you wanted a workmanlike, and I say that with every respect, innings, Samney in Northeast would be the man to come in. He batted resolutely, not extravagantly, for 40-ish against Gloucestershire in the T20, but he's that kind of batter, in stark contrast to a Kieran Carlson, who's more swashbuckling in his approach. But they've looked good, they've consolidated, and 47-run partnership. They've looked strong out there, and not many. They've started to pick up the run rate, which is on 5s at the moment. It's irrelevant at the moment. Plenty of overs to go.
Yep, over rate, nothing's too special actually. It's now what, coming up to 11 minutes to 1. We're only halfway through the innings. I think they've got till 2:30 to bowl the overs, but it's a warm day, but not hot in the way it was for much of the week. It's still pretty overcast.
Yes.
We've got a little bit of blue sky around, but just sort of small patches of blue sky. We might see a little bit more as the afternoon goes on, but certainly a pretty pleasant day for the spectators, most of whom are in shirt sleeves. One or two were quite relieved to have brollies to hand earlier with that slightly unexpected rain that we had, just a shower before the start, but all told, a very pleasant midsummer's day here at Chelmsford, in an important game really for both sides, because Essex have got a lot of work to do. If they were to lose this game, they'd be effectively, I think in golfing parlance, Dormy 4. They have to win the last 4 games. And Glamorgan, as I say, if they can win this game, it, as I say, gives them very much, the history tells us that 10 points is going to be enough, more often than not, to be guaranteed a place in the knockout stages. And then Glamorgan, of course, can go on to perhaps look to guarantee at least a home eliminator, and then a home semi-final.
Yes,
of course, is the ideal solution, because you don't have to play the game in between.
Exactly, that would be the target. If they can bypass that game, all the better for them. And then there's a gap then. I'm looking far ahead of myself in terms of finals, but of course the resumption of the championship starts at the end of August, and the final, I believe we were looking at it yesterday, is the 22nd.
Yes, is that a Sunday?
It is a Sunday
Right.
at Trent Bridge.
Because I noticed the last round of championship games doesn't start till the Thursday of that week, which is no bad thing, because it means the championship will be concluded at a weekend, which doesn't often happen. The last round of championship games is a Thursday to Sunday.
So we are under starters orders once more. Benkenstein will resume from the Graham Gooch end. As Nick was mentioning, slightly overcast, but the sun trying to pierce through the clouds here. Benkenstein in, right arm over, and that's nonchalantly driven through the offside. There's a man deep, so it will only be a single to Sam Northeast.
It is very nice to have 2 rounds of championship starting in August, which hasn't been the case for recent seasons.
Yeah, Glamorgan will be against Leicestershire. Bankenstein in, bowls. Root cuts that, but the man deep will haul it back in to restrict to just a single as Fernandez takes.
Interestingly, of course, I think that the first test against Sri Lanka will I think, be sort of straight out. I think about 20th of August. I have to check the date on that.
Bankenstein, it's full and whipped into the onside by Sam Northeast through mid-wicket for a single. And of course then the Australians are coming in one-day T20 fashion. There is a T20 international at Cardiff on the 13th of September, which is a Friday. Benkenstein, right arm over, whipped into the onside by Root for a single. So methodically Glamorgan going about their business here. Northeast is 30, Root unbeaten on 24. The men out. Just a recap: Eddie Byram caught Fernandez bowl Snater for 6. Smale, well, Carlson fell, caught Das bowled Richards for 13 as Sam Northeast hits one too long off. A single taken. And Smale, who was the main man, top scorer so far, fell LBW to Richards, which was pretty much plumb on for 42. Benkenstein, right arm over, that's turned into the onside again by Root, so pretty much run a ball stuff here at the moment. And that is the end of the 26th over here at Chelmsford, with Glamorgan looking steady. We are yet to see the fireworks at the tail end of this innings. 130 for 3, Northeast 31. Billy Root is unbeaten on 25.
Do you think this competition is sort of here to stay in its present format, in the sense that no one's got any idea of what else to do with the counties while the 100's going
Well,
on?
that is the problem, isn't it? And we've got the 100 for what, another 3 seasons until 2028.
Then I think it'll go T20 after that. It'll stay franchise.
Yes.
We'll see. I think it's just a better format, T20. Thane is going to bowl from the Alistair Cook end. A slower ball, just paddled pull shot down towards.
Well, we were mentioning yesterday the problem is
that
the ECB would have thought, oh yes, let's bring this new concept, let's sell it around the world. It hasn't really happened.
Yes,
and nobody else plays it.
Quite Morrissey and the Smiths, the world won't listen. That was Smith's album, wasn't it? And,
yes.
And that's the problem with 100. I mean, it just still feels a slightly unsatisfactory format, and I think I can see it converting to T20. And then what happens to the blast as Thane bowls? And this is uppercut, nicely done as well by Northeast, and that's a very good choice of shot, because he threw the bat at that. He knew he just had to get it over the man at point, and if he did that, there's lots of open space down towards the public seats. He's found that. He's got 4 runs, and that was a nice execution. Just enough room there for Northeast to play the shot, and he executed it very well out to the backward point boundary.
The
so
worry.
135 for 3, Northeast 35.
And we'll pick up after this next ball.
Yep. Here's Thane again. Bowls, and this time Northeast will get one that he has to just check his shot. Nice bit of bowling from Thane. Better length, and all Northeast can do is run it down into the offside, and there's no run. 135 for 3.
The worry will be for the counties is exactly that the T20 becomes franchise cricket. That's, we've heard murmurings of that being a plan.
And then whether you can have 2 similar formats or identical formats as Thane bowls, and this is steered away down towards fine leg for a single.
Would be
one to the total, 136 for 3.
Spitting feathers at the thought, but there we are. That's a debate for another time, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. I think The ideal scenario all along of just having one T20 competition with promotion and relegation, you can have a franchise element to a top division if you want, maybe even just have one up, one down, but I don't think we're ever going to get there, sadly. Thane up to the wicket bowls and driven away, just wide of cover, and they're going to possibly be a second run here. They decide against it in the end. Allison gets round quickly. Allison, we were talking about, he saves the second run there. It's 137 for 3. We were talking about Allison's success with Worcestershire, whether he potentially could be a permanent signing by them. I think his batting is a really important part of his game because he probably doesn't get enough wickets, certainly at first class level, and obviously Paul Walter is perhaps a key block to him being in the championship side as a four-seamer. His Thane bowling again, that's driven up towards Brown at mid-on, and there's no run. 137 for 3. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but the solution I always wanted was that 2-division blast. Yes, you might miss out on some local derbies, but you can sort of make the top division the Premier League, and if you just have one up, one down, there's not too much disruption, and you can actually build a franchise, on the top sides. But I don't think we're ever going to get there. And it's still a question of what will happen to the counties. But this competition, I think, has been interesting, and the crowd support it. And of
course, it brings through the youngsters as well. And
for the size like Glamorgan, unfortunately, it's not the same for Essex, but obviously where you do host a franchise, the outgrounds are used, and that's, I think, something obviously the Essex supporters miss, but obviously Essex don't host a franchise.
Change of bowling from the Graham Crouch end. Tom Wesley is introduced, so Fernandez standing up to Billy Root. Glamorgan 137 for 3 at the start of the 28th. Run rate is 5s, 23 overs remaining. Wesley, and that's driven to long on, and Root comes through for a single. Boundaries have dried up, but it's not a major concern with North East and Root going well for this partnership. Wesley to North East, right arm over, clipped into the onside through mid-wicket for an easy single for Sam North East, who looks as if he's picked up where he's left off. It's been about 6 weeks as well, given that hamstring injury. Root on strike to Tom Wesley, coming round and try to cut that, but the man at short cover stops the single. And there was a late injury, just to recap for Glamorgan fans. Ben Kellaway pulled up in the warm-up as Wesley comes at Root, and that's driven to long on, which necessitated his Tribe coming in. The man from Jersey, has been at Cardiff Uni, played for the Seconds, played his first game against Gloucestershire in the opening game of this campaign. Wesley coming over the wicket to Sam North East, fullish that time, and North East able to work it down to long on as a right-handed batter. But certainly more subdued in terms of the run rate, but Glamorgan going along nicely. 141 for 3. Last ball of the 28th then, as Wesley comes round to left-handed Billy Root, who cuts, and that's just behind point, so they'll get a single. They'll run the first one fast, but no option of coming back. That is the end of the over, so Glamorgan steady, nothing more, and have moved on to 142 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, if this competition is to stay, I mean, I know it was sort of thought of involving the sort of national counties, but we have those sort of warm-up games with the national counties, but the result, and there were 1 or 2 surprise results again this year, but of course they don't matter because they're sort of friendlies in inverted commas. And I would love the national counties, to be involved in this competition, so that like the old Gillette Cup days, NatWest Trophy, where you might get. I remember one of the games actually didn't have to be abandoned due to a poor pitch. I think it was at Fenners actually. It was Surrey against Cambridgeshire, I think. But yeah, you're not quite sure what sort of surface you're going to get, and it's a bit of a test. And of course, there would be more even games because you wouldn't have the counties at full strength, and you've got the national counties who are sort of looking to sort of have their day in the sun. So I still think it would be nice to have them involved in the competition proper. But anyway, Allison goes round the wicket and bowls, and that's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Dick Davis is just with us at the back of the box, and he's only just arrived. I can tell him that Jamal Richards has bowled very well today. 142 for 3, and we're in the 29th over. And Ben Allison, we were just talking about, in fact, he did impress with Worcestershire. As I say, might just be more of a chance of getting regular championship cricket, as this is just played back down the pitch and there's no run. And oh goodness me, Jordan Cox has been called up into the England squad for the series against Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for that. Well, I was advocating him opening the batting in the T20. This is a much bigger step in his career. Jordan Cox, who suffered appendicitis in the game against Surrey at the Oval, and has been out of the action for Essex since then. 142 for 3. Allison bowls, and that's driven away back to mid-on. There's no run. But that's a dramatic piece of news. Jordan Cox being called up into the squad, the England squad, not to replace Dylan Pennington, who we were talking about earlier, but that's going to be cover for cover, I imagine, because you would have thought that Dan Lawrence is going to fill in for Zach Crawley, and presumably he's going to be cover for Dan Lawrence. 142 for 3, we'll see, as Allison bowls, and that's steered away between backward point and cover for a single out into the deep, and picked up by Noah Thane. 143 for 3.
Who's he been with, the Invincibles?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's actually got back on the field after his appendicitis. He certainly was been out of the Essex side for a while. Have a little look to see if he has played again, but obviously he's recovering to the extent that he's been put into the England squad for the test match. That's a delivery, just nips back into the right-hander. Northeast just plays it down into the onside, and there's no run. Good partnership this. Glamorgan just with a bit of a wobble when these two came together. The 2 quick wickets for Richards, but they've built pretty well since then. And 143 for 3, a good platform now. Northeast 38, Root 31. Allison in his 5th over, none for 28. He's going to come into bowl. So it's just played away. That's on middle leg and played away out towards deep square leg for another run. So Dylan Pennington, as I say, he's out because of the hamstring injury, and what England have done, obviously they've also got Zach Crawley being a major doubt after breaking his finger. So Dan Lawrence expected to deputise as Duckett's opening partner, and it looks as though Cox has probably, as I say, been called in, I imagine, as cover. Now that potentially is very bad news for Essex. 144 for 3, Northeast 39 and Route 31.
And Essex will continue with Tom Wesley from the Graham Gooch and fullish, and that's worked easily for a single. 2 long on by Sam Northeast. Just to conclude the 100 debate, some have suggested, if you take Welsh Fire for instance, that it would be easier, and we'll pick it up as Wesley comes around to Billy Root. That's paddled around the corner. If, for example, Welsh Fire, whatever you would want to call them, would be a western region, so to speak, and a mixture of Somerset, Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, there would be then, as Wesley comes in, shortish, and that's worked around the corner to fine leg, there's no run. There'd be more affinity then from those supporters to that franchise region or whatever. But instead of players as good as they are coming from here, then everywhere.
Yes, you just pick from the region.
But that's not happening. Wesley, there's a bit of width there for Billy Root to use, and that's cut ferociously out to the deep for a single.
Yes, I know. I mean, you know, it's not as though the Oval Invincibles is all Surrey, is it? I mean, they've got, you know, some Surrey players.
There's a fair few, but no, they are supplemented with others from other counties. Wesley coming over to Northeast, guided down to the man at wideish point. It's an overthrow, but it is backed up, so no damage done. 147 for 3. Northeast moving into the 40s now, 41. Root unbeaten on 32.
Yeah, Jordan Cox played in the last Oval Invincibles game, and he made 15 in the Northern Superchargers win by 19 runs.
Again, picking up singles at a canter here now. Glamorgan just knocking it about. 148 for 3, just rotating the strike, trying to manipulate the strike as well. Root and Northeast, they're looking strong. 148 for 3. Northeast is 41. Root 33. It's just a question of when they'll try and go through the accelerators.
Jordan Cox was an unused member of England's white ball squad on the 2022 tour of Pakistan. And Ollie Stone, also the fast bowler, called up to replace Dylan Pennington. So Crawley out with his fractured finger. And so we expect Lawrence to play. The irony there is, in relation to the championship running, Allison going to go round the wicket and bowl to Root, who just goes back into his crease and plays back down the pitch, and there's no run. And I was starting to think that Surrey were one fast bowler injury short of being reduced back to the ranks, and because I think Jamie Smith is a huge miss for them in the championship. If you take out Lawrence and you take out Pope, then the batting, that's quite a lot to cover. I know folks, he hasn't quite been in the best of form this season, batting at 5 for Surrey. That's played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there for Root. Now, on the bowling front, of course, they're without, of course, their England bowler. And you just think that, how many more? Sorry. Yeah, Atkinson. I'm just trying to think. One more fast bowling injury. I'm not sure if Kemar Roach is going to be fit, because he wasn't fit, of course, for the West Indies series. So Gus Atkinson is the other one, and they maybe had one more fast bowler injury. They could be dragged back to the ranks, if you like. As here is Allison bowling, and that's played up towards mid-wicket. So the bad news for Essex would be losing particularly Jordan Cox, who's done so well for them this year. And it would rather even things out from a Surrey and Essex perspective, because I was just starting to think that there was hope, genuine hope for the others.
But the strength in depth of Surrey, we were there last week, they were without 15 players, 15, and they still had 3 internationals on the field.
It is remarkable, but I think Jamie Smith's a very, very big miss for them. As here Allison bowls on that. Sees Root looking to push the ball away into the onside, but it in the end just goes back down the pitch, and he realises that Allison is onto the ball, and there's no chance of a run.
Big, powerful hitter, and should have had a century against the West Indies.
Yes. Oh, tremendous. I mean, he could easily bat higher than number 7. There's no vacancy for him. But interesting to see if Stokes did open. I mean, that would be fascinating if he actually opened against Sri Lanka. We might fancy the Sri Lankan bowling and say, I'll go in first. But Lawrence with sort of no great history of opening in first-class cricket, as that's flicked away past the square leg umpire by Root for a single out towards deep square leg. But yeah, fascinating news that. So Ollie Stone in, Jordan Cox in, and Dylan Pennington and Zach Crawley out. 149 for 3, coming towards the end of the 31st over here. Yeah, so your thought on the 100 there was to make it more of a regional identity.
Well, it is a thought that it would, at least then, you would have crowds with an affinity to a certain size, which I think is a problem.
Yes, because you look at the size going from, teams with players all over, really. That's just run down into the onside, just a leg by Northeast at the end of that over. 31 overs have gone, 149 for 3, and Northeast 41, 150 actually up, 150 for 3 at the end of the 31st.
Counter argument for a Cardiffian, although I'm not originally from Cardiff, is seeing someone like Johnny Bairstow on tap at the Fire Gardens. I'm not sure what his Welsh language is like. However, there's a Yorkshireman coming down to Cardiff. 31 overs gone. Wesley continuing from the Green Gooch end, and that's just prodded back to the bowler, and there's no run. 150 up in the 32nd over. As he comes over to Sam Northeast, works this round the corner. Deep backward square will come in, and it is just a single. So the boundaries have dried up, certainly, not so the singles. Run rate has dipped to under 5 with 18.4 overs remaining. Spin of Westerly with Root working this one, and it's well, there's a mix-up. It's going to be run out because Root was committed. It was a smart bit of fielding at mid-on, but he put on the afterburners already. Northeast said no chance, and he was stranded. That is a mix-up of the highest proportion. A big blow as Root departs. Run out for 34.
Yeah, and that was just a genuine mix-up, wasn't it? As the ball was pushed up towards mid-on, nicely garrowed in by Snater, who got the throw back, and yeah, just the misunderstanding between the batsmen. The run not really there, and well, Essex would be pleased to have broken that that partnership. Yeah, I mean, that point you're making about the 100 was having a look at the the squads, and you do have some squads with quite high representation, from one particular county. I think the Manchester Originals, for example, and Lancashire might be quite a good example. But Surrey fairly even. Their players are fairly evenly split across 3 different franchises. Actually, I think there's only four for the Invincibles, and the others are sort of in, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different franchises. So yeah, it's quite evenly spread, and you can say there isn't really sort of like a strong sort of identity between the counties and the franchise.
Although don't join Lancashire with Yorkshire,
yes.
So we'll have the War of the Roses again.
Yeah.
So that was a big blow. I think that was born out of frustration because the run rate had dropped.
Yeah, I think kept a lid on things.
Boundaries had dried up. So Ace of Tribe now, there's a bit of pressure on this youngster. Westerly comes in and tucks this one through mid-wicket for an easy single.
But a good partnership. But what you would say about it is that they never really got away from the Essex bowlers. And weren't able to sort of accelerate perhaps in the way that they would have liked. They took the score up from 77.
Westerly in to Northeast, who drives, but the thought was there to come back, but the man is there in the deep. 153 for 4 then.
Yeah, that is great news for Jordan Cox. I'll say it's not the best news for Essex in the Championship running. Of course, their hopes are fairly remote in the Championship, but that has made them a little bit fainter.
And I think we will depart and leave Dave and Nick to come in. That is the end of the 32nd over then. So blow then for Glamorgan's aspirations, being curbed in terms of run rate, and that run out of Billy Roop, meaning they are 154 for 4. Northeast 43. Tribe has just come in on 2.
Thanks, Kenneth. Thanks, Nick. I'll be back in about 8 overs time. Yeah, much needed run out there for Essex, but they've done well to squeeze the rate. Glamorgan not going anywhere fast. It's a bit of a slow grind, and as the guys said, a bit of frustration perhaps just building up between the 2 batsmen caused that run out. So Essex sniffing perhaps an opening here. 155 for 4. Tribe will be on strike. No slips in. And he bowls. That's clipped off the pads into the leg side, down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 155 for 4. Start the 33rd over here on BBC Essex. BBC Wales, myself, David Brett, and Nick Webb. Welcome back.
Thank you very much indeed. Just pondering luncheon possibilities. May see if I can grab some food during my next little period off air. Salivating because Dick Davis, BBC Essex regular, is going through his luncheon options at the back of the box there.
Allison in. That's down the leg side. Well taken by the wicket-keeper, but given us wide. And yeah, I snuck in a little bit of lunch actually in the last break.
Yeah, you have to try and avoid the actual interval between innings, don't you? Because it's obviously when members of the public are most likely to be at the catering stands.
Allison, number 65 on his back, right arm over. It's a right-handed bat, and that's clipped away to the leg side. There's no run. Northeast is on 43. And Glamorgan are 155 for 4. So it was just that period of play, Nick, where nothing much was happening, but Essex did manage to just drag that rate down.
Yes, Glamorgan with 3 wickets down by the 16th over, couldn't really afford to take too many chances for a while after that.
Allison in again, Northeast waits, and that's just defended into the leg side as well, so trying to keep it tight here.
Bowling well at the moment, aren't they?
Just build a bit of pressure. Essex.
Yeah, the route ran out there. Might have been a single there had Northeast responded straight away, but I think because it was a fairly straight shot, he was probably fearful that if the stop was made, it would be fairly close to his wicket, so he stayed at home for a little while.
Allison bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side as well, but again stopped. It's a good over so far from Allison.
He's really got bowling to his field, isn't he? Forcing Northeast to play 2 mid-wicket. Northeast, Glamorgan's highest scorer so far on 43 not out on his return to the first team after a while out with a hamstring injury since the last round of championship.
Fine leg, deep square leg, short mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. That one's driven through the offside on the bounce, but down towards the man at deep point, so just a single. 159 for, sorry, correction, 157 for 4.
And Northeast really will want to try to get going and maybe ease the burden on Asa Tribe, playing just his 2nd competitive match in the first team.
Allison in again. Bowls to Tribe, who just clips off, sorry, Northeast just clips off his pads.
Oh, you're right,
sorry, it was
first time.
Tribe, yeah. And they come back for a second, actually. Good bit of running as well. No, Thane kicks the floor. Thought he should have done a little bit better there. But good running from Tribe, coupled to his total and to Glamorgan's total. 159 for 4, end of the 33rd over, and Tribe is on 5.
Looking back to the pre-season, these 2 batters were on opposite sides because Asa Tribe was turning out for the Cardiff University's team that provided Glamorgan with a couple of days practice and pre-season. Or from the students' point of view, Glamorgan were providing them with practice. 159 for 4, then 33 overs gone. So the innings in something of a lull. And Northeast on strike. Start of a new over from the Graham Gooch end, and he's back on his stumps trying to find a gap on the offside, but he's played it straight to Richards at backward point, and there is no run. Tom Westley, vastly experienced Essex captain, bowling little dobby off breaks, floats it up. Northeast drives down the ground and will take a single up to long on. Wonder at what point Tribe will be given license to go for his shots. Maybe he needs to play himself in for a couple of overs as Westley bowls, and that's knocked gently to straight mid-wicket. So it's a good start to the over by Westley, keeping up the pressure on Glamorgan, and boundaries have been relatively few and far between in recent overs. Westley in, bowls, that's down leg side, that will be called wide. Good take by Fernandez. 2 number 55s next to each other. Tribe and Fernandez the keeper. As that's shortish and cut away by Tribe down towards backward point. Single taken, and his Glamorgan contract for the summer with a couple of centuries for the second 11 at the back end of last season. He's done pretty well for the twos. Hasn't quite forced his way into the first team regularly. He's been on the fringes as North East works that one on the leg side. They'll look for two this time. No. Mid-wicket is in fairly quickly in the form of Aaron Beard. Keeps them down to 1. It's the last ball of Westley's over. He's looking to get on with it and put the batters under a little bit of pressure, but Tribe is having none of it. He wants to retake his guard and says, well, you can bowl when I'm ready, mate. Westley bowls and Tribe is tucked up, playing that one to short mid-wicket, so good over from the Essex skipper. 4 runs, including a wide. 163 for 4 Glamorgan. 16 overs to go. They really need to be looking at 260, 270, so they need to up the rate and go at more than a run a ball if they possibly can, but it's a question of caught between the devil and the blue sea, isn't it? Keeping wickets in hand to ensure that they can open the shoulders a little bit in the closing stages.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, it is a seems to be a tough surface to bat on confidently. Even Sam North East, who's been out there for quite a long time now, isn't hitting it too cleanly off the wicket.
Yeah, 46 of 60 balls.
Beard back on from the river end bowls, and that's clipped away down towards fine leg for a single. North East moves to 47, start of the 35th over. Glamorgan are 164 for 4. Going at 4.8 and over at the moment.
Yeah, it feels quite old-fashioned, doesn't it?
It has. Felt like a very, very slow day's play so far. See if we get any fireworks towards the end of this Glamorgan innings. 4 wickets down. As Beard moves in, bowls, and Tribe just guides it down towards third man. They'll think about coming back for a second, but it's not there. Throw's good, fielding's good. And just 1 to the total, 165 for 4.
7 overs without a boundary, I make it. North East's scored a 4 in the 27th over. And since then, it's been nearly all singles. Which is quite something from Essex's point of view at this stage in the innings.
Beard into North East, who drives up the ground, and there's no run. Sorry, that is Tribe, isn't it? Nope, it's
North East on strike. Yeah, Tribe maybe slightly the taller, but not much in it. Both right-handers. Just 14 years of experience between them.
He's 20 years old, Tribe. He looks pretty good so far. Fairly confident lad. As Beard comes in. Bowls, North East waits, cuts off the back foot. That's a nice shot. That could go for 4. There's a fielder chasing it. The dive comes. Oh, he's done really well there. Sliding along the ground and saves a couple of runs. That was a really nice shot from North East. And that's North East 50.
63 balls. And he has hit just the 3 4s.
Yeah, it's been tough going out there for the batsman. Clipped off the pads this time, down towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to be another couple of runs. Really nice running out there. Lovely little clip there as Ben Allison came in from the boundary. The scoreboards are stuck at the moment. I think it's is it 171 for 4? 169 for 4.
69 is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Northeast on 51, Tribe on 7. Tribe at the non-striker's end. Northeast cuts away on the bounce. A lovely stop there. That would have flashed away to the boundary, I think. Not entirely sure the sweeper would have got there out towards deep point. But a good bit of fielding. And the fielder, I think, might be Snater. Can't quite see. Just wringing out his right hand. It was hit with venom by the batsman. And that is the end of the over. 170 for 4. They did sneak through for a single. Northeast on 52, Tribe on 7.
And although this is only Tribe's second Glamorgan appearance in limited overs cricket, or indeed in any competitive cricket, he does have an official century to his name, which was scored. An unlikely combination, this. I'll describe after this ball from Westley. Bowls and Northeast comes down the wicket, works it away to mid-wicket for the single. 171 for 4. For Jersey against Papua New Guinea in the Namibian city of Windhoek, which is somewhat obscure in the cricketing world, I guess, with all due respect to the people of Jersey. As Tribe drives, but it's back to the bowler. And there's no run. Westley intercepts, running to his right. In comes Westley again. Tribe is tucked up there, having to defend. And Essex really are turning the screws. This is not what Glamorgan would have hoped for, having recovered from 77 for 3. That one's down leg side and wide is called as Tribe tries to sweep but misses. I wonder how much longer the young man's patience will hold out, whether he's instructed to try and knock it around for another 5 overs. Clips this one down towards backward square, single taken. And some Northeast experienced player, the championship captain, will have assessed the wicket and passed on a few words of wisdom, no doubt, to his young partner as Westley bowls. Oh, Northeast tries the reverse and he'll pick up a couple of runs for it down towards backward point. Didn't quite middle it, but got enough on it. Fielder from cover had quite a long distance to run in front of the pavilion. 175 for 4 in this 36th over here on BBC Sport Online. As Westley bowls, dragged down a little bit, cuts by Northeast. They decide they have to run it because it may well be intercepted by Richards, chasing down to the third man boundary, and they will come back for 3 runs. So Richards has saved just the single, but earning applause from the crowd for his commitment. Northeast will retain the strike, which will probably suit Glamorgan, and the score ticks on to 178 for 4 after 36, so good over that. 9 runs off it from the batting side's point of view.
Yeah, he was onto it quickly, wasn't he? Jamal Richards, turn of pace. Really should have run away for 4, but he anticipated it and managed to claw it back inside the rope. So Beard going to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Another wicket here would be opportune for Essex. Just slam the brakes on this Glamorgan innings again. 178 for 4 in the 37th over as Beard bowls. That's played away into the leg side uppishly by Sam Northeast. I wonder if the ball's getting stuck in the pitch a little bit. Just some of these times, the timing of these shots aren't quite coming off. So just popping up a little bit.
Yeah, earlier there was a bit of bounce and lift in the pitch, wasn't there? A good carry. But the ball's approaching 20 overs of use apiece.
Beard in. Bowls. Oh, that is in the air. It's going to land between 2 fielders, though. It was between mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket. And lands safely for 1 run.
I think that demonstrated your point, David, that the ball is stopping in the pitch.
Yeah, he tried a pull shot and it just held up on him. He had to actually back out the shot there. Just got enough on it to get over Kushi, who's standing at a shortish mid-wicket. Not enough to get towards, I think, Ben Allison down there, towards a deep mid-wicket, just in front of the pavilion. So gets away with on the north-east, 1 to the total, 179 for 4, north-east to 59. Beard in again, bowls, and that's defended into the leg side. So all signs are that whatever Glamorgan posts might not be as easy as Essex might expect to get if it's a low total, if this pitch is playing up.
Yeah, you tend to look maybe towards 270, 280 these days as a sort of baseline score, lower end of par, but today it might be a bit less than, rather fewer than that.
179 for 4. Here comes Beard, that's on the pads, that's flicked away into the leg side. There could be 2 runs here. Yep, there will. Fine leg running round. And Tribe will get back for a second. Tribe goes to 10, 181 for 4.
I suppose the thinking would be that if these two can steer them into the last 10, then that gives a little bit of leeway for Bevan and Douthwaite to both enjoy swinging the bat to do so. And Glamorgan with slightly less batting power in the bottom order, with Van der Hoogten replaced by Morris.
Beard in again. Tribe just guides out into the offside, but he can't beat the man at backward point. And there's no run. I think that's Shane Snater, still probably wringing out his hand from the previous over, where North East slapped one into the offside and he died away to the right. Bit of a stinger, that one. Bowled well this morning, though, Shane Snater. Unlucky not to get more reward for his efforts. Four wickets down for Glamorgan. They're 181 on the board. Tribe on strike. No slips in as Beard bowls. That one's just guided down towards third man. They're just happy as and when to take the singles at the moment. And that is the end of the over. 37 overs gone. And it's 182 for 4.
Yeah, it's quite uncharacteristic, really, isn't it, of one-day cricket to see the knock it around stage last quite so long in the middle of the innings. But that's the way it's going as the batters meet for a little chat in mid-wicket. Only time will tell whether Glamorgan justified in doing so, as Jamal Richards, who took 2 for 19 in his first 5 overs, and we were slightly surprised that he was brought off at that point, but he is returning at the Graham Gooch end, running towards us. 20-year-olds, one of several youthful players, a couple of teenagers in Benkenstein and Thine we've already seen in the attack. And Richard charges in, bowls. Oh, Tribe slams it back past him for 4 runs. Well, Richards flung up his hand in self-preservation there. It was not really a serious attempt to catch it, because that was blasted by Asa Tribe for his first boundary.
He was lucky to get away with that one, wasn't he? Very, very close to his head. Slap back with venom.
Yeah, it is a danger in limited overs cricket, isn't it, with the faster bowlers following through, the power with which the modern professional can hit. The bowler's not very far away at the end of his run, as Richards comes in again, and that's a good recovery as he forces Tribe onto the defensive, jams it back down onto the pitch, and it bounces up to the bowler. 186 for 4 in the 38th over. You're on BBC Sport Online. Will we see fireworks in the last 10 in the form of the reappearance of boundaries, or a clatter of wickets, or indeed both? Tribe on to 15, not out. As he will take at least a single here. They may look to come back for a second. No, good chase in by Beard from the mid-wicket boundary. Fired his throw in quickly and kept them down to the single. North East checks his guard. Today's umpires, by the way, Ben Debenham and Phil Mustard. 187 for 4. 38th over. As Richards bustles in, Northeast drive straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. He has got a bit tucked up in that sort of area, Sam Northeast, despite being Glamorgan's main scorer. There have been quite a few deliveries that have been played to mid-wicket. There's a bit of cat and mouse going on between these two teams as Essex look for their second win in 4 and Glamorgan their 5th in 5. Richards bowls and Northeast shaping for a big straight shot. In the end, just guided away backward of square on the offside. It beat the diving Snater at backward point, but it was mopped up by Allinson coming round on the cover boundary, he says, squinting out the commentary box away to our right. 189 for 4. Northeast moves to 61 not out. On his way in again is Richards from the 30-metre circle. Bowls a short delivery. There's a bit of jip in there. Is that? No, it's called a no ball. Slightly unfortunate. That was a roundabout helmet eye for Sam Northeast, but good bit of wheels in it. Slightly unlucky. I thought Richards to have that one called.
Yeah.
It was pretty marginal. It was just a little look between the two umpires, who of course do have the best view of proceedings. Richards in, not a free hit, and Northeast just glances it away. It'll be fielded by wicketkeeper Fernandez on the 30-metre circle at short fine leg, because fine leg was back on the ropes. 192 then for 4 at the end of 38 overs here on BBC Sport Online. This is it's quite a long lull at the moment, isn't it? 192 for 4 with 12 overs remaining of the Glamorgan innings.
20 extras so far in 38 overs.
Not ideal.
No.
For the visiting, for the home side. Bit more from Noah Thane then.
Yep, from the Alistair Cook end. And he'll be bowling to Sam Northeast. And he's coming up now. Right arm over to Northeast, who cuts away into the offside. It's down towards third man for a single. Again, not taking many risks here, this Glamorgan pair. 192 for 4 in the 39th over here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales. Online as well, and on your smart speaker.
If only I had a smart speaker. I haven't had the joy of listening to county cricket through one as yet.
Thane, you're missing out. Thane in, bowl short. It's cross-batted tennis shot, really, that one. Back down the ground. No timing, though. And there's no run either. 193 for 4. Thane just having a bit of a chinwag with Nick Brown at mid-on. And he moves in. Bowls. That's pulled away into the leg side. That's uppish, and it's just going to bounce in front of, I think that's Ben Allison. Yep, down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the pavilion. Again, I wonder if that got stuck in the pitch a little bit.
Possibly, didn't really seem to get hold of it.
No, it was pulled out of the shot, actually.
The days of crackly AM listening in the past, I guess.
Thane in bowls. That's pulled away in the air as well. Again, he didn't get hold of that, but there's no fielders out. That's more towards Cow corner. And it lands safely between about 3 different fielders and 2 more to the total. But again, another issue there, trying to play the pull shot. That's, in the last few overs, we've seen 3 or 4 pull shots, and they've all ended up skewing off the bat in various different areas of the ground.
Yeah, you'd expect a man like Sam Northeast, who's been in now since the 14th over, and we're in the 39th. So he's been in for 25 overs, and he's still not timing the ball.
2 runs on the total. He's on 64, 196 for 4.
Looking to play the big shots, but not getting a full bat on them.
Let's see if Thane goes short again. No, Fuller this time. Cut away through the offside. That's going to be 4. Backward point can't stop it, and the man sweeping on the boundary down towards deep cover can't get there either. Raced away along the ground, 4 runs. It was there to be cut. It came right out the screws from Sam Northeast. He goes to 68. It's the 200 up as well, I believe.
So it's just offering a little bit too much width to Northeast there, having managed to tuck him up several times previously.
Thane, will he go back to the short ball? He does. He's got on top of that one though, Northeast. Pulled away down towards deep mid-wicket. The fielder's round. Throw comes in. It's just a single. Excellent bit of fielding right over the stumps. It saves at least 1 with the big good pick up and throw. End of the over, 200 for 4, 39 overs gone.
Yeah, it's got Northeast on strike, but maybe they could be looking to push the Essex fielders a little bit harder. I know they've had the 1 run out, but that was a mix-up where both batters ended up almost at the same end. Billy Root was 3/4 the way down before he realised that Sam Northeast was going nowhere. Root made 34, Will Smale 42, the other main contributors to this Glamorgan innings so far. Northeast takes strike again as he moves on to 69 not out off 78 deliveries. This is the 40th over. Richards bowls as appeal for LBW. The ball's squirted down into the gully. They've gone through for a single, and the reason that it's not given LBW is immediately apparent because there's no signal of leg bye from the umpires. Inside edge and pad. So moving towards the last 10, maybe that will be the point at which Glamorgan go for broke a little bit more. As Richards bowls short, pulled away by Tribe, but he'll just get the single because he's managed to hit it straight to fine leg on the 45 on the boundary. So 202 for 4. Glamorgan having been put in by Tom Westley. Essex captain probably thinking he's justified in his decision as things stand, with Glamorgan having to work hard to get the measure off the pitch. Oh, that's a no ball. That's way over the head of Sam Northeast. No doubt about that one from here.
He's got an effort ball though, hasn't he, Jamal Richards? He just needs to direct it a little bit better.
Yes, certainly dug that one in. You can't get away with that one in modern cricket. And it's counted as a no ball. Well, more logically, it'd be wide, really, but there we are. 205 for 4. Richards racing in towards us, and Northeast glancing down towards fine leg. They might think about 2 this time. Well, they thought about it, but probably the correct decision. Good piece of fielding there from Thane, coming in from the fine leg boundary. Got his throw skimming in quickly and kept them down to a single. 206 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online from a fairly sedate Chelmsford. Don't often put that adjective and place name together.
Must have been a heavy night out last night.
Richards into bowl to Tribe, who's beaten by that one. That was a bit of a jaffer. Threw outside off stump to Fernandez.
I do wonder if Essex missed the trick not keeping Richards on for an over or two in the middle of that spell.
Looking back on the replay, that went over the top of middle and off. Yes, I would tend to agree with you. Glamorgan have tended to front load Van der Hoogten this season, often bringing him back for several overs in the middle. Richards bowls and Tribe plays to mid-wicket. It's another dot ball. Good recovery from Jamal Richards in this over. I think there is an argument for when things are going right, then keep them that way with you in terms of your bowling's choices. So 206 for 4. A last ball of my commentary spell. I'll be replaced by Kenneth Davis, and David will be replaced by Nick Gledhill as Tribe tries to go big. He does go big. He smashed that one way over long on, and that one will be the first 6 of the day. Well picked up by Asa Tribe. Mid-on was up in the circle, so it was relatively safe shot anyway, and Glamorgan moving on nicely thanks to the maximum from the last ball of the Richards over. He bowled a couple of nice deliveries in that over, but Glamorgan move on to 212 for 4, 10 overs left, and with only 4 wickets down, they can now afford to take a few risks in these closing overs. The commentary will be taken forward for the rest of the innings by Nick Gledhill and Kenneth Davis.
Thanks, Nick. And this is a decent situation now for Glamorgan. At one point, we thought that 260 might be all that they might make, because Essex were keeping a very firm hold on proceedings. The 2-wicket strike from Jamal Richards. But since then, only 1 more wicket has gone down, and 212 for 4 in 40 overs. We're now looking at a situation which is all to do with, can Essex make sure that Glamorgan don't get much more than 300? Because 300 certainly on the cards now, Garrett, I think, after this partnership and the one before it. And Sam Northeast has done a typical job that you would anticipate, you would associate with him in a limited overs game. He's steadied things down, scored pretty briskly, 71 off 81, ball strike rate 87. Tribe has done nicely for a run of ball 24. And they've really taken the initiative, haven't they? And I think this is going to be a pretty good total now.
Very good knock by Sam Northeast, as I mentioned earlier. Exactly the sort of player you needed in that situation to negotiate things after they lost a flurry of wickets at the start. And Asa Tribe has scored his highest score in this competition. Run a ball and clubbed the last ball for 6 from Jamal Richards.
Thane is going to continue. It's his 5th over, number 26. He's going to bowl from the Alistair Cook end. Still, the skyline is much the same. Mainly cloudy, high cloud with a little bits of blue sky. The sun occasionally making an appearance. And here the first ball from Thane is just back of a length and worked away by Northeast for his 72nd run out towards deep square leg. That's Ben Allison. And the score moves along to 213 for 4. I note that second one-day international going on today between Sri Lanka and India. Sri Lanka 240 for 9. And the question is it going to be another tie? Because the first match in that series was a tie. 230 for 8, Sri Lanka, 230 all out, India. And the last match of the T20 series was a tie between the two sides. 213 for 4. This is just played into a gap by Tribe away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. And that had the rather amusing scoreline of in the super over, Gareth. I don't know if you saw it. Sri Lanka 2 all out because they lost their 2 wickets. And if you lose 2 wickets, you're gone. So not surprisingly, India won that. But no, that will be a real statistical fluke to have 3 consecutive ties in a series over 2 formats. But well, we'll see what happens. 213 for 4 in the 41st over here. Glamorgan on top, you feel, as Thane bowls and just worked away wide of mid-on for another single. They think of a second, it's not there. Nick Brown is there quickly enough to ensure that doesn't happen.
They need Nick Webb there. Obviously, ties happen when Nick is present.
Well, to take it that Nick was at Cheltenham then.
He was.
For the only championship match to be played at Cheltenham this year. I tell you what, it was a pretty good advert for having a second game there next year. Absolutely extraordinary. And Thane comes in to bowl, and this is pulled away. It's just a slower ball, pulled away with no timing, but for a single out towards deep mid wicket. They're just getting the ones mainly at the moment. 216 for 4. Essex probably happy to stop the boundaries if they can't take wickets. 41st over. It's, was it 592 in the end, something like? Yeah, I mean, it gets if it gets flat at Cheltenham, it gets very flat, and it was a typical example there of a low-scoring first innings, both sides, the pitch flattening out, and then you've got the fairly short boundaries, and it becomes a bit of a batting paradise. Sustained bowls again, just a slower ball, back of a length, and it's cut down towards wide third man, and fielder has to run around, can't prevent the second run. So the first 2 of the over. 218 for 4, but Essex could dearly do with a couple of wickets here, because this is going to go 300 plus, and it's going to be a bit of a test for the batting unit, particularly with no Charlie Allison. They're playing the extra bowler here effectively. 218 for 4. Sane up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a pull drive and a good looking shot. Yeah. Found the gap, that's going to go for 4, wide of mid on. Nicely hit that by Northeast. And as we mentioned, really when he came in, okay, he's in for Colin Ingram, but in this format, it's like for like, I think, in terms of what they bring to Glamorgan, because he's such an experienced player. I think he's really suited to this format, and he's showing it here. 79 from 85, 222 for 4.
Yeah, that was just dropped down far too short from Thane, and Northeast on it. In a flash, there'll be a change from the Graham Gooch end, and that change will be Ben Allison, who started from that end initially. Yeah, I think the nod has come from the dressing room to these two just to get a move on. They will try and chance their arm now a bit more in the last 9 overs. 222, Nelson up for 4, with Northeast looking strong on 75. Tribe unbeaten on 26.
Yeah, arguably there was that partnership, wasn't there, of was it 74 for the 4th wicket, Billy Root and Northeast, and that was sort of broken by the batters getting a bit tied down over the scoring rate.
This is Allison from the Graham Gooch end, right arm over, just defended by Tribe. The fielder comes in, there's no run.
So this is now a partnership of 71 for the 5th wicket, so pretty much matching partnerships, and they've taken Glamorgan from a bit of a wobble at 77 for 3 after a double strike by Jamal Richards to a pretty good position here at 222 for 4.
Well, we mentioned 260 about an hour ago, but if these two remain, they'll be looking to go well north of that.
Essex have not been able to take wickets, and that's what scuppered that suggestion. Had they been able to take wickets regularly, as they have been at the start, I think it may have been
and a bit of batting to come as well. Allison in, right arm over, and well, Tribe, there's been a flick, a feather, and it's been caught behind by Fernandez, because Tribe was trying to run it down to third man. He had a little faint glove on it, I think, and it was taken, and that is the 5th, that is the breakthrough that Essex dearly required. 222 for 5, and Tribe falls.
But 270 plus partnerships have put Glamorgan in a good position here, and even though they've lost their 5th wicket in the 42nd over, that's still a pretty useful contribution.
Yeah,
from the youngster, who I think he did a pretty good job there. We've got a very experienced player at the other end. He went along at around about a runner ball, and in the end got a delivery that slightly chased him and just found the edge. But a good job. And I think the plan for Glamorgan will be, now that the lower middle order bat round Northeast, try and get the score up towards 300, maybe even a little bit more, but that was a good hand from Tribe there.
New batter is Tom Bevan.
Because now, Glamorgan still have a few wickets in hand, and if these two can get established, it means that they'll be able to really put back to ball in the last 4 overs or so.
Yeah, just a bit of a conflab out there between Bevan and Northeast to determine tactics for the last period here in the innings. Just trying to run that down to third, and got a little tickle behind to Fernandez. So Tribe has done his job. Northeast still there. Bevan is the new batter at the crease, and he will face the bowling of Ben Allison. Oh, and well, everybody just in front of us thought there was another feather back to Allison. Not so.
Yeah, Ben Allison, that's a good wicket for him to take. We've mentioned that one of the things that has counted against him in terms of playing more first-class cricket, because he's a useful batsman, is the fact that he perhaps doesn't get the number of wickets that he'd ideally like, but that's a useful breakthrough for him.
In comes Allison from the Graham Gooch end to Bevan. Oh, that was epish. And the man that long on comes flying over to prevent certainly a couple being scored. They come through for a single. The other point, though, of course, that it's crucial for Glamorgan to rack up the runs is, given that Timmy van der Hoogten isn't in the lineup, they're probably slightly lighter in the bowling department, so they'll have to call on a few combinations, one would think, Carlson being one of them. The man that is out there, Tom Bevan, could play a part as well. Allison in, bowls, and North East works that towards third man, and they'll get an easy single. Snater is the man fielding. So it's not over yet, given the visitors have rested Timmy van der Hoogten.
But the Essex batting lineup, obviously Charlie Allison is not in the side. Aaron Beard,
so it levels out.
Very reliant on the the top three of Brown, Fukushi and Wesley. Robin Datt has been getting a few runs, but and obviously Luke Benkenstein's had a very good season.
Last ball of the over. Allison in to Bevan, who works it into the onside through mid-wicket, and they'll settle for a single. That is the end of a wicket taking over by Ben Allison. Tribe the man to fall. Glamorgan at 225 for 5. North East unbeaten on 80. Bevan just come in on 2.
They've Essex have rested Dean Elgar for this competition, but I have to say that if he had been available, he would have been the ideal replacement, because it would have kept the Essex batting unit pretty strong, and of course he's got the capability to bat through a 50-over innings himself, coming in at the start. Essex, of course, plenty of bowling options today, and we've seen 7 of them. Richards has got 3 overs left, Allison 2, Snater 3, and well, Wesley won't bowl again, I don't think, possibly not Thane either, and Benkenstein has got 4 left, so it is going to be Snater. And we're into the last 8 overs, so Snater can bowl 3. So there's still a little bit of juggling to do in terms of, but there's plenty of bowling options, with Essex effectively playing the extra bowler with Beard in the side.
Bowled well early on, and
yes,
definitely found a bit of zip off the wicket, climbed at the opening batters.
And they say he's had a very good economy rate. Can he sustain that in the last 8 overs of this innings with still 5 wickets in hand? He comes into bowl. That's hit in the air, but safe over mid-on. Good connection that. And away to the long on boundary for 4. Bevan saw that early, went through with the shot. Critical thing was he got plenty of bat on it, because there was a mid-on there. But it sailed over the head of the fielder. That's a good start to the over for Glamorgan. A crunching pull drive over Nick Brown's head. And that takes the score along to 229 for 5, and Bevan to 6.
Yeah, Brown was hovering there, but as you say, plenty on it and always safe.
This is looking like 300 plus, but the critical thing for Essex is they mustn't let it get too many more than that. Snater up to the wicket at 229 for 5. He bowls. That's hit in the air and could be a catch for Fernandez. He's got quite a lot of ground to cover, but he takes it very well. Takes that very well, because just for a moment it looked like he hadn't quite made enough ground, but he dived forward, dived in fact to his left, and took it low to the ground with the gloves outstretched, and that was a really nice piece of judgment, because it was a miscued stroke. He had quite a lot of ground to cover, and it looked like it was almost going to bounce out of his reach, but he stretched out his hands, and as he fell to the ground, the ball stuck. And as I say, the one thing Essex can do to stop Glamorgan getting 300 or close to it is to take wickets, which they've not been able to do with regularity during the innings. But 229 for 6 is a possible route here for Essex to keep Glamorgan down to that 260-270 we were talking about earlier. The end of Tribe, followed by that of Bevan, but North East is still there on 80 from 86 balls.
I think he'll look back at that as a very dejected look, because it was slightly ill-judged given the equation facing Glamorgan. Yes, he clubbed the previous ball over mid-on, but that was a rash shot by Tom Bevan.
Yeah, we just bounced on him a bit more, and that's probably what undid him there, because in the end he didn't get much leverage on that, didn't it? Just went almost straight up in the air.
And the pendulum could be swinging back Essex way.
Now, the one thing they haven't done is take wickets, so they have got a couple quickly here. Just to mention a career best in the Notts Surrey game. Notts 319 for 4 with 6 overs left, and Ben Slater has got his career best limited over score, 151 not out there for Nottinghamshire, who are doing pretty well in the group. They're one of 4 sides on 4 points, Essex being on 2. Glamorgan, of course, up the top with Warwickshire. Here's Snater bowling, and that's played by Douthwaite out towards Thane at mid-wicket, running around in front of mid-on. Yes, Glamorgan and Warwickshire with 100% records at the start of the day, and then Notts, Gloucestershire, Yorkshire and Leicestershire all on 4 points. Leicestershire having played a game less, and Essex on 2, and Sussex and Surrey yet to trouble the scorers. 229 for 6 in the 43rd over. Is it going to be a bit of a fight back here by Essex, given the fact they are without Charlie Allison and playing the extra bowler? They need to keep these Glamorgan runs down, and Snater bowls a full-length delivery. It's driven firmly back down the pitch by Douthwaite, but well stopped by Snater in his follow-through. And we've been saying that Snater's economy rate is excellent. He's come back 4 wicket ... So that's just what Essex wanted, 229 for 6.
The other point in Tim van der Hoogten's absence, of course, the tail isn't as strong, and so if they knock one of these over, they'll be fancying getting Glamorgan out quite quickly.
Here's a delivery that climbs from Snater, still getting the old ball to do a little bit there. That one did lift and was played almost from chest level in the end by Douthwaite, just down into the offside. North East 80 from 86. Essex could do with depriving him of the strike, so the single here I think will be almost conceded by Essex to keep North East away from the strike. 229 for 6. Here's Snater again, up to the wicket, bowls, and this time that's a good delivery. And what a great over, that's just played defensively, but there he is on his 4 runs and over, and they all came off the first ball. 4 wicket and a succession of dots. North East 80, Douthwaite's 0 from 4, 229 for 6, 7 overs to go. Another big score today will be in the game between Leicestershire and Sussex at Hope, because Leicester at 312 for 3. Peter Hanscom 81 not out. Ajinkya Rahane 68 not out. Useful to have 2 test players there in your middle order.
It'll be Jamal Richards, the paceman, returning from the Graham Gooch end. Game that's ebbed and flowed. A couple of wickets falling early on. Then northeastern route consolidated things after Smales 42 early on. But Essex hoping to hit back, but they dearly love to get the man on strike now. It is Sam Northeast. No slips in place, obviously, trying to defend now, and Richards charges in, and something happened with the run-up. He'll have to try again. So there is mid-on and mid-off halfway back. Man at extra cover. Backward point. Deep square. Deep mid-wicket. Richards in. And good length ball. That's whipped off the pads by Northeast. And that's well stopped by the man at mid-on who came round.
I think that'll be Nick Brown. Tell you what's useful, because it's also kept the Northeast away from the strike, so he's possibly saved more than 1 run there, really, but we'll see how Douthwaite goes in an attempt to get off the mark now.
Yeah, it was Nick Brown, because it was placed between mid-wicket and Brown at mid-off, so he had some ground to make up. 230 for 6 then in the 44th over. Douthwaite on strike, facing Richards, and that's just prodded into the offside. There's no run, so it's just a question of how much Glamorgan will get here in the final, what, 6.4 overs remaining.
Yeah, and Essex doing well to keep North East away from the strike, and if they carry on doing that, so we might be looking something closer to 270, 280 than the 300, but certainly looked on the cards when we started the commentary stint a few minutes ago.
No Callaway as well in the middle order. If you're just joining us, he pulled up with an injury in the warm-up. Richards storming in from the Graham Gooch end. And again, it's a dot ball. Douthwaite tried to work that down to third man, but it only got as far as point.
News of a centurion, and a much needed one, because Gloucestershire have only made 215 for 7 in 46 overs against joint leaders Warwickshire in this group. But Jack Taylor, 100 from 101 balls, 5 sixes and 6 fours, rather standing alone in that Gloucestershire innings. But that's given Gloucestershire a little bit of a toehold in that game.
So Essex doing well. Jamal Richards curbing the Glamorgan run rate here. Here he comes in, right arm over. That's pulled, and it'll only be a single. There's a man at deep square, which will bring Sam North East on strike. But Glamorgan at the moment just dealing in singles, and they need more than that to get this total up to what they would consider a competitive chase for Essex, 270, 280. Well, a moment ago they were looking possibly at 300, but it's not impossible as Richards comes in. Worked again into the onside. They'll only get a single off the bat of Sam North East. 232 for 6. Another good over here. There's been last couple have really pegged Glamorgan back.
Yes, and North East not having a lot of a strike. If I say, I don't think Essex would particularly mind Douthwaite getting a single here. Momentum slightly being lost by Glamorgan. Good fight back by Essex, because I think they were in a spot of bother towards the end of that that 5th wicket partnership.
Richards comes in from the Graham Gooch end, bangs that one in short, and that's pulled by Douthwaite. They looked to run the first one hard. I think he'll only be a single on offer, and that concludes an excellent over from Jamal Richards. Just 3 coming off it. North East is 82, Douthwaite on 2. Glamorgan being pegged back 233 for 6 with 6 overs remaining here at Chelmsford.
Essex will bowl their overs, I think, before the cut-off, which is 237 today. But I notice that other teams are proceeding a little bit more quickly than Essex have been able to with their over rate. And I think certainly 3.5 hours is more than enough. For example, Somerset, their innings is completed, so credit to Derbyshire for bowling the 50 overs in good time there at Taunton, and particularly given the fact that Somerset made 316 for 5 in that particular innings. Somerset, their joint top with Derbyshire and Worcestershire in Group A, and 50s for Andrew Umeed, James Roommate 88, Sean Dixon 86, and also Joshua Thomas. So a good batting performance by Somerset. Here's Snater bowling, and that's hit away into a gap in the onside. There's just the one, and they'll probably settle for that. Douthwaite will give the strike to North East. Douthwaite goes to 2, but 234 for 6, and Essex stopping the boundaries and doing a pretty good job here in the closing stages of this innings. And Snater, so impressive, 2 for 32. And if he can carry on and end up with an analysis of around about 40-45 runs max off his 10 overs, he'll have done a very good job. He turns and starts to come in from the Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end, up to the wicket. He bowls. That's a slower ball, hit away over point and very well placed. And that's a much needed boundary from the Glamorgan perspective. And North East getting on strike, spotted the slower ball and hit it over the head of point. And from then on, it was always going to go to the boundary at deep backward point. And that's to say a much needed 4 for the visitors, 238 for 6.
Just hear the groan from Snater. Just far too much width and far too short.
Yeah, didn't execute that as he wanted to. I think it was a temporary slow ball that just went wrong. 238 for 6, North East 86, and here gets one on his pads and works it away, probably for 2, going up towards deep square leg. They'll come back for the second run. It was hit into a gap, and Allison Fields in front of the scoreboard. And 238 for 6 with 5 overs to go plus 3 deliveries, but 7 runs off this over already, so this is probably going to be the most expensive over for Snater so far. Can't bowl out from this end, so Essex will have to bring another bowler back. They've got plenty of options. Here's Snater again. Up to the wicket, bowls, and that's clubbed away off the back foot for a single out towards deep backward point by Northeast. So he goes to 89, brings a strike back with Douthwaite, who's made 3 singles from his 9 balls, 241 for 6. So it's looking, something between 280 and 300 at the moment, unless Essex can get another couple of wickets, and as you're mentioning, that could change things, particularly if one of them is Northeast. They might be able to keep them down to something significantly less. As Snater up to the wicket, bowls, and that's a very firm stroke, a pull drive, but straight to the fielder, and that's unfortunate from the perspective of the batter there, because Douthwaite clubbed that away very effectively, got a lot of bat on it, but it went straight out to the man at deep middle wicket, and a couple of yards either side. That would have been quite difficult to actually cut off because it was so well hit. But in the end, Thane was there to make sure it didn't get past him, and it's just 1 to the total. So 4 to Douthwaite, 242 for 6 in the 45th. Here's Snater again, bowling this time to Northeast, and Northeast just plays a slightly airy drive at that one. It's beaten him outside the off stump and goes through to Fernandez. So the end of the over, a bit more expensive that from Snater, but 2 for 40 in 9 overs. Still a pretty good economy rate altogether, and Douthwaite has 4, and Northeast 89 from 92, and it's 242 for 6.
Yeah, just trying to get up to that, as we mentioned, to anything between 270 and 300 will all depend now on Northeast and the support he gets from Dan Douthwaite. It will be Douthwaite on strike to face Jamal Richards. So protection with mid-off, mid-on, extra cover point. No slips in place, deep square, deep mid-wicket. Here is Richards, and it's good delivery, and it's worked into the offside, but it's fielded by the bowler himself.
Yeah, it's very good delivery that. It certainly had Douthwaite a little bit caught in 2 minds. In the end, he was just happy to play it away into the offside.
Zaman at deep fine. Deep third and deep cover. So protection of the boundaries. Paramount 4. Essex now in the final 5 overs. Richards coming in, second ball of the over, right arm over. Douthwaite pulls aggressively. Will it bisect both men on the onside boundary? No, it won't, but they will come back for a second. Douthwaite keeps the strike, 244 for 6. With Northeast on 89. Run rate is 5.4. We saw Notts at Neath on Wednesday getting 280 odd. That was short on a club ground, albeit. Yep. But then Sussex only mustered 200, which Glamorgan found very difficult to get to on Friday. Richards coming in, past the umpire, bowls, bangs that one in short, and that's pulled. Will it go all the way? Yes, it will. And that's a full compliment for Dan Douthwaite. Clubbed towards cow corner, and a 6 that was desperately needed. It's brought the 250 up for Glamorgan.
Yeah, that's just what Glamorgan wanted, because Douthwaite, he hit a very good shot actually in the previous over that we mentioned, and went straight to the fielder, and he probably felt a bit frustrated by that. And there's his second really good connection in Mid-innings, and that one he got the full maximum for.
Which puts the pressure back on
Richards.
Bowler and fielders here. A bit of a discussion between captain and bowler. Just resetting the field here for Dan Douthwaite with, 3 balls to go from this over. Glamorgan 250 for 6. Just a question where they can get to here at Chelmsford. Still under par at the moment. Richards coming in. Bowls. Oh, well, Douthwaite tried to make room for himself to go leg side once more, but missed it completely. Went through to Fernandez.
He's not been quite as effective in this second spell, Richards, but in fact he had one. I think he had a 1 over second spell, which is his third, but that's just a reminder of what he can do. That one comprehensively beat Douthwaite's shot, producing some nice variations and extra pace. He's got 1 over left. I think he'll probably bowl it. Snater's got 1 to go.
Penultimate ball of the over. Richards in. Well, that was the ramp shot, and again, that's the second time we've seen that in the course of this innings. And brilliant reactions from Douthwaite. He went with a premeditated ramp shot, but changed his mind at the last moment, switched, and it ran it down to third man for a boundary. We saw it earlier in the innings. Can't remember who that was, but it was Tribe. Good reactions from Douthwaite, who moves to 16. 254 for 6. This is the last ball, so an expensive one for Jamal Richards and Essex. Coming in. And bowls. Douthwaite again clubs that over. Richards, 1 bounce for 4. A profitable over for Glamorgan, not so for Richards and Essex. And there's a no ball, yeah. So it gets worse.
Yeah, unfortunately,
and a free hit.
Ruled him out of bowling that last over, and you know now
this is expensive stuff now.
It's becoming an expensive over. 4 overs to go, so Snater will definitely bowl an over. Allison's got 2. So Richards now, with the way this over has progressed, probably won't bowl his last over. Beard has got 4.
18 so far of an expensive Jamal Richards. A free hit here, so Douthwaite can chance his arm. That goes aerial. That's going to go all the way. Fine. And again, it's 6-24 off that Jamal Richards over, and that has tipped the balance yet again, Nick, in Glamorgan's favour.
Yeah, what a shame for Richards, because he actually bowled a couple of really good deliveries in that over, which had Douthwaite. First ball, I think he basically was just able to dig the ball out, and then he bowled a very good delivery midway through the over. It was the second half of the over where things went seriously wrong for him, and yeah, that's made a big difference. 266 for 6, so 300 is back on. Richards 2 for 67. I don't think will now bowl out. So with Alice, I say Wesley's got a little bit of a problem here. He's not going to bowl Snater's final over straight away. Looks like he's going to bowl Ben Allison. Allison's got 2, Beard has got 4, Snater with 1 to go. So we're thinking, I suspect, a combination of those 3, with Snater being the certainty, and Ben Allison to bowl now from the river end.
Crucial runs as well.
End. Yeah.
26 from 17 for Douthwaite.
Yeah, after being 0 from 4, I think, or he certainly had a very quiet start, didn't he? Nice acceleration from him, and yes, disappointment for Richards. I mean, just the worst possible combination, wasn't it? 6 no ball 6.
Yeah.
Free hit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that could prove costly in the context of the game. We shall see.
And there, it didn't matter that North East, because now Douthwaite's in. This is the thing. Essex have not been able to break this partnership.
Perhaps they want Douthwaite on strike now.
Now it's problems from both ends now. Whereas earlier, obviously, they were doing well to keep North East away. Here is Allison bowling, and that's a good delivery first up from Allison.
Oh,
but he's caught behind. There wasn't much reaction there from keeper and bowler, but then North East walked, so there isn't going to be a 7th list day century here for Sam North East. But that is, well, it's taken a bit of a while, but it's a breakthrough that Essex really needed just to stem momentum in these late stages. But nice delivery from Allison, and it beat the attempted shot into the offside from North East, and he goes for 89. I think that's from 93 balls. We'll confirm that. And 266 for 7 is the score, and a wicket for Ben Allison.
Well, a good return for Sam North East, his first appearance in a long while after injury. And he's steered Glamorgan to a great position here at Chelmsford. And now they definitely want Douthwaite on strike with Gorvin coming in.
So this is where potentially, having got North East, and they could have done with getting him a few overs ago, you know, particularly when Douthwaite was new to the crease. Now, I guess, if they can get rid of Douthwaite, you feel there might not be that many more runs available to Glamorgan at a quick rate. Perhaps Douthwaite is going to be key in that respect, or any of the other batters who might be able to really put bat to ball.
Not Benny.
Not on their history. So it looks like Douthwaite might be the man. A good start that for Ben Allison. He's got enough bounce to defeat the shot and get the edge. And here's Allison bowling, and that's just steered away to backward point. New batter is Gorvin, and he can't get off the mark at the first time of asking. So 266 for 7. And just when it looked like Glamorgan had got a real head of steam the second half of that Snater over, Essex have just dragged it back. And Allison with a very good start to this over, wicket dot. Trying to keep Glamorgan down to something below 300 here. 266 for 7 in the 47th. That's another very good delivery. He plays a sort of indeterminate shot, trying to hit it away just through cover, but with no foot movement, and it goes through to Fernandez. So what a great start here for Ben Allison. 2 for 38 in his first 8, and now he's started here in the 9th over with wicket dot dot. So I think on this evidence he might well be bowling his last 2, and we're going to see one from Snater and perhaps one from Beard at the other end. 47th over, Sun's still trying to break through. It occasionally succeeds as Allison bowls, and that's just hit away into the onside. There's no run there. The non-striker has come a long way down, and in fact we're going to have 4 overthrows, and that's a mini disaster for Essex, because there wasn't really a run there. The throw came in, it missed, but the backing up wasn't quite there, and Glamorgan have got a bonus 4 when it looked, so it was quite likely that they could have got the crucial wicket of Douthwaite run out if the throw had hit. It missed, the backing up wasn't there, and it's gone away for 4 overthrows. And on such fine margins can games turn. 270 for 7.
Douthwaite will say perfectly executed.
Yes. Well, Gorvin will put that down as a magnificent drive through like mid-off for 4, which it wasn't in the end, but it's got 4 to the total, which is the key thing. And of course, they're to him, as that's going to be pulled away down towards long leg, and it goes down to Jamal Richards. Well, that is really unfortunate for Essex. It would have been a very good over for them up to that point. Still just a 5 from it, but 4 overthrows, just what they didn't want to give away. Douthwaite 26, Gorvin 5, and we're in the 47th over, 270 for 7. Sun is with us. Not a lot of evident blue sky. The skyline had hardly changed at all. Richards just comes in. Is he going to come into the circle? I think he is at short fine legs. A short third man cover, and what I would say, yeah, wide mid off for the other ones in the circle. Here's Allison bowling, and that's steered down for a single to just wide of short third man. That was a very good over. Of course, no real fault there for Allison with the 4 overthrows. He's got the wicket, bowled very, very tidy over there, and I'm sure he'll bowl his last over. 2 for 44 in 9 for him. Gorvin 5, Douthwaite 27 from 18, and well, Essex have still got a few minutes left to bowl these final overs, but it's taking a while. 47 have gone, 271 for 7.
Yeah, the cut-off, what was it?
237.
237. Well, they need to get a move on. 3 overs to go.
They've only got to start the last over, haven't they? So it should be okay.
Yeah, and Snater is going to go from the Graham Gooch end. He's been bowling from the near end, from our vantage position in the commentary box at the Sir Alistair Cook end. So 3 to go in T20 terms. They'd be looking to get to 300 here, but we shall see. The last over, the only blemish being the overthrow, which cost 4 runs. 272 for 7. Douthwaite, crucial runs. 27 from 18. Gorvin will just be the supporting act here for Douthwaite, who's on strike, facing Snater. And that's just to cut in for a bit of room. A good delivery by Snater, and there's no run. So they're pretty much on par, you'd think now.
Yes.
Even slightly better.
As you say, the ball does just stop, indication of the ball just stopping a little bit in the surface.
Yeah, not so much zip from the surface either, which as oh, there's a full toss and whacked by Douthwaite, but he's picked the man at mid-wicket. So we'll see what, if any, success Glamorgan's bowlers will get from the wicket as the sun blazes here at Chelmsford. Might make it easier to bat on. 273 for 7 then, 4 deliveries to go in Snater's over here. Mid off, mid on. Extra cover, backward point. Everyone else back on the boundary. Deep cover, deep mid wicket, deep square. Snater comes in and bowls, bangs that one in short, and it's a play and a miss by Gorvin.
Yeah, they'll be keen to keep Douthwaite away from the strike now. As much as they can bowl at Gorvin, I think, is going to be the order of the day. That was a very useful delivery. And
yeah, he needs to pinch something here, does Andy Gorvin?
Yes, he wants to give, ideally give Douthwaite a couple of deliveries at the end of this over. Kent 204 all out at Beckenham, which is proving quite a low-scoring venue at the moment against Middlesex in that one.
Shane Snater, the Netherlands international, coming in. That was the attempted ramp, and it's flicked behind, it's caught, and the dreaded finger goes up from the umpire. So Andy Gorvin getting that one all wrong. The premeditated ramp shot caught by Fernandez, bowled Snater. So good over once more. And Glamorgan not able to get Dan Douthwaite on strike.
No, and yeah, frustrating for Gorvin. 5 runs of which he only really gets credit for 1, I guess. But
yes.
Yeah, that was a good bit of bowling from Snater, who you feel had him rather pinned down. And Snater was quite happy to carry on bowling at him, and in fact to get him out. 273 for 8. It's been tantalising, this, because at various stages we've thought that Glamorgan might just be struggling to get 260 plus, and then when it was 77 for 3, and then there were the 2 big 70 plus partnerships, and suddenly 300 was on the cards. But Essex have fought back pretty well. If you take out the disastrous second half of that over,
well, it was that 24 run over.
The second half of it, yes. That could still prove to be pivotal in the game.
Yes.
Other than that, Essex have had the upper hand in this closing phase, but it's hard to take out an over that's been that expensive.
New man is Jamie McElroy, who was there at the death at Neath on Friday, and the orders will be just stay off strike, I'm sure. Snater coming in. Right arm over. McElroy has driven that to cover, and there is no run. Very good over from Shane Snater here. An over that Essex desperately need.
Now, of course, they're quite happy to give the single here, but they've got to have 4 men in the circle. So they've created a huge space on the leg side.
Well, there's loads of space on the leg side.
Anywhere you want, sir. You can push this for 1. Actually, they could get a
Nick
2
Webb says.
We'll see. 2 with no power.
It's the ramp shot over the head, and is it going to trickle all the way? Yes, it is. So Jamie McElroy showing Andy Gorvin how it should have been done.
Yeah.
And then that ran all the way.
Well, he might be looking to get ahead of Gorvin in the batting order in the next game on that evidence so far. That was a very enterprising shot, wasn't it?
Almost impossible to defend that shot if you get it right.
Yeah.
And that time Jamie McElroy got plenty on it, and it sped between deep third and deep fine leg.
I think it'll be Beard to bowl the last over, but we shall see. This is going to be Allison's last over. Snater's bowled out 3 for 45. Allison 2 for 44 in 9. Bowled a very good 9th over, and here he's going to bowl to Douthwaite on 28. Hasn't had too much of a strike recently. And Allison comes in from the Alistair Cook end, and there's a pull drive which is sent up towards long on, and they decline the single. Interesting. 277 for 8. What do you reckon about that as a policy?
Yeah, only dealing in boundaries. It's the
I thought that ram shot was rather good.
Stokes-Leach situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought that ram shot was rather good, and that's what young Mr. McElroy might be saying from the other end. I can play another one of those. Here's Allison, bowls to Douthwaite, and Douthwaite, it slams it back past the bowler, and that will go for 4 straight down the ground. Very good shot, and actually backs up Douthwaite's earlier decision, because that one was just back of a length, and he hit it flat batted really, past the bowler, and it was so straight that long on couldn't get round. It was a fine shot, and 281 for 8 in the 49th.
Clubbed tennis shot by Douthwaite, whizzed past Allison. So into the 280s.
So, which I think certainly gives Glamorgan a good foothold in the game. They could still get edge close to 300, but they're not going to get past it, which looks, you'd have thought, which looked possible about 10 overs ago. Here's Allison bowling, and that's a hit away for a single. That's a good bit of bowling that from Allison. It was a slower ball. The batter had to wait for it, and in the end wasn't quite there to do what Douthwaite originally intended, and in the end just went along the ground to Snater at deep square leg, and he's lost the strike. So 33 to Douthwaite and 4 to McElroy, 282 for 8, and we've got 9 balls to go.
So is he going to chance his arm? I suspect he'll try and work one for a single.
Northants 295 for 6 innings in their innings against Worcestershire, and Prithvi Shaw, who's been in the runs, top scoring was 72. There's 50s for Vasconcelos and Bartlett in that one. That one's at Northampton. Here's Allison coming into bowl, and that's a bit of a swipe and a miss, and McElroy didn't quite manage to emulate Douthwaite's shot from earlier in the over, and there Allison is reaping the rewards of bowling that good slower ball that deceived Douthwaite off the previous delivery, which meant he only got 1, and now Douthwaite's having to have a chat to his partner. It's tantalisingly poised, this, you feel. It's a competitive score, but not necessarily a match-winning one. 282 for 8.
Yeah, what were the words of wisdom from Dan Douthwaite?
Essex are a batter light. Here is Allison again, up to the wicket, bowls. That's another good bit of execution from Ben Allison, and dug out there by McElroy, and he can't get any runs, and Douthwaite is now probably going to say, unless you can play your ramp shot again, just leave me the last over. 282 for 8, and Allison, what a great final 2 overs this has been. Remember that most of the runs in his previous over came from the overthrow, and here he's just conceded 1 boundary and a single. 282 for 8 with 7 balls to go. This is the last from Allison. And then one presumes Beard, but there are other options. Snater has bowled out. Allison up to the wicket, bowls, and it's driven away out towards deep mid-wicket. He does. Now they were going to go for a single, and they suddenly remembered it's the last ball of the over, we don't want it. That's extraordinary. They had a mid-wicket conference and went back to the ends they started at. Well, that was, I think, a momentary lapse of reason.
A breakdown in communication, that is for certain.
Douthwaite 33, McElroy 4, 282 for 8, and well, it's been an interesting little end to this innings because Essex have done rather well. It was just that expensive over, really, wasn't it, from Jamal Richards that has sort of gone against them, but they've actually fought back well here.
McElroy getting ahead of himself then. He fancied another ramp shot in the final over, but it will be Dan Douthwaite to take strike in this last over of Glamorgan's innings from the Graham Gooch end. So plenty of protection obviously for the bowler here in the last over. It's just a question of if Glamorgan can get to the high 290s or even 300. Pressure on Richards after leaking 24 runs in that expensive over, which could be the difference. Here he comes, the last over of Glamorgan's innings then. Richards in, bangs that one in short, and that is clubbed down to long on, and they decline to take a single.
Well, at least Essex will be thinking, Essex supporters, this is cancelling out the 4 overthrows, because there have been a few singles there that haven't been taken. Douthwaite now really needs to get a boundary, having made that decision. He did last over.
Unbeaten on 33 from 24. Great knock from Dan Douthwaite. McIlroy is there on 4. Richards starts his run up, coming in, right arm over, past the umpire, bowls, and that's again towards long on. They look to run the first one fast. There's only one on offer, which will keep Jamie McIlroy on strike. 283 for 8.
Yeah, I think it looks to me like pitch it up to McIlroy. Don't give him a chance to play that scoop shot. But Glamorgan have just slightly lost their way on the route map in the last couple of overs, and Essex have done very well.
Douthwaite comes up the track with some words of advice for Jamie McIlroy. 4 balls to go then. Richards contemplating his next ball as he comes in, bowls, and yes, pitched up. They'll run it anyway, and Douthwaite's been run out. And that is that. They decided to run it. Fernandez was on it like a flash and took the bails off, and it is the end of a good knock from Dan Douthwaite. He steered Glamorgan to the 280s, but he goes run out for 34.
Yeah. In a way, it sounds straightforward. You're the keeper, you've got 3 stumps to aim at, and if you hit, you're going to get the success. But you've got those gloves on, and it can be quite awkward. But Fernandez there just kept calm, took aim, and connected, and beat Douthwaite, who was coming towards him. So, as I say, I think Essex have done a really good job here, because certainly when we started this stint, I think we both agreed, I think that something close to 300 looked on the cards.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think they'll be pretty pleased here to keep Glamorgan down to this sort of score.
Yeah, they might not bat this one out either with 3 balls to go. It is young Ben Morris, first game of the season, comes to the crease.
It'd be ironic if he puts the next 3 out of the park. Suggesting he might have batted higher up, but haven't seen his batting much, so we'll see how he goes.
3 balls to go. Richards coming in to Newman Morris, and that's up, and that'll be caught. It's gone fine, and that is the end of the Glamorgan innings with 2 balls to go. They're all out for 283. Morris caught by Das without scoring, and that is the conclusion of the Glamorgan innings, and a bit of a psychological boost for Essex, given the 24 run over we had a couple of overs ago. They've hit back, and at one point Glamorgan were looking 300 plus.
Yeah, Essex will be thinking, actually, only we just managed to grab a couple of wickets earlier, because obviously the Glamorgan tail in the end was quite soft and wasn't able to add much to the score. I think Essex will be pretty pleased about that. 2 good catches for Das. A good first spell, particularly by Richards, but also it was expensive when he came back. And again, very good performance by Shane Snater, and a very good finish by Ben Allison. So we'll be back with the attempt by Essex to get 284 to get an important win, to get their 2nd win in the competition. That will be, I think, starting in about half an hour's time. So join us for that on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Wales, and online via the BBC Sport website and app.
Interesting one. Let's take a quick look at the bowling figures there.
Ambassador are offering fans a chance to win a cruise in the intervals of all of our home games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Get the cricket ball through one of these 4 holes to secure yourself 2 tickets on a cricket cruise this December. Along with the rest of the club, we're going to show you how it's done. Aaron Beard, bowler, I've got a good chance they're going to end up underarming it.
Ben Allison, bowler, biggest head and best goalkeeper inside. Robin Das, box-to-box midfielder, no chance.
Well, it's competition time here on the outfield. Our contestants today will have the chance to win an ocean view cabin for 2 on the Cricket Legends festive getaway with Ambassador Cruise Line. That sets sail on the 12th of December. Now, the rules are very simple. Each contestant will have 3 attempts to throw a cricket ball into one of the holes on the board behind me. Any attempts at all, they will win the cruise. Unfortunately, I've got Eddie and Ellie. So Eddie and Ellie, you're going to come and demonstrate for us. You've got your ball. Make a bit of noise for Eddie and Ellie. Let's get behind the guys. Going to start from the blue cones. Any 4 holes on the board that we've got here. No pressure. Ellie, you're first up. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. The bar has been set. Here we go, Eddie, your turn. Yep, we'll leave that one there. Thanks for coming, Eddie. We're going to move straight into our contestants. So who have I got first? Who's first, guys? One of our contestants? Up you come, up you come. You're fully kitted. You're giving me hope here. Young man, what's your name?
Spencer.
Spencer, where are you from, Spencer?
Malden, Essex.
Excellent. And a cricketer yourself?
Yes.
Excellent. If you're going to win this cruise, Spencer, who's this for?
My mum and dad.
Great answer. Mum and dad. Here we go. So you've got 3 opportunities, Spencer. Any one of the 4 holes on the board in your own time. Throw number 1, close. Ball number 2. Very, very close. We've got one more shot here, Spencer. Unlucky. Guys, put your hands together for Spencer, please. Spencer, great effort. Next up, who have I got? What's your name, young man?
Gethin.
Gethin, where are you from, Gethin?
Suffolk.
Suffolk, so a little bit of a journey today. You confident here?
Not really.
Not really. Well, I'm backing you. So you got 3 shots here. Go and pick which ball you want to throw first. Over to you. Throw number 1, a little bit high. Oh, not far away with throw number 2. We've got one more here. Oh, change your ball, like it. Oh, not far at all. Round of applause. Great effort there. Next up, who have we got? What's your name?
Oliver.
Oliver, great to meet you. How old are you, Oliver?
I'm 11.
Confident, Oliver?
Not really.
Not really, but again, I'm backing you. So let's get straight into it. You got 3 throws. You know what you're doing now? Come and pick whichever ball you'd like to start with. Having a quick look there. I like that. We're going for the pink one first. Let's get behind Oliver, please, everyone. Throw number 1. Not bad at all. A little bit low on that one. Throw number 2. Oh, we've gone high and it's not far away. We've got one more opportunity. The white ball. Here we go. It was close. Not to be though, Oliver. Oliver, well done. Take your place back over. There, who have we got? Next up. How are you, sir? Over you come. What's your name, sir?
Dave.
Dave, have you ever been on a cruise before?
I have, yes.
You have? Well, here's your opportunity to get on another one. Dave, you've got 3 throws, same as everyone else. Over to you. Throw number 1. Low. 2 to come. It's the white ball. It's low again. Good news, Dave. We've got one more shot. Here we go. It's low again, Dave. Commiserations. Thanks for taking part. Here we go. Next contestant, over you come. How are you? What's your name?
It's Jazz.
Jazz, lovely to meet you. Have you been on a cruise before?
I haven't.
You haven't, neither have I, so bear that in mind if you're successful here. You've got 3 throws, over to you in your own time. One of the 4 holes. Yeah, absolutely no pressure. Oh, it's a good start. Throw number 2. It's in the middle. Last chance. Commiserations, Jazz. Great effort. Thank you very much. You can make your way back over. Is this the last contestant? It's the last contestant. Nobody's got it in yet. There's absolutely no pressure here. What's your name?
Luke.
Luke, good to meet you. Have you been on a cruise, Luke?
No.
No? So first opportunity here to get you on that cruise that sets sail in December. Throw number 1. Oh my goodness, we mean business. We're going over on. Throw number 2. I'm fearing for that board. Oh, that was not far away. Guys, please put your hands together for all of our contestants there. There we have it. Great attempts from everyone. We'll be back at the next home Metro Bank one-day cup match. Don't forget to go and see Ambassador Cruise Line. They are behind, by the pavilion rather, at each game to have a spin on their wheel of fortune to earn your spot on the pitch for your chance to win a cabin on the Cricket Legends Festive Getaway. Go and visit them today for more chances to win other prizes. They'll be here every home game with information on sailings and more ways to win.
Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself on a premium value cruise. Enjoy yourself. We're the one to choose.
Endless fun. There's amazing shows to see.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Outstanding waiting for you. Enjoy yourself with friends old and new. Explore with us. There's stunning lands to see. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's the best value at sea.
is Nick Webb. Kenneth Davis and Nick Leadhill will be joining us in about 10 overs time. And Essex's batsman, Feroz Kushi and Nick Brown make their way out to the middle. So Glamorgan scored 283. Sam North East scored, top scored of 89 off 93 deliveries. Actually didn't manage to complete their overs in the innings, all out in the final over. 49.4 overs faced. Essex fought back pretty well after Jamal Richards went for 24 in 1 over towards the end of that innings. Special mention also for Simon Fernandez, the Essex wicketkeeper, 5 catches and a run out in that Glamorgan innings. Excellent work from the young man. Nick Webb, we spoke earlier of Glamorgan's youthful, if bowling attack, but we've got a pretty inexperienced Essex batting attack here. Essex opting for about 7 bowlers in this lineup. So, yeah, where'd you put your money?
It's probably just slightly rather be Glamorgan than Essex with the runs on the board, but not much in it, to be honest. I thought it's maybe 55% Glamorgan at the moment, 55-45. He says slightly tentatively, as I'm not a natural optimist.
Is that according to WebViz?
WebViz, yeah.
McElroy opening the bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Left arm over to the left-handed Nick Brown, who drives that one up to mid-on, and there's no run. Remember, Glamorgan had a little bit of trouble at the start of Essex's innings. Balls seem to be jagging about, leaping off lengths here, so I'll be interested to see how these new balls react at the start of the Essex innings. Pitch has been under some sunshine now for a good hour or so. Of course, 50 overs in. McElroy turns to come in. 2 slips in for Brown, who waits and leaves well alone outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. So 284 the target in 50 overs. And it's turned into a beautiful afternoon so far. Smattering of rain just before lunch. A few dibs and dabs here and there. But nothing that was going to derail this match. As McElroy comes in up to the stumps again, bowls to Brown, who just defends the ball out to the offside. And there's no run again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how hard Essex go at it in these opening 10 power play overs, with the just the 2 boundary outriders permitted outside the 30-metre fielding circle.
Essex's batting lineup: Brown, Kushi, Wesley, Das, Benkenstein, Thane, Fernandez, Snater, Richards, Allison and Beard. As McElroy bowls to Brown, and gets a toe into the bat as he tries to drive it up to mid-off, but with no timing, and there's no run. Swarm of yellow shirts in front of Brown on that offside.
Yes, I'm quite a fan of this bright yellow Glamorgan one-day cup kit that they've sported variations of the last few years.
McElroy in again, straighter, and it's driven back, well, back straight down the pitch, but McElroy does well to get a left hand on it, deflects it onto the stumps, but Kushi wary of it and remains in his crease.
Yes, the last thing Essex wants is a freak run out at this early stage. A reasonably demanding chase, given, as you say, the resources that they've got, a batter light compared to their last selection.
McElroy bowls to Brown and beaten outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over, a maiden over to begin with. Good one from McElroy, testing Brown's off stump. And 1 over gone here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales. Essex are 0 for 0, chasing 284 for victory.
Yeah, well, McElroy has got an economy rate under 4. And this is interesting. Is it going to be Douthwaite to open up? I thought it might be the youngster Ben Morris, who is, or has been, opening the bowling for the second 11, but Glamorgan handing the ball to Dan Douthwaite, who's been fairly prolific in his wicket taking, but has operated as first change, or on Friday it was actually fourth change, and has operated mainly in the middle order of the innings and picking up wickets as the batters look to take risks. As Douthwaite, handed new responsibilities, is in and starts with a full toss that's almost squirted to mid-off. Well, bizarre start there from Feroz Kushi and from Dan Douthwaite. And he would have kicked himself if he chipped that one to the fielder.
Yeah, it could have been eventful. Trying to turn that way in the leg side, got a leading edge.
So Feroz Kushi on strike, 25-year-old, wearing 23. Two slips lurking as Douthwaite bowls, and there's the first runs of the innings, forced off the back foot through the offside, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Essex up and running off the 8th ball of the innings, and Glamorgan actually went so hard at Neath that they only had one outfielder at times in the first power play, but they have gone with the 2 permitted, who are down in the distance at fine leg and third man. Kushi off the mark then with a boundary as Douthwaite is in to bowl just back of a length and defended by Kushi back to the bowler, and there's no run. Douthwaite does tend to mix things up quite a lot. He's got quite a lot of variations, likes a short ball. Not the most economical of Glamorgan's attack, but in limited overs cricket has been a considerable wicket taker, and has 12 in the 4 matches so far, as that's driven back to him on the half volley, gets hands to it, and the ball trickles to Andy Gorvin at mid-off. So we would expect Gorvin and Morris to be the change seamers. At Neath, Glamorgan went on a used wicket to 2 spinners as bowlers 3 and 4 in Kellaway and Bevan, but Kellaway a late withdrawal from today's side. As Douthwaite bowls and Kushi plays defensively into the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan will have to get 10 overs from, you would have thought, Bevan, Carlson and Tribe between them. And Tribe has not been, well, it's only his second competitive appearance and wasn't called upon to bowl in his first. Douthwaite into bowl. No shot played by Kushi as it goes through to Will Smale, who has won the right to take the gloves. In Chris Cook's absence, ahead of both Alex Horton, who's been released from the first team squad to play second team cricket this week, and Henry Hurl, who is here as one of the 12thers.
So, Essex 4 for no loss, chasing 384 for victory. And Kushi with a positive start to his innings, that boundary off his second ball. Likes to play his shots. Difficult to tell just how good this score is at the minute, because it was so tough for Glamorgan at the start of the innings, but they did somehow claw their way up towards that 300 mark as this full-length delivery is played out into the offside by Brown, but Brown yet to score off 7 balls. I think it'd be completely unfair to say he's not the most natural, certainly not in the current modern standards, natural one-day player, Nick Brown.
I suppose it's all hands to the pump, isn't it, with so many 100 absentees?
Absolutely, yeah. Here comes McElroy. That's turned away into the offside. Bit of a leading edge there, out towards extra cover, but there's no run.
But Sam North East has shown really that you can score a lot of runs in limited overs cricket, playing relatively conventional cricket if you're good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. 89 off 93 today. on what looked like a tough pitch when Glamorgan were batting. No demons so far for the Essex batsman as McIlroy bowls, and that one's punched by Brown up through the covers, but can't beat the infield. Pressure just starting to build at the start of the innings.
Yeah, McIlroy doesn't look a speed demon, but I'm told he does get up into the 80s. Likewise, Douthwaite.
No runs off 9 deliveries so far for Brown. As McIlroy comes in again, left arm over to the left-handed Brown. Oh, that one does rear up. I think he's worn that one on the body, has he? Run down towards the third-man boundary, but it's caught up by the fielders, so it'll just be a single.
Didn't see a signal, looks like glove, maybe.
Now that's the first one we've seen rear up really nastily, and he's actually played it well. If he's played it with his gloves and got it down, played really well by Brown. So he's off the mark with 1. Essex of 5 for no loss. Ball started misbehaving from a Snater from this Alistair Cook end at the start of the Glamorgan's innings. That's the first one we've seen so far from the Essex innings, as McIlroy comes left arm over to the right-handed Cushy, who watches the ball and drives to the offside, but backward point fields, and it's a dot ball, 5 for no loss.
Yeah, you got the impression with a sort of what looks at the moment like a middling score from Glamorgan that this power play is going to be really important in setting the tone for the innings.
McIlroy in again, bowls. That's flicked off the pads into the leg side. There should be a couple there at least. No, just a single. Sorry, a sweeper just out of my view comes in from the boundary and prevents any second run. So, end of the over. Essex 6 for no loss after 2, chasing 384 for victory.
Yes, Glamorgan did go for fine leg and third man for Douthwaite's bowling for the outfielders, but the left-handed McIlroy, they opted to have a sweeper on the leg side as well as a fine leg. So 6 for naught. And important premium on wickets in this power play. Can Essex preserve theirs and give themselves the freedom to play later on? Dot ball as Cushy pushes that one back down the pitch to Dan Douthwaite. We've had long spells of fairly attritional cricket today.
Not half. Certainly those middle few overs for Glamorgan, wasn't it?
Just knocking it around at 4-5 and over. Trying to establish a platform to launch as Douthwaite is in to bowl to Cushy, who's defending that one on the offside. And there is no run. When Glamorgan won the One Day Cup in 2001, they didn't have a ferocious bowling attack, really, led by the experienced Michael Hogan, and with Andrew Salter, the off-spinner, proving quite effective. But on that occasion, they quite often had to find a few bits and pieces overs, and that might confront them today, as that's driven by Cushy on the leg side. Not quite timed. McIlroy makes ground around from mid-on, and they're through for a comfortable single. 7 without loss here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Radio Essex and BBC Sport Wales. And
don't forget your smart speaker.
Don't forget the smart speaker, indeed. What's her name again? The trouble with smart technology is that I'm not smart enough to operate it. As Douthwaite is into left-handed Brown for the first time, who drives powerfully, but it's straight to Byram at cover. He might have hoped to see that one sizzling away to the ropes, but hit it straight out the fielder. 2 slips for Douthwaite. Fine leg and third man back in the distance.
1 off 11 so far for Brown.
Dowswaite in around the wicket and has hit him on the pad. They'll go through for a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it hits Brown as he makes his ground. I think he would just about have been home anyway, but if you can get your bottom in the trajectory of the ball, completely non-deliberately, of course, accidentally, then you're safe. 8 without loss. Thought that was a leg by, but it's been credited to Brown. As that's off the top edge, it'll go to third man, and it's caught. Well, what a way to go for Feroz Kushi. He was looking, I think, to pull it away on the leg side, but that was a huge steepling top edge. And in the end, went fairly comfortably down to third man once he'd got the sight of it. So Dowswaite claims the wicket. Kushi looking towards mid-wicket. The ball ended up 180 degrees away from that. And the catch was comfortably taken. I think it's Gorvin down there. No, Morris. Ben Morris gets on the scorecard in his first senior match of the season.
Again, it was the pull shots into the leg side that were troubling the Glamorgan batsmen in their innings, and there again, Kushi just trying to do one for Essex, and immediately it's brought the wicket, leading edge, as Nick was saying, spiralling in the air, and a comfortable catch in the end. Essex, with that short batting lineup, lose one of their opening batsmen within the first 5 overs. Captain Wesley to the crease. Got a big job on their hands.
Yeah, got 2 experienced guys though, Brown and Wesley. Both played a lot of county cricket. Maybe less experience to follow. Das, Benkenstein, Thine, middle order. As McIlroy's first ball goes through outside off stump.
He's bowled quite well, McIlroy, to begin with. So, Brown, 2 off 13, Essex 8 for 1 in the 5th. As McIlroy's in again, bowls. Oh, is that a nick? No.
Ooh,
straight through to the wicket. Yeah, so did I.
But there was obviously nothing clear and obvious to the infielders because there was no reaction at all.
Goes through.
There was some sort of noise. It must have been bat on powers or something.
Sun beating down now. Lovely afternoon for those in the ground.
Yeah. They've left the sun cream in the car, unfortunately.
Yeah, not so much the commentary box. It turns into a bit of an oven in here. Here comes McIlroy. 2 slips in as Brown whips that one away in the leg side. And that's going to be 4 runs all the way. The man at fine, they can't get round there. And first boundary for Brown. Essex score moves to 12. 12 for 1. Midway through the 5th over. Target is 284. And Wesley just comes down the pitch just to have a quick word with Brown. Word of congratulations. Need a few more of those. Here comes McIlroy again. Up to the stumps, and Brown thick inside edge this time. Picked up by a short mid-wicket. And it's a dot ball. 12 for 1. Brown on 6. Kushi the man to go. Skewing the ball high in the air as he tried to pull it into the leg side. As McIlroy turns again. 2 slips waiting to gobble anything up that comes through. And that one's in the air as well. And that one's a pull shot. That one's going to be caught mid-on. And it is caught. comfortably taken. Well, there's a lesson being learnt here, because as we were saying before, in Glamorgan's innings, it was the pull shot that was getting them into trouble. And we've already seen 2 wickets from attempted pull shots, and Nick Brown is the second one to go. He goes for 6, Essex 12 for 2 in the 5th.
Yeah, Dan Douthwaite had to work hard to get underneath it. He didn't quite get himself sat as he circled back on the edge of the 30-metre circle. The ball dropping over his right shoulder as he had to put in a bit of a dive, but held on safely enough as the ball hit the ground, and just the start that Glamorgan wanted, and conversely Essex feared.
Yeah, with not huge amounts of experience to come in the batting lineup for Essex, could ill afford to lose 2 early wickets, and that's exactly what they've done. Still to come for Essex, well, presuming Das is coming to the crease. He is. Benkenstein, Thane, Fernandez, Snater, Richards, Allison and Beard. And they can all bat a little bit down the order, but if Essex haven't got many runs on the board, it's going to be a huge ask.
Yeah, Das with a half-century against Gloucestershire a couple of matches ago. Benkenstein with 67 against Gloucestershire, and useful 44 in the home defeat against Warwickshire. So after that, maybe some are batting a little higher than they would expect, with of course the wicket-keeper Fernandez has been batting 11, which is unusual in the county game these days.
So
2 men yet to face.
Yeah, and Das just taking his guard. Surprised they're not a bit more attacking here, Glamorgan. Well, they have got a gully in, to be fair. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. I presume there's a fine leg in as well. Here comes McElroy to Das. Das, who pushes into the offside. He'll get off the mark with his first delivery. It'll just be a single, though, as the ball's gobbled up inside that 30-yard circle by the man at cover.
Yeah, fine leg is, or was, fairly square, but he's now being moved now. Ben Morris.
13 for 2. That's the end of the 5th here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales.
And he's being moved because it's the end of the over. 13 for 2 after 5. Glamorgan also lost 1 early wicket, with Eddie Byram going to former schoolmate Shane Snater. Oh, they're at the same school round about the same time, apparently. Not sure if they were mates as such. Not after today. But apart from that, Glamorgan recovered a little bit, then lost a couple, then sort of built steadily through the middle. Northeast, the glue that held it all together, as he has been so often really in the last 2.5 years for Glamorgan. Dan Douthwaite then, bowling to Robin Das, a single next to his name on the board. As Douthwaite is on his way in. Bowls, and Das defends on the offside. No run. Gorvin is the fielder there.
Well, there won't be much panic from these two, but Das does like to play his shots. As we said in the Glamorgan innings, 50 overs is a long time to bat. But they really need these two to stay together. But Das has a natural attacking game.
As Douthwaite is into bowl to him, and he's played that one to mid-wicket, and Byram is the fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, you'd think going from T20 into One Day Cup, think, oh well, they're both white ball, limited overs, reasonably similar, but there's quite often a world of difference, and that you have to adapt to conditions quite a bit more in One Day Cup. Vary your tactics as Das drills one to Byram at mid-wicket, but again he's picked out the fielder with a shot that would probably have raced away for 4 had it been a couple of metres either side of the Zimbabwean comes Somerset boy, Eddie Byram. Signed by Matthew Maynard, who'd worked with him at Somerset. And he certainly played more regular first-team cricket for Glamorgan than he did previously. Oh, that's edged and put down by Smale. Diving across in front of first slip. I'm not sure that it would quite have carried to slip, but that has to go down as a chance, as it was low. It was heading towards first slip, but probably wouldn't have reached him, so Smale had to go across and didn't quite manage to hang on. Douthwaite in again, bowls to Das, plays it into the covers. Carlson blocks it, and there's no run, but have to go down as a chance, I'm afraid, Mr. Smale. And Glamorgan's fielders understandably trying to give a bit of consolation backing to Dan Douthwaite, who will think that he could, maybe should have claimed a second wicket there. Douthwaite is in to bowl and played defensively by Das, out on the offside. So it's a maiden over. Could have been a wicket-taking maiden, but it wasn't. It's 13 for 2 after 6 here on BBC Sport Online.
And huge congratulations to Jordan Cox of Essex, who's just been called up to the England Test squad. A fine time since he joined Essex. He's got his reward as well. So, McElroy going to continue from the Graham Gooch end to Wesley. Essex 13 for 2. Start of the 7th, chasing 284 for victory. Long way to go. So, got a sort of wideish first slip, a gully, a backward point, cover, and mid-off on the offside. As Wesley tries to take this bat out of the way of that, I think. Off the toe end of the bat, just pops down into the gully area. On the bounce is taken. And there's no run. 13 for 2.
Yeah, that England Test squad to face Sri Lanka. Basically, Cox at the moment appears to be the spare batter, because we're told that Dan Lawrence will open along with Ben Duckett in the absence of Zach Crawley with a fractured finger.
McElroy to Wesley, and that's guided down through the slips for 4. That's a nice shot from Wesley. 17 for 2.
In terms of the bowling attack, Ollie Stone of Nottinghamshire is back in the squad for the first time since 2021 after various injury headaches. 3 tests he has previously. And he replaces Dylan Pennington, who picked up a hammy playing for Northern Superchargers in the 100. Ludicrous name, isn't it?
McElroy into Wesley. Oh, it's at an inside edge. It's flown through. Yep, it's gone past the keeper. I think the keeper should have taken that, shouldn't he?
Oh, he's probably sent the wrong way, I guess.
Wasn't a million miles away. It's gone for 4 runs, 21 for 2, but keeper barely moved. Went a bit further than I thought.
Leg slip-ish, wasn't it? It was quite a thick inside edge. They all count?
Yep, my apologies to the wicketkeeper there. From this angle, it looked as if it just went slightly towards his left-hand side, but it actually went a bit further than that. McElroy into Wesley, who drives up to mid-on. And there's no run. 21 for 2. Sun just creeps behind the clouds. 284 the target. Essex crowd quiet at the moment. Can't really afford another wicket to fall down, but Glamorgan are creating chances.
Yeah, if they could sneak another one in the first power play, the first 10 overs, they'd think they're really in the pound seats, as Kieran Carlson just pushes a third man back for those rundowns and edges.
McElroy round the wickets to Wesley, who starts to play at that and then pulls away at the last minute. Allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Bit of pressure out there for these Essex players. Runs have come off the over, but streaky ones at that.
Yeah, I think the run down to third man was a legitimate shot. The inside edge to fine leg obviously wasn't.
Yeah. McElroy in again. Bowls to Wesley, strides forward and allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper for a dot ball. So 7 overs gone in the Essex innings, and they are 21 for 2 with Wesley on 8 and Das on 1 and Glamorgan on top.
Indeed, the men back in the pavilion. Brown and Cushy for 6 apiece, a wicket apiece to McElroy and Dowthwaite, and both falling victim to skied catches. Cushy somehow managed to hit to third man when aiming to mid-wicket, and Brown skying to deep mid-on. Dowthwaite on his way in to bowl to Das, who's hit that one up in the air. Will anyone get to it? Will Smale, the keeper, should do, and he's taken it. Well, talking about skied catches, that's 3 now, and Essex are completely unable to deal with the pace or lack of this pitch, because that's 3 men gone essentially in the same way.
Yep, 3 pull shots, 3 catches, and we were saying at the start of the innings that's probably the one thing they had to learn from the Glamorgan innings, that the pull shot needed to be put away for a little bit, and 3 batsmen in the top 5 have perished so far.
So
21 for 3, not good.
And Smale will be particularly relieved to hang on to that opportunity, since he'd dropped Das in the previous over off Dowthwaite in the conventional edge. It's quite a difficult one. That one he had to run, what, about 25-30 metres towards square leg to take it, but got there in enough time to set himself. And Essex 3 down in the power play, and, well, not quite staring down the barrel, but certainly up against it and in need of at least a couple of major contributions from what is a relatively inexperienced middle order with 2 teenagers in next. First of them being Benkenstein in the runs this season, and of course with a match-winning performance against Glamorgan with the ball 2 years ago. But he's got a lot to do now with the bat. And Tom Wesley, I suppose, will try and play the Sam North East role and hold it all together.
Yeah, well, they've got a level caution with aggression here, haven't they? With 3 wickets down already into the 8th over and 284 to get. They've still got to play their shots, but try not to lose any more wickets.
Easy. Dowthwaite is in to bowl. Benkenstein drives, and that's magnificently intercepted by Carlson at cover. Only 5'8" of him, but really at full stretch there to prevent that one flashing through for 4 runs to the cover point boundary.
Yep. If Essex lose this one, that's 3 of the first 4 games lost. It makes it very, very difficult to qualify.
Yeah, you need 5 wins from the 8, really, don't you, to be in the mix. As Dowthwaite in to bowl and defended by Benkenstein. Back to the bowler, slings it to Byram. And on to McElroy for any further polishing. Not much required, I suppose, since this is only the 4th over being bowled with this ball. They operate with a different ball from each end in 50-over cricket. And try and keep them in some sort of shape through the innings. Dowthwaite into bowl. That one hurried up Benkenstein a little bit, but back foot defensive jab to McIlroy at mid-on. And there's no run. So far, the switch of Dan Douthwaite from middle or later overs bowler to opening bowler has paid off with a couple of wickets to his credit already in his first 4 overs. Douthwaite up on the skip and on his way in again. Bowls, that's nicely played by Benkenstein, but he's not off the mark because he's punched it to backward point, and there's no run.
Just wonder when he's going to test out that pull shot. See if Benkenstein will go for it as well.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be an advisable shot at the moment. As Douthwaite bowls and beats the outside edge of Benkenstein's bat, and it's through to Smale. Fine over from Dan Douthwaite. It is a wicket maiden, and Essex are in deep trouble. That's 21 for 3 after 8 overs, chasing 284. The required run rate at the start was 5.68. Now it's 6.26, and Glamorgan are in control. I'll give way on the Welsh half of the commentary to Kenneth Davis. It seems to fit in quite nicely with my radio requirements on the other side of the box.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you again shortly. So, Essex in a whole heap of trouble here. 21 for 3. Start the 9th over. McIlroy continuing. 3 wickets to 3 pull shots as he bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Wesley on 8. Benkenstein yet to get off the mark. And Kenneth Davis, welcome back.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, the 3 pull shots marking the downfall of the opening batters. 3 wickets to fall, and Essex 6s and 7s really at the start of their reply.
McIlroy round the wicket to the right-handed Wesley, who waits and allows that to go through past the off stump, and there's no run. Yes, just a bit disappointing, just bearing in mind what happened in the Glamorgan innings when it was clear that Glamorgan were lucky to get away with a few, which popped up in the air off pull shots.
I think it was just mistimed rather than... I mean, Douthwaite isn't exceptionally pacey. Neither is McIlroy.
Nick and I were saying, we're just wondering if the ball's getting stuck in the pitch a little bit for those slightly shorter deliveries. I don't know, it's difficult to know. Not out there batting. Here comes McIlroy again, that's defended by Wesley.
Yeah, and forcing the issue as well.
Yeah, 284, looks a long, long way away at the moment. We're in the 9th over, 21 for 3. Clouds have rolled back in again. Actually quite chilly out there a bit early when I was walking around the back of the Tom Pearce stand. Just stood and watched an over or so of the cricket, and wind picked up. Quite nippy as the McIlroy tries to dig that one in, but Wesley having none of the pull and just defends into the offside, and there's no run. I think that was a little bit of a tester there from McIlroy. Just dropped it a tiny bit shorter. Seeing if McIlroy might, see if Wesley might be tempted to pull it away into the leg side. All the fielders pretty much on the offside, certainly in the ring. Only 2 on the leg side. So if you go in front of square on the leg side, you just got to get it over mid wicket and mid on, and you've got runs. This one's driven through the offside, but not timed, and mid off will field. Pressure builds again.
Yeah, they're on the attack here.
So they're just 3 scoring shots in the last 26 balls for Essex, 2 fours and a single. And 2 wickets. Thanks very much, Dave Jackman, our scorer.
Yeah, they've been on it, haven't they, Glamorgan?
Absolutely. As McIlroy comes over the wicket now to the right-handed Wesley. Cuts away through the offside. Oh, that's a lovely stop. That would have... Well, gone away for runs. I'm not sure it would have gone for 4, but it was well stopped to his left-hand side. The fielder at cover, and certainly saved a couple there. 21 for 3. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden as well, I think, that one. Yep, maiden over.
Kieran Carlson supporting the bowler McIlroy. He's one of the better fielders in the Glamorgan 11. He's the captain. And stopped runs there for sure. 21 for 3, as Dave mentioned. And they will continue with Dan Douthwaite from the Sir Alistair Cook end, as Douthwaite comes in past the umpire, right arm over, bangs that one in short, and it's defended resolutely by Benkenstein, yet to get off the mark. 2 slips in for Douthwaite, mid off, mid on, cover point, mid wicket, long leg, as they hunt another wicket. Douthwaite turns, ambles in from the Alistair Cook end, bowls, getting a good length, but that's turned away, and they probably pick 2 up here. Yes, they will, as the man from long leg comes round, and that is Billy Root. So a bit of respite, because it's difficult batting out there at the moment for Essex.
Not going anywhere particularly fast, are they?
Run rate is 2.4, so a lot of work needed to be done. Dan Douthwaite coming in, bowls fuller that time, and that's a glorious cover drive. No need to move for that one. Over pitched from Dan Douthwaite, and that was put away by Benkenstein.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just releases the pressure slightly for Essex. Ill afford to lose another wicket inside 10 overs.
Yeah, the target, to remind you, is 284. Douthwaite coming in the 10th. Fullish that time, and that's punched away as well, and that may well race away. Yes, it will. So, a good over, the best win yet for Essex. 2 boundaries in 2 balls for Luke Benkenstein. Douthwaite, who's been tight so far, just getting his line wrong in this over.
Yeah, out the middle of the bat as well for Essex, more importantly. Not been too many of those so far today.
So Wesley is 8, Benkenstein 10. As Douthwaite comes in, bowls, and that's a better line, and that's a flash and a miss outside off stump, and it's taken by Will Smale.
Looked too close to cut that one.
Missed everything. Smale, of course, a little earlier, put a chance down, but then made up for it. Caught Robin Das off the bowling of Dan Douthwaite. 3 batters to fall: Brown, Feroz Kushi and Robin Das. Douthwaite being used from the Alistair Cook end, coming in with 2 slips behind us. Pulled. Oh, I've just momentarily thought that was all wrong and it was going to be gobbled up at mid-wicket. As it was, it sort of bisected both mid-on and mid-wicket and went all the way to the boundary. But I think it was hard in mouth time for a mini-second.
I tell you what, I've got to give the batter credit there. I'm sure he meant it, but there wasn't much of a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on there, and he managed to get right in between the 2 of them and skew it away for 4 runs.
So good over, and there's a bit of a conflab going on between Dan Douthwaite as Dave vacates his seat, and Nick will join me in commentary. So it's Douthwaite and Andy Gorving having a bit of a chat in what is an expensive over here for Glamorgan, and that's been pulled. Is it going to be caught? No, it's not. It just evades Andy Gorvin at mid-off, but yet again we've seen a batter getting it all wrong, and they've got away with one.
Yeah, I mean, it just has been a trend, hasn't it, the first 10 overs. Fascinating to look at the replay. I mean, my assumption is that they're misreading the pace or the lack of pace in the pitch and going through with the shots too soon and getting sort of leading edges. I did note that Glamorgan, during their innings, what they tended to do was they've sensed that they read the pace at times and were able to sort of play flat-batted shots, if you like, adjust late and play flat-batted shots, which we saw quite a lot of in the second half of the Glamorgan innings. But Essex have, well, got themselves into a real tangle. And obviously have got to try to cut out these strokes against these shorter balls that are just not reading the pitch at the moment at all. 38 for 3, but at least a little bit for Essex supporters to hang on to, thanks to the boundaries there from Luke Benkenstein, because really there's been absolutely nothing for Essex in the first 10 overs of this innings, apart from that.
So a novelty. We're going to have the bowling of Kieran Carlson for the first time in this competition.
So this is where, of course, Glamorgan might be vulnerable as the fifth bowler, but it was looking as if it might be fairly irrelevant to the way things were going. But let's see what happens as Carlson comes in to bowl his spin, and this is played off the back foot nicely by Benkenstein, away through the covers, and that's going to go for 4. Well, he really has started well here. A little bit lucky with a third of his boundaries, as we mentioned in the previous over, but that was a good shot. Ball was there to be hit. And it just got onto the back foot and hit it away through the covers very nicely. He's gone to 19 out of 42 for 3 as Carlson bowls, and that's driven again past the cover field. That'll go for 4 more. That's going up to the extra cover boundary. It's a bit straighter, that one, but a fine shot, very similar stroke. Just getting to the pitch of it, and once it had got past cover, then it was always going to be on its way.
We did mention that this could be a problem, as Glamorgan need to make the numbers in terms of their bowling attack.
So here's Carlson, twirl of the arms, and Benkenstein here gets one that's just on the pads. He's able to work it away for a single, so what a fine job he's done in this innings. He's took, well, I'd say a bit of luck with a third of his boundaries in the previous over, but 2 boundaries in this over. He's got 24 from 15. Wesley is there on 8. Wesley desperately needs someone to stay with him. He's going to have to play the anchor role, but at least Benkenstein has got a start. 47 for 3, 237 required on the 11th over, 237 more, that is, as Wesley will just play this away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. And what Essex desperately need is a partnership, because this game is still retrievable if they can get the century stand that they need now. And say Benkenstein has made an encouraging start. Here's Carlson to bowl. This is played off the back foot and goes away down towards short third man, and there's no run. But I thought Glamorgan bowled very, very well in those first 10 overs. 48 for 3. Having seen how the pitch was playing, they judged it perfectly, and that one, better ball that from Carlson, a bit of turn, and Benkenstein in the end wasn't too far away from getting an edge through to Smale, but he managed to just about keep his bat out of harm's way. The sun is trying to force its way through. It's been like that for most of the day, with little bits of blue sky, but still mainly high cloud. And 48 for 3 is the score. We've had 11 overs, and earlier on we had Glamorgan. Well, it was an interesting innings. It was one that at one point threatened rather more than it delivered, but it could yet be enough. They're 283 from just bowled out just inside the 50 overs.
We're going to see a change from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that is going to be the youngster Ben Morris, featuring for the first time today in Glamorgan colours. Of course, the other thing that we should mention, Ben Kellaway's injury means that Glamorgan lose him as a bowling option. So Morris's first ball coming in, right arm over the wicket, and that's just defended into the offside, fielded by Kieran Carlson. There's no run.
Yeah, I thought it was a great performance by Douthwaite and McElroy. McElroy 1 for 15 in 5 overs, gave absolutely nothing away. It really was exemplary new ball bowling with the white ball in a limited overs game, and Douthwaite with the 2 wickets, 2 for 23 in 5, backed him up very well.
Well, they'll be trying to get after the youngster here. Morris, that's cut aggressively into the offside, but there's a man in at the deep, so just a single taken.
but 3 wickets feels like one too many, given the fairly short nature of the Essex specialist batting lineup. They're going to need, well, Benkenstein has got to start, but they're going to need some star performers from the youngsters, and I think they're going to need Tom Wesley to play a pretty major innings most of the way through.
No slips in for Morris, who comes in. That's just defended, and it dribbles out to McIlroy at mid-on. Man on the boundary. There's a third man, and fine leg.
Earlier, Sam Northeast 89 from 93 balls, and 30s for Billy Root and Dan Darthwaite. In fact, in both cases, 34. 42 for Will Smale at the top.
Starting his run-up is Morris, past the umpire. Good length that time. That's, well, Benkenstein tried to work it down to third man, but it was fielded there at sort of backward point.
Snater 3 for 45 and Allison 2 for 49, who finished very well. Jamal Richards surprisingly bowled the last over and 3 for 68. Bit of a mix with one disastrous over, but very good at the start. 3 for 68 from 9.4.
Here comes Morris. Bowls Fuller, and Benkenstein tried to whip it into the onside, but the man came in from mid-wicket. 49 for 3. Wesley is 10, Benkenstein 24.
Essex playing the extra bowler. Beard, Luke Benkenstein, Thane and Wesley bowled 20 overs between them, all at much the same economy rate, and none took a wicket. Wesley just going at 5s and Beard just a bit more. The other two a little bit more expensive.
Last ball of Van Morris's opening over, and that's a dot ball. So Essex getting some momentum, especially with Kieran Carlson's last over. 49 for 3, Wesley 10, Benkenstein unbeaten on 24.
Elsewhere, yeah, interesting score at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire, Lancashire. Hampshire were in trouble early on. They got up to 222 for 8. Felix Organ 74 not out from 57 balls. And then Lancashire were facing John Turner, as Essex were, of course, Friday week ago in the T20. And all sorts of havoc took place. Turner not required by the Trent Rockets at the moment. 3 for 10 in 6 overs. Brad Wheel 2 for 12 in 5. They have recovered to 45 for 5, Lancashire. As here is Carlson bowling to Wesley, and Wesley plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They were 19 for 5, but I must admit that's quite a formidable opening attack for one or two of the younger players in the Lancashire side to be facing. Turner 3 for 10. He really was excellent in that T20 game. It's played off the back foot. Oh, as it just got past cover. It's gone out. It's certainly got a hand to it. And it goes out towards deep cover for a single. Essex 50 comes up, and that single to Wesley. 50 up, and at one point, even that looked a long way away, the way Essex started. As Carlson bowls, and here is Benkenstein with a pull drive away out towards wide long on. And yes, it's if Glamorgan had sort of seen what was happening with the pitch and adjusted their lengths accordingly to tempt Essex into the trap of going with a pull shot without reading the pace of the pitch, and it worked with 3 catches. Here's Wesley playing that one away just wide of mid-wicket for a single. So looking a little bit more relaxed for Essex in the absence of Van der Hookten, and with 2 opening bowlers having taken a spell. But they've got an awful lot of work to do to get up to this this target of 284, 52 for 3 in the 13th. And here's delivery which played back to Carlson. He's bowling a rather tidier second over here after he went for a couple of boundaries right at the start. Just seems to find his length a little bit better, posing the odd problem. That one is fired in, and it's driven up towards cover by Benkenstein, and there's no run. But certainly an improvement there for Carlson, which will give the Glamorgan skipper a little bit of confidence. He's going to find a way of getting through these 10 overs. 52 for 3, with Benkenstein 25 from 24 and Wesley 12.
They've got Andy Gorvin, of course, that took Pfeiffer against Notts. Tom Bevan might have to do a bit of bowling. So it'll be a case of mix and match today, in the absence of Tim van der Hoogten and the late withdrawal of Ben Kellaway. We'll have to check the severity of his injury. Saw him earlier below us here, just hobbling a bit. So we'll see. This is Morris to start his second over, coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's pulled away to fine leg, and they'll take a single, 53 for 3, with Wesley and Benkenstein at the helm. 284 to remind you the targets after Glamorgan this morning were put into bat by Essex. There's a bit of cloud cover this morning, still a bit of cloud cover, but the sun has broken through. Ben Morris coming in past the umpire, right arm over, and Benkenstein gets everything behind that, defending towards Captain Kieran Carlson, who's in at cover. Yeah, Essex need to win this one. Glamorgan, well, another win, and they are not there in terms of the knockout stages, but I've got a glorious opportunity of doing so. Morris in, bowls, good length ball, but that's worked into the onside. There'll be a single here taken. So Essex have settled down after losing those flurry of wickets early on. Brown, Feroz Kushi and Robin Das going to pull shots. There was skied. Morris coming in, bowls, and that's a good length ball from the young bowler.
Yep, very impressive. It's a good start this, isn't it? Just the 2 singles, 2 dot balls. Nice line and length.
A few nice catches. The Douthwaite catch was a good one because he was back-pedalling, and those are never easy from off the bowling of McIlroy. Morris took the catch bowled by Douthwaite down the deep at third man. As Morris comes in, again is a good ball, and well, Wesley gets tucked up a bit there. It's a good over from young Ben Morris. Yes. First game of the season, he would have been feeling the butterfly, the nerves.
Well, he certainly acquitted himself well. 230 required, and there are 36 overs plus 1 ball to go.
So he's got protection and fine leg, third man. Point deep square, cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Coming in is Morris Fuller, and that will be fielded at point, and there's no run. End of a good over from Ben Morris, and Essex are 54 for 3 with Benkenstein on 26. Wesley is unbeaten on 13.
Well, in Group A of the One-Day Cup, Northants have been winless. That's going to change because they made 295 for 6, and they've got Worcestershire 41 for 5. Worcestershire, one of 3 sides at the top of that group with 6 points, but it's a long way back from 41 for 5, and it's looking good for Northants there. 2 wickets for Jack White and 2 for Justin Broad, who's played international cricket for Germany. This is played off the back foot, first ball of a new over from Carlson, who's been entrusted with a 3rd over, and Benkenstein plays that into the covers, and there's no run. 54 for 3, 1 ball into the 15th over on BBC Essex and BBC Wales Sport, as this is played by Benkenstein. He played a very composed innings, a little bit lucky with one of his boundaries, but just looked composed from the start, and he plays it out towards deep mid-wicket and collects a single. Growing in stature all the time as an all-rounder for Essex in limited overs cricket. 27 to him, 55 for 3, 15th over. And this is played off the back foot by Wesley for a single out towards deep cover. And I would just add, of course, that the Essex lineup for the championship game at Southampton in late August, of course, there's going to be one presumes no Jordan Cox, called up by England. Test match going on at the same time. That's played off the back foot for another single by Benkenstein out towards deep cover. 56 for 3, so they're just milking singles off this Carlson over, but crucially Carlson not proving as expensive as was being threatened when his first couple of deliveries went for 4. In he comes again from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and Wesley again collects that away for a single through mid-wicket, and the score goes to 58 for 3. So, you know, it's just possible that Benkenstein, if he gets a big score here, might just get his name in the hat. Another option might be to play, say, Firouz Khushi in the middle order. As this is clipped away just past the square leg umpire into a nice gap, and this is going to be a second run for Benkenstein. But my word, he's batting with so much composure here, and he goes along to 30. Certainly, if there was still to be a problem with Simon Harmer's back and they needed another spinner, that's another option, because he's growing in stature all the time as a batter. 30 to him. Wesley 15, 60 for 3. Essex just, well, Glamorgan are still well ahead, but they're just edging their way back into the contest, Kieran.
Yeah, run a ball for Luke Benkenstein. So Morris will continue, and so he should, because he's found his line and length from the Sir Alistair Cook end in his first competitive game. So same field for the young bowler as he starts his mark. Wesley on strike. Here comes Ben Morris. Bowls, good length delivery, and that's worked into the leg side, and deep square will come in for a single. That is Billy Root.
Incidentally, Jordan Cox, playing in the London Derby in the 100, made 14 today. Lots of Essex players involved in that match.
Run rate is at 4. Quiet run rate at 6.4 as Morris comes in. Bowls, and well, Benkenstein tried to pull and he's caught, hit him in the mid-drift, and there's no run.
Yes, really has started well, hasn't he? I mean, giving very little away, nice line and length, taking his opportunity well. Quite important for Glamorgan that they didn't completely sort of relax the pressure with the first two bowlers coming off.
Morris in, good length ball once more. That's just fended into the offside. Carlson's at cover, there's no run.
Well, there's still plenty of pressure on Essex, but Carlson's settled, hasn't he, after that loose first over. So he could be entrusted with a few more. And of course, the more he bowls, and the less worry there is about filling the fifth bowler role. Wouldn't be surprised if he bowls another over, actually.
So Morris keeping things tight here, which will in turn put a bit of pressure on batters. Full that time, and they try. Oh, they did come through for a single. They might think for a second, no, they won't. It was a slight misfield, and the ball bobbles and ricochets away.
If you weren't with us earlier, Jordan Cox is in the England squad for the Sri Lanka series, which is good news for him, but probably not so good news for Essex, and certainly what's Glamorgan fielder there, just feeling his knees.
Yeah, trying. Is it? Looks like, is it Byram? I think it is.
He's okay. Just maybe a bit of a bounce there. Just had his hands on his knees. But I think he's just the pain is dissipating a little bit.
It is Eddie Byram, yeah, who wasn't incidentally in the runs today, which was a surprise. Morris coming in. Bowls, and good firm push. Eddie Byram struggling here. He's gone down, and that's going to go all the way. Yes, it is. It beats the fielder. Slight concern here for Eddie Byram, who's gingerly walking back towards us. The physio's coming on.
And what's it does look to be.
He's going to have to
be a muscular problem.
He's going to come off here, and Henry Hurl is going to come on in his place. Well, it looked routine. He went down. It was the previous ball, and the momentum took the ball above Morris. He came round to field and went down. Must have come down awkwardly.
Yeah, he probably wasn't going to cut that off anyway at mid-on, was it? Because it was hit so well. But he, when he tried to actually accelerate, that's when the problem came.
So Morris comes in. Last ball of the over. And that's full. Oh, right up in the block hole that was. And dug out by Wesley. Good ball. He's hitting his stride well. Here's young Ben Morris. And that is the end of the over. Essex then 66 for 3 after the 16th. Wesley's 20. Luke Benkenstein is 31 not out. The target 284.
Yeah, and where are we? 218 required. 66 for 3. And I think Nick's about to come back in, so I'll see you a little bit later on. Well, certainly Glamorgan's still on top, but Benkenstein has really batted with great composure here and taken the pressure, what would have been almost unsustainable pressure for Wesley, the way things were going at the other end. I'm afraid the top order rather gave the wickets away, misreading the pitch, being a little bit too ambitious. But Glamorgan in the first 10 overs, Douthwaite and McElroy, that really was a superb bowling performance, and it's been pretty well backed up actually by Carlson and Morris, but there's going to be a change to Gorvin, who's coming on now from the Graham Gooch end. So we're into the 17th over, and in he comes, running towards us, and that's just short and pulled away by Benkenstein for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. It was a bit of a short loosener, that, and hit away very well. This is a top innings from Benkenstein, and as I say, with that news about Cox, there is a place in the Essex middle order available in Southampton in August, and I wonder if he is on his way to staking some sort of a claim for it, because this has been a tremendous innings so far from him. Got a lot of work to do. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you.
Here's Gorman again, bowls, and Benkenstein hits it not far away from the mid-wicket fielder, but gets a single, and it goes to 70 for 3, and yeah, Benkenstein goes for 36. That's a 50 partnership, which, to put it mildly, was much needed.
It's the fearlessness of youth, isn't it? Benkenstein taking on the shot that accounted for 3 of his top order colleagues.
The composure. He had one risky shot himself, didn't he, in that over when he hit 3 boundaries, but apart from that, he hasn't put a foot wrong. And here Wesley, trying to play the same shot that Benkenstein was successful with, finds that the ball just hustles onto him, and it's wrapping into his pads. But Wesley, the key thing for him is to stay there. He's got to just bat through the innings and hope that others can stay with him, but he'll want Benkenstein out there for as long as possible.
Yeah, Gorvin's skiddy sort of bowler. Maybe just
hustled that through.
Getting that through a little bit more quickly than Wesley was expecting.
213 required, 213 more required. That's a lovely shot. That's hit down towards long leg. There's going to be 2. That was a lovely piece of placement by the Essex captain. Fine leg was able to get round, but very nice stroke off his pads. And just a little bit of freedom here for Essex against Gorvin in this over. 73 for 3. Benkenstein 36 and Wesley 22 after not the best of starts, as this is played up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. And yeah, Feroz Kushi 6, Brown 6, Das 1. And the thing about it, Nick, Essex was almost rendered strokeless. I mean, Glamorgan, I thought, bowled really well in those first 10 overs, but they were just weren't able to throw anything back. And when they tried to throw something back, they were skying them for catches. But they settled down a bit since then, as here is Wesley on the drive, as the sun's come out, hits it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 73 for 3. I think Glamorgan will still be relatively happy with the position, because the asking rate has pushed up above a runner ball, but it's still, you know, sustainable with a partnership.
Yeah, we have got a Duckworth-Lewis on the corner of the board for reference, which we don't expect to be needed, but it gives you an idea of past scores. And at the end of this over, Essex would be expected to have 111 on the boards to be on par, if the mathematics of the late Duckworth and Lewis and the current Stern are to be believed. As Ben Morris will continue from the former river end. Well, the river's still there, and that's hoiked away on the leg side. Just the single, though, out to deep mid-wicket for Luke Benkenstein on that occasion, as he moves to 37 off 36 deliveries. He has hit 6 4s in the process. Tom Wesley, 22 off 31. So a slightly slower strike rate, but he is trying to drop anchor for the whole innings as Morris bowls, and that's run away to third man for a single. Required run rate at the moment is 6.4. As Essex move up to 75 for 3 in the 18th over. 284 is the victory target here on BBC Sport Online, as the ball is back with 20-year-old Ben Morris. And he's on his way in to bowl, driven firmly, but well intercepted by Bevan at mid-off. And no run for Benkenstein on that occasion. Morris will be hoping that maybe Van der Houghton's rested again, or one of the other seamers is rested, so he can get a little run of games in. As Glamorgan have been having difficulties for some years, really, in producing consistent seamers, as that's played nicely off the back foot through the offside by Benkenstein. He'll just get the single. As I say, the medium and fast bowlers not thick on the ground from Welsh backgrounds in the last decade and a half, really. Had a little run in the noughties of several promising careers being cut short by injury. As Morris is into bowl, driven nicely through the onside by Wesley. He may pick up a boundary here. He will pick up a boundary. The sweeper in front of the pavilion can't get round to it, as Chelmsford outfield is playing fairly fast at the moment. The ball is racing over what in some cases is parched turf, and Essex moving on nicely.
Yes, are those 3 wickets they've lost maybe at least one too many? I was actually quite impressed with the way that Glamorgan didn't lose wickets in the first 10 overs of their innings, when it was quite tricky to bat.
Morris bowls, and forward comes Wesley, defending, 80 for 3. And that is the end of 18 overs, so 204 runs needed to win, and Essex have 32 runs in which, 32 overs in which to do it. The run rate, not necessarily a problem, 6.38. It's more a case of maintaining wickets in hand so that they can be in a position to launch a final assault. 80 for 3. Benkenstein has 38. The captain Wesley has 27.
At the start of the next over is punched away into the offside by Benkenstein, out to the deep cover boundary for a single. 81 for 3. Gorvin is the bowler. Yes, a wonderful fight back actually so far from Essex. In particular, Dale Benkenstein. I think you were saying earlier that Wesley's just got to try and bat through the innings and hope that Benkenstein can keep going as long as he can the way he is. That's flipped off the pads from Wesley down to fine leg for a single. One thing they are doing, which Glamorgan struggled to do, is once they got outside that first power play, is to score boundaries.
Yeah, there were some quite lengthy fallow periods in the middle of the Glamorgan innings before Durthwaite came in and clubbed a few at the end. But in terms of boundaries, Smale 7.
This one's defended into the leg side by Benkenstein, no run.
Northeast, just the 6 fours in his 93 boundaries. Durthwaite 3 4s and 2 6s. Other than that, very few boundaries, and Glamorgan had to work hard for their runs for most of their innings. Essex bowled mostly quite tidily with just the odd blemish.
Next delivery is Fuller. Oh, it's an LBW appeal, and the umpire's given it straight in front. Tried to work it away in the leg side at Benkenstein. It was full. Bounce wasn't an issue. It was just whether it was going on to hit the stumps. An umpire gave it almost immediately, and Benkenstein's entertaining innings comes to an end. Essex at 82 for 4, and Benkenstein goes for 39.
That looked with the naked eyes, that kept a bit low. We'll see the replay on our screens. It did. It hit probably halfway up the shins there. And Benkenstein playing slightly across the line. And there was no possibility of the umpire judging it had gone over the top. And you might feel a little bit aggrieved by the lack of bounce on that one. But the pitch has proved difficult to cope with. That one was one which kept low. We've had a few that have popped or stopped. And Gorvin just skidded one through. He is very much a wicket-to-wicket medium pacer, no frills. keeps the batter honest. If you miss, he's likely to hit. And I don't think Benkenstein can have any complaints about that as he regains the dressing room to be replaced by another teenager.
Yep. So it's going to be Noah Thane at the crease. Makes his way out there to greet his captain. Essex back in trouble again. There's always going to be one wicket. A little bit into a desperate situation for Essex, still 202 required. 32 overs including this one to get them in, but wickets are slowly tumbling. So, Thane taking his mark. Govin at the top of his and now starts to come in. Phil close in on the offside, bowls, and Thane gets away with the single straight away down to deep point. And the score goes to 83 for 4.
England under-19 international, so obviously a young man of some promise. So bowled 6 overs without reward. Half century already to his credit in this comp.
Wesley on strike, off the back foot, cut away down to the same man. Runs round from point to field. And another single to the total, 84 for 4. One thing these youngsters don't lack is confidence these days, is it? They just come in and play their shots, which is brilliant to watch.
Well, it is one of the joys of this time of year. I know a lot of county supporters are understandably and justifiably aggrieved by their key names disappearing off to franchise operations spread far and wide throughout the land in some cases, but it does mean that you see a wider range of youngsters making an appearance in county cricket, as Ben Morris, 20 years old, is in to bowl to Wesley, who plays to cover, and there's no run. 84 for 4. The Duckworth-Lewis power has now shot up to 140, which gives you an indication, although it won't come into play, who would have thought, unless the weather does something completely unexpected. Wesley feeling the weight of his responsibility on his shoulders, maybe. Morris bowls, Wesley plays to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. He'll be looking to maybe rotate the strike if the youngsters are able to play their shots. Still to come, we've got Snater, Richards, Allison, Fernandez and Beard, which is probably a more susceptible lower order than Essex would have wanted, really. Morris is in, bowls to Wesley, who forces into the offside, but fielded at cover by Kieran Carlson. Dr. Hignell, the Glamorgan statistician and archivist, is an eagle-eyed fella, I'll tell you after this delivery. As Morris bowls, carved into the offside. Lovely shot from Tom Wesley, racing away up to the main scoreboard for 4. As Morris, who's bowled pretty tightly, just offered him a little bit of room there. And Wesley hitting through that ball nicely and dispatching it to the ropes. Thane's third initial is M for Mostyn, which is obviously usually a name of Welsh origin, so maybe he's got a bit of Welsh blood in him, Noah Thane. .88 for 4, as that's worked away on the leg side, and there'll be more runs here. Could be another boundary. Root is scampering round in front of the pavilion. He's stopped it just in front of the ropes, and oh, there's an appeal as they came back for a third run, and Root's throw from the boundary has flicked the bail at the non-striker's end. That would have been an extraordinary run out. Root went scrambling round the boundary, just about managed to haul it back as he went over the ropes. Palmed it back inside, but some excellent fielding from Root to save the one run. 91 for 4, Essex. Last ball of the first 20 overs. As Morris on his way in to bowl to Thane, who dots it down into the offside, but straight to point. It's no run. 91 for 4 after 20. At this stage, Glamorgan 95 for 3, so it can be done if you play sensibly. Not that much in it, but on Duckworth Lewis, Essex still some way behind.
Yeah, it's a great throw from the boundary. I think Wesley would have been in. Certainly accelerated for that third run. And it was his call as well, because Thane was waiting there, waiting and waiting until his captain called him through. But given not out anyway. Gorvin to continue from the Graham Gooch end. That one's punched away into the offside. On the bounce, it's taken by the fielder at cover, and there's no run. 91 for 4. Essex target is 284. What have they got left in the tank? Here comes Gorvin again. That's carved away into the offside. That's just going to be a single down towards deep cover. Wesley goes to 37.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got to get 10 overs from spin. They've delivered 3 so far. Kieran Carlson, relatively expensive, 0 for 19. If they can get through those overs of spin as a run of ball, they'd be relatively happy. Bevan and Tribe other options.
Gorvin wide of off stump. Oof. And Thane, I think he was trying to drive that through the offside, wasn't he?
Yeah, looked like it.
Thick inside edge into the leg side. And there's no run. 92 for 4. Crowd still sticking around at the moment.
Yeah, it's quite pleasant viewing conditions, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice. Gorvin, reared up as Thane tried to drive through the offside. Actually well taken by the wicketkeeper. Actually managed to take the, did he manage to take the bails off as well?
I think so, yeah. It's a tremendous bit of keeping by Will Smale, because that standing up the wicket to the medium pacer, and that one did take up off a little bit, off a length.
Gorvin down the slope, bowls to Thane, who covers up and defends into the offside, and again there's no run.
Talking about international tied matches earlier, there's a tied match in the women's 100 today, the London Derby. London Spirit 113 for 9, Oval Invincibles 113 for 8 with a run out off the last ball.
Gorvin into the leg side, this time by Thane. Bit of a misfield, but they won't get a single. And stuck on 92 for 4, 21 overs gone. Essex still require another 192 for victory.
In the men's London Derby, the Oval side knocked up 147 for 5. London Spirit 38 for 0 after 26 balls. 38 for 1 after 27 as I speak. And Northern Superchargers against Manchester Originals in the women's is also well underway. So double bubble in the 100 today, but we're concentrating on this Group B in the one-day cup, as Dan Douthwaite will return to the Glamorgan attack. Gloucestershire against Warwickshire. Gloucestershire 267 all out. Warwickshire unbeaten so far, and on course to stay that way, really. 122 for 2 in the 24th over. Warwickshire Glamorgan's rivals at the top of the group, and the two sides meet in Birmingham on Thursday. Surrey's youngsters are up against it, as Dan Douthwaite comes back into the attack for his 6th over, and no shot played by Wesley to the first ball. Nottinghamshire ran up 378 for 6, with Ben Slater hitting 164 and Jack Haynes 86. Boy, he'll be relieved to get that, because he was on. He got his 4th duck in a row against Glamorgan. Surrey in reply chasing 379, 123 for 3 after 21. As that is through. Oh, that's through Will Smale as well. And it's run away for 4 byes. Maybe a bit of light swing from Dan Douthwaite, but Essex won't care about the provenance of the runs. They all count 96 for 4. As that one beat Wesley, jagged back, and beat Smale diving to his left. He'll be a little bit disappointed, I think, to have not blocked, if not taken, that one. As Douthwaite is into bowl, driven but not timed by Wesley, back down the ground. No run. And the match at, is that at Hove? I presume it is, Sussex, yeah, at headquarters. Leicestershire made 363 for 7 with a century for Peter Hanscom. And Sussex in reply, going reasonably well, but still with a lot to do. Douthwaite is in to bowl to Wesley, who drives as far as Gorvin at mid-on. And there's no run. Leicestershire chasing 364 to win. They're 128 for 1 in the 22nd over, so going well, but still need to up their run rate there. Here, Glamorgan at the moment favourites for a 5th straight win, as that is short, and attempting the pull is Tom Wesley, but doesn't get anything on it, and it bounces off his hip down on the offside. And there's no run. And Dr. Hignell informs me that the last time Glamorgan won their first 5 List A games, which, in other words, the longer limited over games, in a row, was back in 2004, when they went on to win the National League, as it then was. Douthwaite running away from us. Bowls, Wesley on the defensive, and there's no run. Douthwaite takes his cap. Decent over that from Dan Douthwaite. The 4 byes made it reasonably productive for the home side, but just a single off the bat. 96 for 4. Oh, hang on. There's an over behind. 96 for 4 after 22 overs, chasing 284 to win. It was, in fact, a maiden over.
Absolutely was, yeah.
Just a single off the over before.
Just keeps the pressure on Essex. Gorvin continuing from the Graham Gooch end. Right arm over to the right-handed Thane, and that one's guided out towards backward point on Misfield, and they'll get through for a single. That won't make the bowler happy. 97 for 4.
No, 6 is Henry Hurl, the substitute fielder, because Eddie Byram took some sort of knock in the field and limped off.
Gorvin up to the stumps. Oh, there's a big slash outside the off down. Did it get a nick, that? It was well stopped by the wicketkeeper, because that was racing away for 4. I'm not sure if Thane got anything on it, although the wicketkeeper's hanging his head in the air there. Suggests there might have been a nick.
It was a wide ball, wasn't it? And launched the kitchen sink at it. Might have been just deviation off the pitch, not sure.
97 for 4 in the 23rd. as Gorvin moves in. Bowles clipped off the pads down towards a deep backward square leg for a single. 98 for 4. 196 required for victory.
Run rate climbing gradually. 6.76 at the moment is required. The run rate required climbing rather than the run rate, which is declining very very gently.
Gorvin, Fuller, Thane forward, defends, and there's no run. It's been a lovely afternoon to watch a bit of cricket. Let's hope that Essex can take it to the wire.
Yeah, so it's a nice balance, these weather conditions, aren't they? I'm settled for these.
Gorvin in again. Bowles and Thane punches, but straight to the man at mid-off, and again another misfield, but this time it doesn't cost any runs. Glamorgan just got to keep their concentration here. If a chance comes their way, they don't want to be fumbling about. Gorvin past the umpire to Thane, again defends. That's a no ball, and that's going to be an overstep as well, so a 3 hit. Again, just got a bit sloppy in this over.
Yeah, shouldn't really be bowling no balls at Andrew Gorvin's pace. 100 up, the applause for the no ball.
Yeah. 2 to the total, 104. And the only thing that Thane's got to be careful with here, with the keeper up to the stumps, he doesn't step too far out of his crease and miss the ball. So, captain and bowler have spoken to each other. Thane waits as Gorvin bowls. That's punched down the ground, but it's not timed. And bowler gets away with that one. That's the end of the over. Dot ball to finish with. Essex 100 for 4, requiring another 184 for victory. Be a little disappointed there, Thane. They didn't make more of that.
Yes, he hit it reasonably firmly, but straight to the fielder on the edge of the circle, and couldn't even manage to scamper the single. So doesn't look as though we're likely to see Eddie Byron. Well, he's not required to bowl, so there's not much point in risking any aggravation of the injury. And Henry Hill will no doubt be glad to have the chance of a run round in the fresh air. As Douthwaite starts a new over to Wesley, who on the back foot plays it through the offside for a single. McIlroy comes in off the cover boundary and fields comfortably. So Thane is yet to get going. 2 off 11 deliveries, and well, you do have a bit of time to have a look at the bowling in 50 over cricket. You will be conscious that it can't be too long. As Glamorgan are pushing Gorvin a little in at cover. No mid off at the moment, as that's driven through the offside for a single. Or is there a long off? We can't see some of the boundary fielders at this near end of the ground.
Yep, I can't see.
There's a man in a bib walking round. As Douthwaite has the ball back in his grasp. 101 for 4, 24th over. It's coming towards the halfway mark as Gorvin wraps Wesley on the pads. There's an appeal that quickly dies away from the shot being played by Wesley, unless it was a complete miscalculation. It was going down leg side as Wesley was looking to play through mid-wicket. There was a puff of dust somewhere as Douthwaite's appeal is gently barracked by some of the more vociferous home supporters. 102 for 4. Southwaite on his way again. This is 7th over. And he beats the outside of Wesley's bat there. Through to Smale. So Glamorgan not saving a lot back for the closing stages, it seems. Southwaite may bowl another one, you'd guess. And they might have to mix and match. They usually bowled down Van der Hoogten quite a lot in the middle stages, but he's being rested today as Southwaite is in past the umpire. Bowls to Wesley, who's not quite got that one past point, as there's a diving stop from the man on the edge of the circle there. And it's a dot ball. It's gone a little bit quiet from the Essex point of view in the last couple of overs since the dismissal of Busy Benkenstein. His 39 came off 41 deliveries. Southwaite in bowls, driven by Wesley, but straight to Morris at mid-on. Good over from Dan Southwaite, just a couple of runs off it then. 102 for 4 after 24 overs, chasing 284. As I will hand over the Welsh half of the commentary to my colleague Kenneth Davis.
Thanks, Nick. May well be back in about 8 overs time, depending on how this Essex run chase keeps going. 102 for 4. Bevan is coming on from the Graham Gooch end. So a bit of spin. See how Thane deals with this. There's a short third man, deep point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. There's that one, oh, thickest inside edge and a long on as well. Gets away with that one. Skewed a bit down the pitch. It was uppish for a short amount of time, but well wide of the bowler's follow through. And Essex go to 103. And they require 181 for victory. Bevan in again. That one's turned into the leg side, but Wesley sent back with 2 fielders converging on the ball. Slowed up slightly since Benkenstein lost his wicket, but Wesley has been playing some attacking strokes. And he's on strike at the moment. On back foot, he just clips that long way through the gap in the leg side. I think it's just going to be a single down towards deep mid-wicket. Run to the total, 104 for 4. Welcome back, Kenneth Davis. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, we thought that Tom Bevan would come in to the equation. He needed.
Coming in again, over the wicket bowls, and that's a thickish outside edge by Thane. Can't be the man at short third man, and there's no run.
Just to make the overs up, we've had Carlson from that end.
Bevan in again to Thane, who drives down towards long on. It'll be a single this time, 105 for 4. Decent point to be bowling, really. They might be able to sneak 2 or 3 overs in from Bevan here without costing himself too much runs. Essex can't really be taking huge chances. Want to put away the bad ball though, as Wesley pushes forward into the offside this time. Let's run down towards deep backward point. Can come back for a second. They think about it. They both think about it, and eventually decide not to. And that's the end of the over. 105 for 4, 179 for victory. Long way away, and I think we're going to have a drinks break as well. Yep, we're midway through the Essex innings, 25 overs down.
Yeah, still an awful lot of work to do after losing 4 wickets, but all depends, a lot rests on the shoulders of Tom Wesley. He's going to have to take the reins here if Essex are at all going to make inroads into this total. 284 required. Still an awful lot of time to do it though, so it's just a case of risk and reward here.
25 overs a long time. Do we know what Glamorgan were at this stage? They've been much further ahead.
It was 1-2-4.
Okay, so they were a fair bit ahead.
Yeah, it was that mid point where Root and Northeast came together before Root was run out. But they always seem to be able to build a few partnerships, which Essex haven't done. However, Wesley, with 41 from 59 balls, is doing his best to rectify that.
Just taking on some fluids here. Get some energy back in the tank.
Some people taking different forms of fluid in front of us.
Yeah, a few supporters just standing up, just stretching the legs. Been a long day for them. Still, potentially a couple of hours to go yet. Just under. Let's see how these two get along with it.
Yeah, you feel if Glamorgan can take one of Wesley or Thane, then it's going to be really tough then. Not an awful lot of batting to come. Similarly, it's the contrast with Glamorgan, who are down bowlers today, with Van der Hoogten not there. Callaway pulled up prior to this game.
Batting to come for Essex is just inexperienced,
Yes.
isn't it?
And yeah.
If you leave them too many on the board, it will be a tough chase. It would have been a tough chase of even experienced players.
So Carlson has bowled, Bevan has bowled, Tribe is an option as well to make up these overs for Glamorgan, but again, very inexperienced player. Who's it going to be from? It's going to be young Morris, who's bowled well from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Has made a fine impression as Ben Morris. So we're almost ready to go after the drinks break with Essex 106 for 4. Wesley, the main man for the home side, on 41. Noah Thane is there on 5. Quiet run rate is over 7. They won't worry about that at the moment. It's all about wickets at the present time. As Morris starts his run up from the Sir Alistair Cook end, past the umpire, bowls, right arm over, and that's slash. They thought about a run, and shy came from Dan Douthwaite. What's the last thing they want is a needless run out, which almost happened a couple of overs ago from the deep, where the throw came back from Billy Root, where there was a bit of indecision. So Morris, no slips in for him. Third man, fine leg. In to Wesley, who just dabs that down to third man, and they'll take an easy single.
Yeah, just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over. Need more than ones at the moment. Duckworth Lewis up to 152 at the end of this over, par score.
Yes, even if Morris can just build a bit of pressure with a few dot balls. Singles, as Dave mentioned, not enough for Essex. In comes Morris, bowls, good length delivery, and that's chopped into the offside. Slight misfield there.
But a few of those over the last
few
overs.
Bevan, that was at point, but no damage done. Bevan went cheaply in the Glamorgan innings for 6 when they were trying to push on. Northeast, the top scorer with 89. Contributions from Smale with 42, and Dan Douthwaite as well, as Morris comes in. Good length delivery once more, and it's again worked but fielded at point, and there's no run for Essex. Got over this once more. He's been really impressive as Ben Morris in his first competitive game for the county. Just getting a bit of support from mid-on from Andy Gorvin. Morris starts his run-up, coming in. Bowls Fuller that time, and that's struck firmly towards Gorvin at mid-on, but there's no run. So very good over. Just the one run coming off it so far. And that's what they'll try and do, just build that bit of pressure so they perhaps take some risks, and they will have to get a move on.
Feels like Essex have gone into a bit of a reverse over the last few overs.
Bit of a lull at the moment. Morris in, and that's in the air, and that should be caught by Gorvin, and is as easy as that. Exactly what we were speaking about, building pressure. That's what Ben Morris has done, and he gets his reward. That's the 5th wicket to fall, and that was all about dot balls and pressure.
And the 4th wicket to a pull shot. Unfortunately.
So Thane falls for 5. Caught Gorvin, bowled by the young Ben Morris, and it's just made the task ever so more difficult now for Essex. 107 for 5 at the end of the 26th over, with Wesley still there. But Thane trudges off in disappointment. And as Dave leaves the commentary position, we will welcome Nick Gledhill back. It's looking a bit bleak.
Looking
now.
good for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
I thought the wicket of Benkenstein was critical. I thought he was playing really well. Really well. And that ball gets kept a bit low, didn't it? The one that got him LBW. And no, I think it was a real struggle for him. Fresh off that 53 against Leicestershire, but never got going. And it was always going to be about Tom Wesley batting through and getting support from the other end, but Benkenstein aside, it's not really been there. And in the case of Benkenstein, it was an innings cut short when it was threatening to be very impressive. The run rate has really struggled since Benkenstein got out. Right. A few things to bring you up to date with. It's been a busy day, actually, with things going on. 107 for 5. Here's the start of the new over, and a pleasant-looking drive off the back foot, which is going to get a couple of runs. And that's the first ball of the new over being sent down by Bevan. His first went for 4, so that's 2 runs off that. So Wesley has gone along to 44, 109 for 5, and Fernandez has come in. He's the non-striker, but Wesley's got an awful lot to do now. 44 out of 109 for 5, and this is driven away up towards mid-wicket, but not past. The asking rate 175 required 7.4 runs and over, and that's a lot with just 5 wickets in hand. As Bevan again with his spin from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and that's driven back by Wesley, and there is no run. So earlier today in this game, it looked at one point as though Glamorgan might not get much more than 260, but really it was Sam Northeast and the 2 partnerships that he was involved in that changed that. This is flicked away just round the corner. Nice stroke from Wesley. They're thinking of a second run. It's not going to be there. Sun shining brightly at the moment. 109 for 5. Wesley, in fact, I think it'll tick up to 110 for 5, and Wesley on 45, and Fernandez will have the strike. Fernandez, who took 5 catches and got a run out earlier and kept in exemplary fashion. 89 from 93 balls from Sam Northeast, and 2 significant partnerships that he took part in. That looks to be the difference at the moment. They were 77 for 3, but he added 74 with Billy Root and 71 with Asa Tribe. 2 really significant partnerships in the Glamorgan innings. As this is played by Fernandez easily enough into the offside through a gap for a single. 111 for 5. He's off the mark. Wesley on 45. Another 174 more needed. Snater 3 for 45. Allison 2 for 49. Jamal Richards 3 for 68 in 9.4. They shared the wickets. 4 other bowlers used. Essex going in a batter light, and it showed a little bit as Wesley plays that back down the pitch. No Charlie Allison. Allison replaced by Beard, so a batter light effectively, and it has rather borne out to be the case. They had a lot of bowling options, but not so many with the bat. 111 for 3, 1 to Fernandez, 45 to Wesley, and Glamorgan on course for a victory, as I say, that will put at least 1 foot in the knockout stage.
Yeah, and unsurprisingly, Kieran Carlson will persevere with young Ben Morris, who took his first wicket in the last over, the wicket of Noah Thane, and that was just all about pressure.
It was. Thane was really struggling, wasn't he?
Kept a good line and length, and a rash shot. We've seen many of them.
Yeah, I thought Glamorgan bowled very well at the start, and a little bit of looseness early on from Carlson, but I think really throughout the bowling has been very good. They've not given much away.
And another enforced error. Here comes Morris then. The start of the 28th over coming in, bowls, and it's a good ball once more, and that's just prodded and fielded by Gorvin at mid-on.
I think Glamorgan have got Warwickshire next, haven't they? And
next
that
Thursday,
could be a clash of 200% sides, because Warwickshire 155 for 4 on course to get the 268 they need at Bristol to beat Gloucestershire. Ed Barnard, 173 not out at Chelmsford, 3 low scores, and now he's 79 at a run of ball, undefeated in that game.
Morris in, right arm over, and that's firmly pushed to mid-on where Gorvin fields.
So the other big story of the day regarding Essex, Jordan Cox is in the England squad alongside Ollie Stone. Zach Crawley out for the Sri Lanka series, Dylan Pennington out of the squad as well. So Cox is obviously not going to be available, it would seem, for Essex, certainly initially.
Morris, good length delivery. That's just pushed into the offside, and they'll take an easy single. 112 for 5.
And then, as our scorer David Jackman spotted, another potentially significant little Essex story, and a case of it never rains but it pours in terms of availability. The fact that Adam Rossington is not playing in this London derby in the 100 between the Oval Invincibles and London Spirit. Michael Pepper keeping wicket there.
Morris in, full delivery, and right up in the block hole to Wesley. It's always a frustration, isn't it, when they're called?
Yeah, yeah.
Not played.
Yes. Michael Pepper made 20. Matt Critchley has bowled. He got a wicket, but he's not batted yet. Adam Rossington not playing. Dan Lawrence 26 not out, and we believe Dan Lawrence will be opening the batting against Sri Lanka in that first test. I think starting on the 21st of August.
Morris hunting his 2nd wicket. Glamorgan 6th coming in. Right arm over. That's pulled. Will it? No. I thought he was going to bisect both fielders. No, it isn't. And just the single on offer there.
And Trevor Beaton on our emails, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, says, good to see Dan Lawrence finally get his chance. If I was to detail the ways he's been poorly treated by England since his first test appearance as the premier batsman of his generation, it would take up all your email time, so I'll just mention one for now. I've got one to mention as well, Trevor. He said a new batsman needs to help to settle in the role of expected of him, and yet assuming he bats at 1 or 2 in this, his 12th match, he'll be batting in his 6th different batting position. Not very helpful.
Last ball of the over. Ben Morris in bowls what is a good over once more, and that's played into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. Rounds off the over. 113 for 5, a lot for Essex to do after the departure of Noah Thane. Wesley 46. Fernandez has just come in on 2. So the run rate creeping up almost to 8 now.
Trevor says, I was out this morning, would I be right in assuming Charlie Allison is injured? Yes, Charlie Allison, hamstring strain from the Leicestershire game, not available in this game. Essex playing the extra bowler instead. So they had to say plenty of bowling options, but not many with the bat. And you're right about Dan Lawrence and the batting positions. And the one that stands out for me, the India tour, the one before last, when basically Joe Root should have batted at number 3 in that tour. And Dan Lawrence was shunted in there, and it didn't quite come off for him. 113 for 5, and here is Bevan bowling, and that's played away just backward a square on the offside, and there is no run for Wesley, 46. Great batsman, Root, one of England's best, but you wouldn't put him near the top of the list of all-time great captains. He'd be a fair way down, I think. This is driven away through mid-on, up towards long-on for a single. I'm not as unkind as Ian Chappell has been in some analysis of Root's captaincy.
Ian Chappell unkind? No.
But I tell you, he's a much, he wasn't one of England's great captains. And
no, it
the one downside, it was not taking responsibility and doing what was best for the team, which was him batting at 3 in India on that tour. Anyway, enough of that. 114 for 5. Fernandez on 2, Wesley on 47. So it's going to be Bevan with a short extra cover, a mid-off, a short third man, a cover, a mid-wicket, a short mid-wicket as well. Here's a reverse sweep and beautifully executed. What a terrific shot from Fernandez, who's had a great day with the 5 catches and the run out, and that was a brilliant reverse sweep. They've very much kept the field up to him to try and put some pressure. So he said, well, I've got boundary opportunities. If you've got all these men in the circle, you've got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover, I've got a chance to play the ball through them, and he did beautifully there. That was a perfectly executed reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, I think they need to put pressure on Glamorgan.
Here's Bevan again. Bowls. Oh, it's a ball that just keeps a bit low, like the one that got the wicket of Benkenstein, but he reacted to it and played it back down the pitch. Good start from Fernandez. He's on 6 from 7 balls, 118 for 5. Can he be a revelation with a bat today? He goes on the sweep here. That's a little bit more ambitious because he's had to go across his crease to play it. And in the end, it just rolls back off the pad. But a good day for Fernandez so far. Didn't talk much about him, apart from the catches he was taking, because he wasn't making any mistakes. That tends to be the way of wicketkeepers, isn't it? The less you say about them, the better they're doing, as this is played on the bounce up towards short mid-wicket and a no run. But it's a big ask for him, inexperienced player, to try to play a significant innings here with such a long way to go. 118 for 5 after 28. 22 overs to get 166 at 7.9 and over. Wesley has 47 from 70 and Fernandez 6 from 9.
Yeah, they need more of what we just saw from Fernandez. Just thought they got bogged down before Thane departed. Need to try and size the initiative and go on the attack somewhat. Wesley still there, so still a chance on 47. Fernandez has just come in, is on 6. Wesley on strike. This is Morris once more, just dabbed into the offside towards point. There's no run.
And in terms of Fernandez, not seen much of him with the bat yet for Essex with the first team, but for the seconds, at the start of July, he got 92 in a T20 game against Hampshire at Southend. And then at the Benny Hill venue of Teddington, 2 days later, he got 42.
The Benny Hill
with 2-ton Ted.
So it is Morris coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end at Chelmsford. That's pulled, and that will go for 4 behind square. And Wesley took it early, and that is his 50 and a good knock. It is to a knock desperately required by Essex.
So much more to do, but well, they're fighting hard, Essex. I think Glamorgan have bowled really well. I think they've really sized up the pitch, having batted first, and they've given Essex very little to work with.
6 fours in that innings so far, as Morris comes in. Trying to hit back. Better ball, and that's a pitch, and it's gone. Well, would you believe it? He's lobbed one straight to cover, and it's taken by the captain, Kieran Carlson. And that's the 6th wicket to fall, and that may scupper Essex's chances completely. Wesley falls, having lobbed one to Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, and the wicket deserved for Morris. And as I say, I do think that Glamorgan have bowled very well. I think Morris, for an inexperienced bowler, has you know, he's done very well. He's bowled a pretty consistent line and length, and he's got his reward there with the prime wicket, the one that they wanted more than any other. Tom Wesley, who's got to his 50, but he's on his way back now, and it's looking
well. We won't administer the last rice yet, but. No. That's a big blow.
It is. And for Essex, well, it's going to take something quite remarkable to get these 162 runs that they need. And you say, I'm just talking about Sam North East and those two partnerships. That although Essex fought back well in the last 10 overs, despite one expensive over from Jamal Richards, perhaps that did the damage. Perhaps 260 was sort of more of a realistic pass score, and a pitch that's been offering a little bit with the lack of predictability and the bounce causing some of the Essex dismissals. Shane Snater coming in a bit, you ideally want him coming in a bit lower than number 8, but he's a useful batsman. Didn't sort of get a chance to bat in that critical T20 match at Southampton.
Again, lack of pace has affected most of the batters. Again, I think Wesley was slightly surprised that it checked in him and it just looped up. Easy catch for Kieran Carlson.
It's as if the Glamorgan bowlers had a good chat in the break about how the pitch was playing and how they needed to bowl. But they backed it up by just giving nothing away.
So Morris then, buoyed by that wicket, and has missed everything straight through to Smail. Playing a miss from Snater.
He's going to give it a bit of a go. Interesting game at Taunton. Somerset 316 for 5. Derbyshire were 90 for 5 and now 217 for 5 in the 38th over. David Lloyd and Anuj Dal with the partnership there, creating an interesting finish. Need 100 to win in 74 balls.
Morris then, who's been impressive. 2 wickets so far, coming in past the umpire, bowls right arm over. That's slashed, and that plugs, but will go all the way for 4, and they need more of that to Essex. Some positivity required. That's gone all the way to the boundary, wide of mid-off.
First win of the day, Middlesex beating Kent by 5 wickets at Beckenham. So it's a second win for Middlesex, much needed. 88 to Joe Cracknell in that one, 50 to Robbie White.
Morris, last ball of his over, bowls, digs that one in short, and that is a no ball.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair enough.
There was a few in the Glamorgan innings, so I think the umpire quite rightly is consistent. Yeah.
So I think they gave a few of those as well, didn't they? You always want to give the bowler a chance, but I think that one was a fair way away.
So to complete the over then. An over that's seen the dismissal of Westerly. Coming in is Morris, bowls full toss, and that's worked round the corner to a fine leg, but only 1 run taken. 128 for 6 then. Essex in all sorts of trouble now, having lost Westerly. He was the danger man, and it looks as if Snater, if they're going to go down, he's going to go down with a fight.
Now, I'm trying to work out the percentage of 74 out of 118, but that is what Chris Green has got. 74 from 76 balls for Lancashire out of 118 for 7 against Hampshire's 222 for 8. So Lancashire need 105 in just 17 and a half overs. But that's a remarkable percentage of the innings from Chris Green, who is, well, I guess he's the man that's separating Hampshire from victory in that one at the moment. So, yes, the fill-in bowlers have done pretty well here. Bevan is going to get a 4th over. He's going to bowl to Snater, and Snater on the drive sends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 129 for 6. Disappointment for the crowd.
Yeah, just a bit of a lull on Chelmsford at the moment.
All they can hope is that these batters provide some entertainment and give it a bit of a go, and Snater will get a single thanks to a misfield at mid-wicket, just bouncing up on Carlson, and they couldn't quite hang on to it, and they've got through for a single. So Fernandez is going to be on strike, but one would have thought it's a pretty forlorn situation now. 155 still needed, and we're in the 31st over, and here Fernandez plays a deft little sweep shot. He executed that really well, and he's got that down to fine leg for a couple of runs. As I mentioned, he's got runs for the seconds in recent times. So start of July, so has some batting credentials and played a nice little sweep shot to add to the reverse sweep. I think in the previous over, 132 for 6. And this one he goes for another sweep and hits it squarer. And this is probably just one. They think of a second, it's not going to be there. And 133 for 6 is the score in the 31st over. But Glamorgan looking like it's going to be 5 from 5, and ditto, I think, Warwickshire, unless something goes wrong for them in their game. So it's going to be a big match up at Edgbaston on Thursday. This is a lofted drive. Oh, that's a fine shot by Snater. Over mid-off for 4. And that backs up the theory of one of our colleagues, Paul Newton, who reckoned that Snater might have got a hit in that game, that T20 game at Southampton, because he can put bat to ball, and that was a pretty firm strike. 137 for 6.
Yeah, I think they might decide now that fortune favours the brave here.
Here's Bevan again. Best weather of the day, and Snater plays a very good stroke away, whipped away through mid-wicket for 4. What a good shot that was. Got to the pitch of it and hit it away. And Shane Snater, who I think was in the did not bat column in that crucial T20 game, where Hampshire was struggling for runs at the end, Essex was struggling for runs at the end. Well, he's put bat to ball here. It may not last very long because he's that sort of player, but at least he's provided some enterprise and maybe given a bit of hope. 141 for 6. He's got 14 from 8. Fernandez 9 from 11. And Snater is, I'm sure, saying to Fernandez, you just play your normal game and leave it to me. We're all okay. 147 to get.
Yeah, that game at Edgbaston on Thursday, followed by Leicestershire. Yorkshire then come to Cardiff on the 14th. And what a win, if Glamorgan do win here, does is give them a bit of leeway in those games remaining.
Yeah. Yes, and of course, it could be if they beat Warwickshire, they might be on the way to winning the group in the home tie.
In comes Morris. And bowl him straight through the gate. And that's a 3rd wicket for young Morris. And the end, it would seem, is nigh now for Essex. And we thought there was one way. Fernandez played a few shots, but in the end, the gate was open. Through it went, and he has been bowled. So the 7th wicket to fall. And Morris grabs the 3rd. 141 for 7 with Snater there. And the new man will be Jamal Richards.
Well, there's just been a bit of a gap between Glamorgan and Essex today, and it's, well, of course, when the two sides met at Chelmsford in the T20, it was very, very close, but it's not been particularly close today. And you have a side, obviously Chris Cook injured anyway, so would have been available for the 100. Certainly not so far. Mason Crane, obviously a bit of a miss. I'm sure he would have played if he'd been available, but obviously Glamorgan not too hampered by losses to the 100. But Essex, a combination of injuries, player losses to the 100, and you could say, obviously, their own decisions in terms of, say, Dean Elgar not playing in this competition, and it's just left them perhaps a little bit light, particularly on the batting front. And perhaps in the absence of Allison today, there might have been a gamble to try and blood another young batter from the second team. So they went with the more experienced bowler, but Glamorgan have just got too many runs for them here.
Right, Glamorgan trying to round this up very quickly now. Still 143 to win as Morris G'd by that 3rd wicket. He's just taken bowls, and that just climbed at Jamal Richards, went straight through, missed everything to Smale.
It'd be nice for Jamal Richards to play a bit of a cameo here. I do think the game is almost certainly gone for Essex here. They're only halfway to their runs target and just 3 wickets left, but he's had a pretty good day. Just that one expensive over, but 3 wickets, and certainly his first spell was excellent.
And it would seem the decision to rest TVG, Timmy van der Hoogten, has been vindicated by the performance of the youngster on show here, Ben Morris, who's...
Yes, I mean, I think he's bowled really well.
Taken 3 wickets, and here he comes to Jamal Richards in, right arm over, and that's just straight down leg and will be called a wide.
And, you know, if you know, Tim van der Hoogten or any of the other senior bowlers is not available for a later game, particularly a knockout game, it might just be that blooding Morris here could prove to be a bit of a masterstroke, because he's going to not come in cold. He'll have had some experience, had a run out, and I say he's done himself a lot of good, I think, with the way he's bowled here.
Just went down the leg side with his last ball. Here he comes. better ball that time. The jab down, and in comes Carlson to field. There's no run.
Yeah, but that was a rarity, wasn't it? I mean, he really has been on the mark and bowled very well indeed. Quite extraordinary. Chris Green 76 out of 120 in that Hampshire-Lancashire game. They are 8 down, and Lancashire are surely going to lose. But talk about a one-man show. Almost, what, 65, 64% of the runs?
Morris starts his run-up, coming in and bowls to Richards and just dabs that one down defensively. And there's no run. 2 balls to go of the over. Snater is on 14. Jamal Richards has just come in. Has yet to score. Richards took a couple in the Glamorgan innings. Just was wayward in that expensive over. Towards the end, leaking 24.
Probably the game, it's more than that. There's going to be a difference between the sides, I think, in the end.
Yes. Morris in. Ball's cut and down to third man. Just a single then to Jamal Richards, who's off the mark.
Essex would have to win all their remaining games to get to 10 points, and that's going to be a big ask. Obviously, they will have played Glamorgan and Warwickshire already. That is one thing that they can hang their hat on, but it's going to be a very big ask, and they've already played Leicestershire. So you could say they've had a pretty strong set of fixtures in terms of opponents at the start of the group phase. Some of the easier games in brackets to come.
Morris just short that time, and that's pulled, and that was given the treatment it deserved over mid-wicket for 4. So a bit of a blemish on the over. Nonetheless, though, another wicket for young Ben Morris, with Essex in a lot of strife here, Chelmsford.
Well, I suppose the only thing you can say is that if these two were to stay, the asking rate might not be a problem. It's 7.6, but the way that Snater plays, and if Richards can put back to ball, the only problem is they've got to get that 100 stand. That's a slight snag, isn't it?
Yeah, yes.
So, yes, some really good figures. I thought McElroy bowled really well at the start. 1 for 15 and 5. Dathwaite 2 for 25 and 7. Backed him up. And it looks like it's going to be Gorvin.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's going to be the 33rd over. So 137 required in 18 at 7.6, but with only 3 wickets left. And here's Gorvin to bowl, and that's driven by Richards on the bounce up to Carlson at cover and no run. Right, the Invincibles have beaten the London Spirit by 30 runs in the London Derby in the 100. And I say Adam Rossington did not play in that game. So we wait news on how he is. 147 for 7. That's cut away off the back foot by Richards out towards deep backward point for a single. And 148 for 7 in the 33rd over. And Nick, you weren't here for the T20 game between the two sides, but that was a really even contest. This has not particularly been Glamorgan. They've just had a little bit more strength in depth. They've just had a bit too much for the home side today.
Yeah, they've been reasonably efficient overall, Glamorgan, haven't they? And North East anchoring their innings was a key
critical innings, yeah. 148 for 7, and here Snater plays a little flick through mid-on, up to long on. He played very well since he came in, but he's going to have to do something quite extraordinary here. 19 from 10. He's going at the rate that Essex need, but he's going to have to get a lot more than this. Richards 2 from 6, 149 for 7. Sun shining brightly now at Chelmsford. As here Richards just with an angle bat sends it down to backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, I suppose the crowd will want at least a little flourish from Snater to give them some entertainment towards the tail end of proceedings.
Does look like Glamorgan and Warwickshire are both going to be 5 from 5 in this group. Warwickshire 194 for 4, just need another 74 and less than a run a ball at Bristol. So I think they're, unless something goes very badly.
Come on, you Gloucesters.
Okay. But I suppose if Glamorgan can win at Edgbaston, then they're very much in the box seat in terms of potentially winning the group, which of course will be important. 149 for 7, as this one is going down the leg side and is duly signalled to wide. But a disappointing day for Essex, rather putting the campaign into perspective. It is a big ask. They have had, I think, if you like, the stronger half of the group in terms of opponents in the earlier games, having had to play Warwickshire, Glamorgan and Leicestershire, 3 of the first 4 games. But it's going to be a big ask to win the last 4, which is what they're going to have to do. As Gorvin bowls, and that's hit away nicely by Richards, probably for 2. It's going up towards deep mid wicket. Now we're going to start against second run because Fielder getting in very quickly and making sure that wasn't going to be possible.
Yeah, I mean, if Glamorgan do go through, there's plenty of positives. The return of North East to action and first senior appearance of the season from Morris. I suppose the downside, the knocks to Kellaway and Byram. We don't know how serious those 2 are at the moment.
It's going to be a huge win for Northants without a point in Group A over Worcestershire. Worcestershire 9 down, still needing 141, so that's a great performance by Northants in that game at Northampton. This is driven by Snater up towards mid-off, and there's no run. The end of the over. In the end, Douthwaite turning down those singles didn't matter, did it, in this match? 151 for 7, Richards 3, and Snater there on 19 from 11. But this is very much going only the way of the Welsh side.
Yeah, just a little surprised that Snater didn't look to scamper a single off that final ball of the over and take the strike, since he has by far the better strike rate against the lower order man Jamal Richards, who's on strike. 7.82 runs per over required for the home side, who, apart from Benkenstein, have not really looked like matching the required run rate of 5.68 overall, but still just about room to change it as Richards pummels one high over mid-wicket, and that one should spin on to the boundary. And that was the sort of shot that Essex were getting out to at the start of the innings.
I did say to Kerry, Nick, that if these 2 were to stay together, they'd actually probably get the run. They'd probably score quickly enough. But the problem is staying together for the best part of 17 overs. That might be the slight problem.
150 up for the home side. 155 for 7, in fact, as Morris bowls and Richards plays that one circumspectly to Gorvin at mid-on, and there's no run. Crowd hasn't thinned out too much, by the way. I suppose nice, pleasant watching conditions. Just a very gentle hint of breeze and warm but not too hot temperatures as Morris bustles in, bowls, and Richards will get more runs here, playing it past point. They'll turn and look for a second, and they'll get home fairly easily. Oh, McIlroy's throw allows them to come back for a third, and that is sloppy from Glamorgan. McIlroy, I suppose, tried to get his throw in the air as soon as possible, which is always the dictum for fielders, to try and deter the batters from running, but they would have been easily home anyway, and it went several yards wide of Smale, so they came back for 3. 7 in the over so far, as Morris will hope his figures don't suffer too much, as he bowls a short delivery that's hoiked away, and that way might run for 4. No, it's picked up at fine leg, and they just have to settle for the single as Snater opened his shoulders in turn.
Yeah, his excellent line and length has just gone a little bit in the last few overs. That's perhaps because they've been a bit more aggressive, the batters, but I thought his early overs were particularly impressive.
As Morris 3 for 51.
He's got the wickets
at the moment. Has got the key wickets of Westley. Main one, as that's driven firmly by Richards, but straight to Douthwaite at mid-off on the edge of the circle, and there's no run.
Just before I go, Nick, just to mention elsewhere in this group, Nottinghamshire are going to beat Surrey. Interesting finish at Hove. Sussex 191 for 3, chasing 364 to win against Leicestershire, and they're in the 34th over.
Thank you, Nick. As Morris sets off and bowls, and Richards cuts it down to third man and will take the single. So a relatively expensive over for Ben Morris to round off, as he finishes with figures of 3 for 52 in his 10 overs, but he can be pleased with his efforts in getting rid of Wesley and making sure that Essex didn't have wickets in hand for a lower order fight back, or so it seems. Can Snater and Richards do anything to turn that picture and give their side a fighting chance in the closing overs? Still 124 needed to win off 16 overs, which is pretty much 8, I think.
Last roll of the dice for Essex, these two. As Gorvin comes in from the Graham Gooch, and that's cut away pass backward a point on the offside. It's running down towards the boundary, and it gets there in the end. The sweeper couldn't get there. And 4 to the total, 120 to win.
Yeah, it's the 3 wickets left that is the problem, really. If Essex had 5 or 6 left, you'd think they were in a decent shout of getting there. But just Allison and Beard to come.
Richards drives forward. He can hold her back, and Richards...
He batted nicely, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, very much so.
I suppose with nothing much to lose, but he's played sensibly, played his shots where necessary and defended the straight ones.
Gorvin lines up again, keeper up to the stumps. Bowls, that's back of a length, and it's driven back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Yeah, Gorvin will look to keep his discipline. He's in his 6th over. 1 for 24 at the moment. Bowl tight wicket to wicket, and see if he can force the batters into mistakes.
Richards on 15. Gorvin up to the stumps. That's pulled away to the leg side along the ground. Tumbling dive to the left by mid-wicket, and a single to the total, 165 for 7.
I think it's hurled the subfielder, looking to impress with effort. He didn't really have a hoping hell of getting there. It's on Freddie Byram, who limped off.
Gorvin up to the stumps again to Snater this time, who carves it away into the offside. That's a lovely stop, one-handed and pick up and throw on the move. That's tough to do, and he made it look easy in the end, and certainly saved at least one.
Well, that was cool from Dan Douthwaite, wasn't it? Right on the edge of the circle, back-pedalling. If he'd missed that one-handed, he would have looked a complete numpty.
165 for 7. This is guided towards short third man, sent back by Snater, no run. Correction, 166 for 7.
Another subfielder on. Tom Norton is on a powerfully built teenager, young all-rounder. Has just been brought along for experience on a couple of first-team matches, but he'll be delighted to be out on the field as well. And well, Glamorgan will be hoping no one else needs to go off, because I don't think they've got anyone else here. Ben Kellaway was part of the 14 but was injured earlier on, so left with McIlroy will try and finish things off and prevent any late Essex heroics from Shane Snater, who's 21 off 13 balls so far, so a really strong strike rate from Snater. 118 needed off 15 overs. 166 for 7. Essex not entirely out of it, as McIlroy bowls, helped on its way by Snater, but he hasn't got a full bat on it, and he's just lobbed it gently in the direction of fine leg for a single, which Glamorgan will be reasonably happy to see Essex scoring singles. But just a little bit of a revival from these two, who came together with the score on 141. They've so far added 25. As McIlroy is in to bowl, and Richards jams down on that one. And the ball bounces up and there's no run. Came together when Fernandez was the 7th man out, bowled by Ben Morris for 9. Morris also got rid of, crucially, Westley for 51. Drove to cover the ball after reaching his half-century. And then Noah Thane for 5. McIlroy bowls, Richards misses that one. Smale doesn't take it cleanly with a low bounce. And Smale manages to recover and prevent the ball from spinning back and hitting the helmet, which is parked just behind him, which would be 5 penalty runs. Richards 16, Snater 22. So beginnings of a stand from these two, as that's firmly driven, skimming through wide mid-off for 4 runs. And Richards and Snater are certainly not going to go down without a fight if they do go down, because they really have timed the ball nicely on most occasions, these two, and put some of the batters higher in the order. It's a shame. So a lot of mistiming early on against the new ball, with Brown, Cushy and Das all hitting the ball up in the air within the first 8 overs, all playing pull shots or variations, as McIlroy is in to bowl to Richards, who plays to mid-wicket, Bevan Fields, and there's no run. Glamorgan do have to find 3 overs of spin still, so maybe they'll be looking to front load things and take the wicket so that they don't have to find those overs, because the last thing they want is Essex in the game and still spin to be bowled, as Richards turns that one nicely through mid-wicket. They'll turn, look at a second. Billy Root comes pelting in off the boundary and keeps them down to a single. Carlson's bowled 3 and Bevan 4. Tribe is the other bowling option, but that would be asking a lot of him. 172 for 7, so 14 overs left. 112 to win. And, well, Snater and Richards just starting to cause maybe a few little headaches among the fielding bowling side and the Welsh supporters listening.
Yeah, they certainly will if they go for another 8 overs. But it's going to need these two to carry Essex pretty much all the way if they're going to get anywhere near the target they need. 112 required. Gorvin in, and that's clipped away into the leg side, and there's no run.
There's 3 overs from Douthwaite left. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25. McIlroy's got 4. Gorvin 3 after this.
Gorvin in again, cut away off the back foot this time, running down towards deep backward point. The fielder won't get there. That's a lovely stroke from Jamal Richards. Beautiful bit of timing. Gave the fielder no chance. Just raced away down the hill. Lightning quick outfield. 4 more to the total. 108 required to win.
Yeah, this is a wide square, isn't it, including all the practice wickets, and the ball really is fizzing away. Square of the wicket in particular.
Gorvin, right arm over to the right-handed Richards. Oh, he's LBW appeal. Not out. Big stride forward. I don't know if he got an inside edge on that. But it was given not out by the umpire.
Yeah, outside off, I think, was the message conveyed to Andy Gorvin. Oh, that wasn't a bad shout. It's just hit outside the line, I think. It probably would have... Did seem to nip back a bit off the pitch and would probably have hit the stumps.
Gorvin in again, bowls, and that one's cut down towards short backward point, and there's no one.
Oh, it's no ball.
No ball, free hit. A few of those today, shake of the head from Nick Webb. That's right, you've still got plenty of runs on the board.
It's starting to fall apart a bit from Glamorgan though, isn't it?
As the line gets closer, it's more difficult to get over. 108 required. Free hit this one. Keeper up to the stumps though, so just got to make sure he doesn't wander out of his crease and miss it. This one's punched in the air. It's not going anywhere. It's going to be caught, but it's obviously not out. And there's no run.
That was an anticlimax, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Would have been a bit louder on a Friday night, as you say.
Everyone back to where they were. Gorvin in bowls, and that's punched up towards deep cover for a single. 179 for 7. 105 required for victory.
Yeah, if you get to the last 10 and 70 or thereabouts needed, Essex will think, why not? Need to just keep on going the way they are.
I'll have to score a bit quicker than they are to get down to 70 for the last 10. Here comes Gorvin into Snater, who steps away and cuts toe into the bat down towards cover, and just a single again. 104 required for victory. 180 for 7 at the end of the 37th over here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales.
So questions to be answered for Kieran Carlson as to when he uses his frontline boners and when he gets himself or Tim Bevan on, Tom Bevan. As it'll be McIlroy and Carlson deciding to go for wickets and prevent Essex from getting into those last few overs, but McIlroy is in to bowl to Snater on 23 not out, and he's slammed that one up in the air towards long leg. Is it going to carry? Oh, it's brilliantly taken on the boundary, and a stunning, outstanding catch on the charge down there. And he really got a lot of elevation on that one, Snater. I thought it was going to carry for 6, but that, a vital blow by Glamorgan, and it's the youngster Tom Norton who has clung on in the deep, and an unexpected chance to take to the field for the teenager. And what a moment for Norton, as he had to take that one on the run and did so with the composure of a veteran. 180 for 8.
Nick Gledhill's kiss of death. I heard it in the background there. These two stick together and they'll win it in the end. Next delivery out. That was an amazing catch. Yeah, like you say, just too much elevation on the ball from Snater. Just gave the fielder a chance to get around. Still, it was an outstanding catch because it was just falling on him. A lovely slide as he came in to take the catch. Just a few, I don't know, about 30 centimetres off the ground. Lovely take.
Not far off the ground. So, 37 overs are complete. 104 needed to win, but now just... sorry, that was the first ball of the 38th. 104 needed to win. Just 2 wickets left to do it as Ben Allison strides the crease. The tall young man in the side, mainly for his bowling. Can he conjure something with the bat?
Yeah, well, they had to keep going for their shots, Essex. Far too far behind to keep blocking things out. It's probably the right shot. Just execution wasn't quite what he would have liked. Went way too high in the air, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought at the onset that it was likely to carry for 6, but just dropping inside the ropes, and fielder managed to get there. 180 for 8, 104 runs still needed as McIlroy bowls and beats Allison outside off stump. Through to Smale it goes. So, unless Richards can carry things home, you would have thought that Glamorgan are almost set for victory. As McIlroy's on his way in, bowls, driven nicely by Allison, up to mid-on. Gorvin has a shy, but they're safely home for the single anyway. 181 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online. as McIlroy trudges back to his mark. And is in to bowl. Richards turns it away neatly off his hip for a single. Down to Billy Root, who's covered a bit of mileage on that pavilion side of the ground. On the boundary, there's a lot of chasing to do. 182 for 8. And just the vestiges of hope in the home crowd, enjoying that little 8th wicket flurry of 39 runs coming to an end. The dismissal of Snater. Richards may get on to strike again then, as Allison turns one out towards Root, goes through for the single. But Essex need at least one boundary, plus a lot of scampering in every over now. Richards 27 not out of 30 deliveries. So he's shown promise with the bat as McIlroy bowls, and that has caught the edge, and that's the kiss of death on Jamal Richards, who has gone for 27. It's 183 for 9, and McIlroy in turn has his third.
Well, another player who showed a bit of promise. It's just a bit of a desperate situation they got themselves into, but I thought he played quite nicely with the bat there. Him and Snater towards the end, showing they can play their shots. And he looked good with the bat in hand as Jamal Richards, but Essex not really in the game at that point. And yes, in the death throes. So a few more spectators just filtered their way out. It's not making their way back home for Sunday dinner.
I'll leave Kenneth finish this one off from the Welsh point of view as I go and make sure that social media and the online report are done and all that. Thank you very much indeed, David.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Webb, thank you very much for joining us today. It's looking like a victorious one from a Glamorgan point of view. Last wicket for Essex. And Aaron Beard coming out to bat. Numbers 10 and 11 out there for Essex. Just one more wicket for Glamorgan to make it 5 out of 5. Did you think you'd be 5 out of 5 at the start of this conversation?
Not when Glamorgan needed many wickets against Gloucestershire when they were flying, and they took 5 with 3 runs at the expense of 3 runs. So it's been quite a turnaround, but they have used this competition to their advantage. Many counties use it in different ways, of course. And despite it being seen as the 3rd competition, inverted commas, still something tangible for the teams to win.
So it's going to be Bevan for Glamorgan. Over the wicket to Allison, who backs away, trying to find a bit of space on that offside, but it's no run. Some right arm spin. 39th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, and online as well. Here comes Bevan again. That one's punched off the back foot down towards mid-off. Just be a single as the sun comes out brightly at the end of this late Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, glorious conditions now.
Bit glary out there, actually. Bevan, left-handed Beard on strike, a slip in as well. Bevan's going to come around the wicket, take the ball away from the left-hander. And he's in now. And that's on the back foot, just dabs it into the offside. That'll be a single as well.
Yeah, you just wonder, they just didn't cope with the lack of pace. They were onto the shots too quickly. Many an enforced error we saw at the top of the Essex innings.
Just the 99 for victory. And the 1 wicket in hand. Bevan in, and that's a thick inside edge. A full stroke from Bevan. That will run down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 98 for victory. Yeah, was it 4 of the top 5 out to pull shots, all skewed up in the air. Bevan round the wicket to Beard. Beard off the back foot, cuts away.
Stop.
Good stop at backward point. And there's no run.
Henry Hurl in there. A few subs out there now with a few wounded players.
You're on next, Ken.
Bevan in bowls, and that's just dabbed out towards cover. Going to be a single, 98 to win.
Nick Webb just saying that I should get my spikes on. I don't think things are that desperate yet. But there are a few concerns in terms of injuries. Kellaway and Byram being the two. And we'll check that out after this match.
Well, the advantage is if you win 5 in a row, you can afford to rest some players.
Yeah, it does give them a bit of breathing space. Warwickshire to come on Thursday. And then Leicester. And Yorkshire come back to Cardiff. So McIlroy will try and round things off from the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford with Aaron Beard on strike. Here comes the left arm bowler over the wicket to the left arm batter, just jabs that into the ground, into the offside, and there's no run. What will the assessment be from an Essex point of view?
Well, it's difficult to say. It's unexpected. I mean, they've been playing the youngsters. They've been beaten quite handily by the best team in the league so far.
As McIlroy starts his run-up, bowls, good length ball, and Beard has a little dabble at that, but it goes through, misses everything to Smale.
They've been struggling with the bat. Critchley wasn't available today, and they picked an extra bowler as well. So obviously you'd want to get a little bit closer than 97. They've made a proper game of it, and taken it down to the last couple of overs. But it looks like they're going to be beaten with around about 10-9 overs to spare. That's a little bit disappointing, but there's been a few players that have shown some decent touches, certainly with the bat.
McIlroy in, and that's a good cover drive, just a single on offer. Yeah, we have to reiterate the players that are absent on 100 duty: Rossington, Cox, Critchley, Pepper, Walter, and so yeah, it's a fair few that would affect any side.
It's half a team that would have started, and they bowled pretty decently, I thought.
As McIlroy comes round to Allison, and that's just missed everything through to keeper Smale. 188 for 9 with Allison on 4, Beard is 3, 96 runs still to win with only the 1 wicket in hand.
There's a lot of youngsters in the side that are, trying to find their way. It's good practice, but admittedly you don't want them to get beaten heavily every time they go out and play. It dents the confidence.
McIlroy trudges in, and that's just a forward offensive jab from Allison, and there's no run. Of course, Essex doing well in the county championship, 3rd in the 1st division. So all the big guns will be back when that resumes. McIlroy, who's picked up 3 wickets coming in, and again it's a forward offensive from Allison. That is the end of Jamie McIlroy's over, with Glamorgan on the brink of victory, just requiring that 1 wicket now to round things off at Chelmsford. Essex 188 for 9, chasing a very unlikely 284.
Very, very unlikely. But from a Glamorgan perspective, apart from the injuries?
Yes, very, very impressive campaign so far. And yeah, the injuries will be key.
Okay, the one slip in as Bevan bowls, and that's Beard trying to guide it down past the man that slipped. Doesn't get anything on it at all, and there's no run.
And the exposure of someone like Ben Morris today is another plus point. Picking up 3 wickets.
Bevan in again, bowls, and that's cut away, and that's going to run down towards 3rd man. It could even be 4 runs as the fielder in chase. He's charging after it. Slide's going to go in, Has he managed to pull it back? I think he has. Let's see what the signal is. They're down to 3. The umpire's not going to signal a boundary, so 3 runs to the total. No control over the shot. Very, very fine. Off an edge, and 3 to the total.
Henry Hurl down there again.
Allison just retaking his guard. Bevan at the top of his mark. And he's in now. Bowls, full. Clip down towards long on for a single. 1 more to the total, 192 for 9. Bevan, flatter.
Shot.
Punch down the ground, wide long on. Is that 6?
It looks as if it.
No,
one
it's
bounce.
4. Close. So still playing their shots. Essex not completely out of it. Lost 3 of 4. Win the next 4.
Yeah, they've got a game in hand on Glamorgan.
You never know, but it's a big ask, especially with all the players that are out playing the 100 at the moment. And Jordan Cox, obviously, picked for the England side. Congratulations to him. England squad, I should say, rather than the side. And a bit of a delay here. I think Beard was waiting for the fielder to actually get inside the circle. Bevan in now, bowls, and that's just pushed out towards deep cover for a single. 197 for 9.
Few players have experienced victory, obviously, in this competition for Glamorgan in 2021.
Bevan strides it off the back foot. Allison punches away on the bounce. It's fielded at cover. And there's no run. The end of the over. Another one ticks by. 41 overs gone. Essex still require 87 for victory. Glamorgan just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, beating Durham that day by 58 runs. So plenty at stake here. And coach and captain will be delighted with Dan Douthwaite resuming from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He has taken 2 wickets and caught Brown as well off the bowling of McIlroy. Good catch by Douthwaite, who was backpedaling at mid-off. So he will come around the wicket to the left-hand batter, Aaron Beard. Here comes Douthwaite in, and that's pushed into the offside, and Bevan has a shy. So just a case of waiting for the inevitable now. 87 required of 53 balls with 1 wicket in hand. Allison is on 5. Beard is on strike, unbeaten on 11. A run a ball for him. As Douthwaite trudges in past the umpire, right arm around the wicket, and that is a great blow, clubbed over long on, all the way for 4. And right off the meat of the bat from Aaron Beard.
200 up for Essex.
And it's a no ball as well. So there'll be a free hit.
Won't be happy with that.
Great strike though from Beard.
Brutal, wasn't it?
Douthwaite.
He'll go again.
Comes in, bangs that one in short, and that's pulled in to the leg side. Just the 2 this time for Aaron Beard as they come back.
Haven't made the most of their free hits either today, Essex. I think that might actually be the first runs they've scored. They've had a couple of free hits before.
Glamorgan just have a wary look at them. They just want to wrap this up in double quick time now.
Getting frustrating for the away side.
As Douthwaite comes in, around the wicket, right up at the block hole, and they'll come for a quick single as it's struck to mid-on.
Proving this lower order can bat for Essex. Just too much to do.
Yeah. After the top order fell. Deathly silence around Chelmsford. It's very unnerving. Douthwaite coming over the wicket to Ben Allison. Bangs that one in short, and what? Nothing is indicated.
Yeah.
I thought it straight down leg, and the Essex faithful saying, "Come on." They were asking for a wide, it wasn't given. So Allison still on strike. Unbeaten on 5. In comes Dan Douthwaite. Bowls, and that's again heaved over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4. So they're still going for the shots. And they're going to go down fighting out Essex. Another boundary for Ben Allison. As Essex move on.
Douthwaite's regretting coming back on now. Probably thought he had a free wicket when he was coming on. He's been smashed about in this over.
Yeah, frustrating time for Douthwaite and Glamorgan as he comes in, bowls short, pulled once more, but he's picked the man out at deep square, and only a single is on offer. 211 for 9. So frustrating time for Glamorgan as the runs are being piled up. Still 73 to win from 48 balls. So that is the unlikely equation for Essex. However, Glamorgan would have wished to have wrapped this up sooner.
Yeah, it's been a good response from being 7 down in a completely adrift and hopeless position. They've never quite got into a position to threaten Glamorgan. I think a bit of anxiety with the Richard Snater stand, but I don't think they'd quite taken it deep enough to really worry them. But
yeah, they just went slightly sloppy in the field and their bowling during that time.
Yeah. So it's going to be Gorvin at 211 for 9 with 73 required off 8 bowls, and played nicely enough by Ben Allison, who's a decent batsman, and played it up towards long on for a single. 212 for 9. Yeah, so what we'll do is just try and flick through some of the other stories of the day. We mentioned earlier that Middlesex had beaten Kent quite comfortably at Beckenham. Extraordinary game between Hampshire and Lancashire. Hampshire duly won it by 71 runs. Chris Green was the last man out for 100 out of 151 all out for Lancashire. Quite extraordinary. John Turner got that wicket and finished with 4. Here's Gorvin. Bowls, and that's driven away along the ground up towards long off for a single. 71 to win, but the last pair together 213 for 9. So that was pretty extraordinary. It was a game that's still going on, where Somerset have just taken a vital wicket. Derbyshire 305 for 9, need 12 in 17 balls, but they've just taken the wicket of Anuj Dal for 115. Somerset, that's cut away off the back foot down towards deep backward point for a single for Allison. 214 for 9 for the 70 required. So that was a good partnership with Harry Moore for the 9th wicket, but now Somerset are favourites again. They need 12 in 17 balls with the last pair together. Essex would love to need 12 in 17 balls with the last pair together, but it's a bit more distant than that, I'm afraid. 70 required in the 43rd over. This is hit initially uppishly, slightly awkwardly by Beer, but for another single. So you feel the intensity's gone out of the game here at the moment. But Glamorgan would like, I guess, net run rate could become important in due course.
Yeah, it's just gone a bit flat.
So, yeah, as ever, some interesting games going on alongside this one. That big win for Northants, their first win in the competition, beating Worcestershire by 130 runs. Worcester had won all their games. That's driven up towards cover, and there is no run. That's in Group A, the other group. As for Somerset Derbyshire game we were talking about. bout. In this group, Warwickshire have just beaten Gloucestershire duly by 6 wickets. This is amazing. Ed Barnard got 173 here, and he's got 152 in that game. Unbeaten again. 3 low scores in between it. That's driven away off the back foot up towards cover this time, and there's no run for Allison. So, yeah, what about this for a run of scores? 173 not out here against Essex, 110-11, and then today 152 not out. Wow. So he's not, you know, he's when he gets in, he stays in. But I tell you what, Warwickshire have got a pretty strong side, and I think he's a man you've got to get rid of early on Thursday. That's my tip on the basis of those scores. 2:15 for 9, and we've got 7 overs to go. This game, I think we can say is duly over, but the last pair putting up a bit of a fight. Beard 20 and Allison 12.
There'll be a change here. And it will be Tom Bevan returning from the Sir Alistair Cook end, trying to make up the overs. Yes, that game. Nick will be up at Edgbaston on Thursday. Bevan in, and that's a cut, and they come through quickly for a single. Comes in from short third.
Yeah, so clearly Ed Barnard a danger man for Glamorgan to get out of the way quickly. He has been dismissed 3 times cheaply, but the other 2 times when he's not been dismissed, he's won the game for the Warwickshire.
Bevan still coming around to right-handed Ben Allison. Yeah, Glamorgan will be trying desperately if they could bypass one of those knockout games. Bevan and launched by Allison. And that's straight through mid-wicket.
Yeah,
for 4.
Hove, good finish. Leicestershire should win, but Leicestershire 363 for 7. Sussex 256 for 4. Need 118 47 balls with Tom Haynes 104 not out from 96. Probably too much to get, but a good fight by winless Sussex.
Crisp strike by Allison. And again, it's the same place exactly, but this time it's kept to a single. 63 required in 39. Frustrating runs as far as Glamorgan are concerned. It brings Beard on strike. Here comes Bevan, right arm around the wicket. That's launched. That's a big hit. Is it going to go all the way, or is it going to be plugged? No, it isn't. It's 6 for Beard. Huge strike by the left-hander, and it went all the way towards Cow Corner, and they are going to go down with a fight.
Well, it tells you how important those early wickets were for Glamorgan, because you know, Essex have recovered pretty well.
Just thought momentarily that it might plug. It didn't, as it struck into the onside. Huge shout of no, only the one on offer. So Beard's motored on to 28 in 19 deliveries. Allison 17 from 20. 56 required. I tell you what, if they manage to get it down quickly, there'll be some tension here.
It has been a great recovery from 7 down when it was all at sea, wasn't it, for Essex at that point?
Glamorgan are going into a defensive mode here. Bevan coming in around the wicket. And almost sneaked through, just jabbed down by Allison. So that is the end of the over. Essex 228 for 9 with Allison on 17. Beard 28. 56 needed for victory.
Bowl McElroy and Darthwaite now. I mean, that's an option, just to try and get the game out of the way. That's one way of looking at it, rather than bowling the change bowlers.
Yeah,
might be an option. I mean, I don't think there's anything too much to worry about here, but it is down to 56, and it has been a good fight back by Essex from what was a pretty hopeless position, and the lower order have done a good job. Well, 39 from Benkenstein, that was a critical wicket, and then Thane and Fernandez out cheaply, but Snater 23, Richards 27, Allison and Beard together with this last wicket partnership, and of course Allison is actually a pretty decent batter. He could have come in quite a bit higher up. this first ball of the new over from Gorvin, played away into the onside. They've got one. They're going to come back for the second, and it's quite sharp, but they're there. So 2 more to Beard. This is some performance from Aaron Beard, by the way. He's not got sort of great credentials with the bat in the past, but it's a career best for him. 30 not out, beating 22 his previous. And well, he got into the side today because Charlie Allison was unfit, and he's almost proved a batter replacing a batter, or an all-rounder, if you like, the way he's played. It wasn't expected, but 30 from 20 balls, can't ask much more than that. 230 for 9, 54 required. We're in the 45th over, and this is played away. Again, a very nice stroke for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. And, well, I suppose another, if they get this down to 30, it will create a little bit of tension, I suppose, because they're scoring just about quickly enough with an asking rate of 9.4. So here is Gorvin again, 231 for 9. We're in the 45th over. That's hit upper sleeve. This could be up and beyond long on. It is. What a hit that is by Allison. Ben Allison really got hold of that. I thought for a moment he might be holding out at long on, but I tell you what, the crowd would have stayed, are now quite pleased that they have done, because this is starting to get interesting. The ask is under 50, 47, and well, this surely still beyond these two, but what a brave fight this has been. 47
catch as well as the crowd.
Yes. 47 required. We've got 5 overs left after this one, and Gorvin bowls again to Allison, and Allison hits this in the air. This is going to be up towards long off. It drops short of the fielder, and they've got the one. But
thought could have come in then.
Yeah.
Momentarily.
It might have been worth just you know, trying to finish the game off. It might have gone through the fielder and gone for 4, but it might have been just worth the gamble. But Allison batting terrifically well. So 237 for 9, 47 required in 5 overs and 2 balls. The last wicket to pair together, and Beard plays a nice drive through the covers, gets a single out towards deep cover, and they're going to come back for the second run. It's going to be quite tight, but they're there, and it was pretty well judged in the end. So 2-1, 6-1-2. I reckon they, well, of course, we've only got 5 overs to go, so you've got, what, 2 from Douthwaite and 2 from 2 from McElroy. I would have actually brought them back before now. I think they might need to get them straight back on now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
240 for 9, and here comes the last ball of the over. This is driven by Beard for a single, and I think that Glamorgan now need to put the 2 big guns back on. They've both got, there's 1 over left they've got to find from somewhere. They've got to gamble, I think, that they're going to win the game in the next 4 overs with the 2 principal bowlers. 241 for 9, Beard 34, best in limited overs cricket, and Allison has done a terrific job there on 24, and well, 241 for 9 means was another 43 required off 30 balls.
Yeah, far more uncomfortable that Glamorgan thought it would be, and will the fans that have vacated the stands rue their decision?
Well, one team have won with the last pair together. Derbyshire, fantastic win at Taunton. That Derbyshire go top of the group. Well done to them. Last wicket pair together. Harry Moore, 36 not out. The century from Anuj Dal, and they've got past Somerset at Taunton. Well done to them. That's a terrific win with the last pair together at the end.
Have brought McElroy, one of the big guns, back. Left arm over. And that's pulled down, but there's a man there. Oh, it came through. There's a man at fine leg. It was a risky single, but they are through. Allison is on strike on 24.
So who bowls the other over? Apart, if it does come down to the 50th, there's 1 over left to account for, isn't there? Because we've got 2 from Douthwaite, 2 from McElroy.
42 to win from 29. Now, on the face of it, in a T20, that's gettable. Yeah. However, there's only 1 wicket remaining. McElroy round the wicket. That's worked into the onside. They'll come through for a quick single as the man comes across. It's Dan Douthwaite from fine leg. So scoreboard ticking over. 41 in 28 now, and there'll be some tension.
This is also
the Glamorgan players.
This is also Allison's best, actually, in list A. He previously beating 22.
Beard cracking 35 in 24 is on strike. In comes McIlroy, left arm over the wicket. Fullish, that's driven and it's evaded. The man, and it's gone all the way. It's evaded Carlson. Fantastic strike from Aaron Beard, having a cracking knockout there. And he moves to 39. 37 now required.
This really has been a phenomenal innings, particularly from Beard. I've not seen him bat as well as this ever. He's middling the ball very nicely.
Just too much width from McIlroy, who starts his run up once more. Full into the leg side. They ran the first one fast. They look for a second. In they come. And they're going to come back for 2 runs. So momentum shifting ever so slightly Essex's way. And slight concern here for Glamorgan. 35 in 26.
Goodness
they
me.
Couldn't, could they?
Derbyshire last wicket pair didn't have to do anything like as much as this.
McIlroy coming in over the wicket. Oh, gosh, ballooned out of McIlroy's hands and missed everything.
Well, the asking rate is still, it's 8.4. There are 25 deliveries to go, and what we've got.
Well, this would be incredible if they can get this
35
down.
to win
in 25 balls.
Yeah.
McIlroy, and that's been missed by Beard through 1 bounce to keeper Smale. And that's the end of the over. A profitable one for Essex. And they can scarcely believe that they're even in this position. 35 required, 24 balls remaining, and just the 1 wicket in hand.
Oh, it's been a tremendous effort from these two, and as I know a number of the crowd did decide to go quite understandably, but the last wicket fell at 183, so these two have taken it up since then to 249. So I'm making that a 66, I think, for the last wicket. 249 from 24 balls. Now, is it going to be South?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, just
right.
Orchestrating
There
everything.
is two ways that Glamorgan can win this game, of course. If they were to keep it tight, they could still potentially have the last wicket pair together and win that way by not letting them get the runs. But I don't think I want to take that risk. I just want to try and knock one of these two over because it's still a reasonable ask. 8.8, and Douthwaite bowled very well, 2 for 39 in his 8 overs. There's 1 over to account for that can't be bowled by Douthwaite or McIlroy. So 249 for 9. There's 35 to win in 24 balls. Here's Douthwaite. Bowls, that's a good delivery, which has beaten Allison's attempted clubbing drive through mid-on outside the off stump. So I think we've seen 3 dot balls in a row now, and this is the point that the other way Glamorgan can win it is just to keep it tight. 9.1 is the asking rate, 35 from 23. The last wicket pair who came together with a score at 183 when Richards was out. 249 for 9 is Douthwaite bowls, and Allison doesn't get much bat on that, but enough for a single to deep mid-wicket. Looking to hit it down the ground, inside half of the bat, gets a single, goes to 26. The 250 is up. That looked an awful long way off for most of the innings. And we're down to 34 with a further 22 deliveries to go. 34 from 22 with the last wicket pair together, as they have been for some considerable period of time. Douthwaite goes back to the end of his mark in probably the best weather of the day, with blue sky over the Graham Gooch end side of the ground, and turns. Beard with this fantastic innings of 41. I mean, whatever happens, he thoroughly deserves to get his debut, list A 50. He has got a first class 50. Here he drives, clubbing that down the ground. Really good connection, but straight to long off. Very, very good connection. He's hitting the ball so cleanly in this innings. But that is just 2 runs from the first 3 balls of the over, and so this just underlines this other way that Glamorgan could win the game by starving this last pair of boundaries. 251 for 9. We've got now 33 from 21. Douthwaite again, up to the wicket. He bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it's caught behind. It's an attempted drive down the ground by Allison. It's got the edge, gone through, and it's a fairly straightforward catch, just away to the right of Smale. The end of a fantastic cameo last wicket stand, which was just starting to make Glamorgan and their commentators a little bit anxious. But actually, it's a deserved victory for Glamorgan today. Essex showed tremendous fight in the second half of that innings, but the damage was done by a superb knock from Sam Northeast, showing all his experience coming in for Colin Ingram, and a brilliant first 10 overs from Glamorgan with the ball.
Yeah, so 3 wickets rather for Dan Douthwaite. Yeah, a few fingernails being bitten there, but well, it's just looked so unlikely at one stage, but credit to Aaron Beard and Allison to get Essex in a position where they needed 33 to win, but just slow a ball from Douthwaite and a nick through to Smale. So it's job done from a Glamorgan perspective, 5 out of 5, and that seemed unlikely when they were well down in the opening game against Gloucestershire, and that gives them a bit of leeway, a bit of room to manoeuvre in the games that will be coming up, starting against up at Edgbaston on Thursday. And they've also rested Timmy van der Hoogten as well as Colin Ingram. The downside and the blot on everything will be injury concerns to Eddie Byram, and we shall see the severity of his injury. He is limping. You can see him out there on the square, so bit of a concern for him. But in terms of Glamorgan, a brilliant result coming away from home, and they couldn't have asked for more.
Glamorgan and Warwickshire top the table with 10 points from 5 games, not to beat Surrey 6 points from 5. We're waiting on the Leicestershire result. That could yet be a close finish. Sussex needs 66 from 28 balls, still with that 5th wicket pair together. Now, Sussex, that would be a good result, I think, for Glamorgan, because Sussex haven't won a game yet, whereas Leicestershire could go up to 6 points and have a game in hand on for some of the leading sides. So I think Glamorgan supporters will be willing Sussex on in that one. It's a fantastic 5th wicket stand for Sussex. Tom Haynes, 127 not out, but needs 62 from 27. So we've got Yorkshire, who didn't play today, on 4, Gloucestershire, who lost, on 4, Essex stay on 2, Surrey lost there on 0, and Sussex will be on either 0 or 2. But all told, a decent gap between the top 2 and Notts. Essex have got to win their last 4 games. Probably the most difficult one is Notts at Trent Bridge. That's going to be very, very tough. But they go next to Yorkshire at Scarborough. It's going to be a tall order for Essex to win all 4. They probably have the most difficult side of the group already, but Glamorgan nicely placed.
Oh, indeed, and the damage was done with the top order. A few false shots from the batters at the top order of the Essex side. Perhaps didn't get to grips with the lack of pace in the wicket, and Glamorgan bowled tidily, especially through youngster Morris, was impressive, McIlroy as well. And had they stuck around, had one stuck around, it could have been also different. But the damage was done in that top order.
Lovely. Thanks for being with us today, Kerry.
Thanks very much.
And to Nick, and to David, and to our scorer, David Jackman. So it's Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Big game for Glamorgan on Thursday. BBC Radio Wales Sport for that one. And BBC Essex for Yorkshire at Scarborough for Essex. They have to win the last 4 to have any chance. Thanks a lot for listening today. And for me, Nick Ledghill.